Hi there. Thanks so much for listening. If you like Christian romance, please subscribe to my channel so you never miss an upload and ensure I can continue to offer my audiobooks here at no cost to you. Melody of the Heart. Book 5 in the Magnolia Island series. By Mallory Ford. Chapter 1. Charlie. Edwards took a deep breath as she stood on the front porch of the one place which had really felt like home on Magnolia Island. Mercy's Landing had been her refuge, the backdrop of her first and only love, and the place she learned to love Jesus despite all the pain she'd gone through at the hands of her parents. The white wooden porch looked the same, though the landscaping had been drastically updated. What was once filled with simple and easy-to-maintain perennial plants was dotted with all kinds of color, just itching to burst forth in bloom. It was spring on the island, though it felt odd to have needed the snow chains on her tires that morning as she left the foot of snow in Reindeer Pass, Montana. Her hand longed to run down the porch rail and feel if the familiar grooves in the wood, the ones she knew as well as she did her own name, were still there. No, she wasn't there to reminisce. She had much bigger things to do. Placing her hand on the doorknob, Charlie pulled it back again as though it had shocked her. She didn't have to do this. Levi didn't know she was here, and neither did the woman he'd introduced as Gwyn Calloway. The woman's card, one with not only the name of an incredibly popular true crime podcast but also her phone number, burned a hole in Charlie's pocket. Was this the right call? Before she'd left Reindeer Pass, the sweet little ski town which had provided sanctuary for her through the worst days of her life, she'd been convinced it was. Now, she wasn't so sure. No one knew she'd come home, so no one would be expecting her. Should she leave well enough alone? Levi and Gwyn had seemed so sure her coming home would help bring the whole operation to justice, but what could she really do? The sound of joyful laughter broke through her internal dialogue, and she fought the urge to look in the window. Was Lydia having some sort of a book club? She and her friends had held them regularly when Charlie was a teenager, though they didn't appear to do a whole lot of discussing actual books. Still, it had sounded like there were too many men's voices for a book club. Excited squeals broke out on the other side of the door with "Congratulations" being shouted, and Charlie was transported back to the moment she'd bounded through that very door holding her acceptance letter to college. Lydia had been in the kitchen, while Aiden was upstairs in the room he'd shared with Rob. "I got in," 17-year-old Charlie squealed as she searched for any of the Jameson family to share her good news with. It didn't matter which one, as she knew any of Aiden's family would care more than her parents would have if they'd even been in town. "Mrs. Lydia, I got in." Popping her head around the doorframe which connected the living room to the kitchen, a grin spread over Lydia's face. "I knew you would, sweetheart." "Aiden," she yelled up the stairs, "get down here and congratulate your girlfriend." She hurried over to greet her in the foyer, pulling her into a mother's hug. Lydia lowered her voice again, cupping Charlie's cheeks with her hands. "I am so proud of you, Charlie Edwards." The words, ones she didn't recall ever hearing from her parents, who were more concerned with their next lottery ticket or casino night than they ever had been her, brought tears to her eyes. Her voice low, choked behind the tears she tried to keep at bay, sounded strained even to her. "I'm going to college, Mrs. Lydia." "Me?" It was as foreign to her as could be, the idea the poor little girl who'd had to forge her mother's signature on the free lunch forms at school could possibly go to college and make something of herself. Maybe, if she played her cards right, she just might get to live her dream. Aiden's heavy footsteps sounded on the stairs, but they sped up quickly when he spotted them. "Charlie," he said in his deep voice, tone laced with concern. "What's wrong? Why are you crying?" His hair had grown out a little since he'd finished his senior football season, and Charlie had to admit she liked the way it looked. He'd also beefed out a little more, already strong from years of sports, as he'd started training to join the Marines once he graduated. With a trembling hand, one which held the key to the future she'd never thought could happen for a girl like her, she held up her acceptance letter. "I got in." Face transforming immediately from worried to thrilled, Aiden let out a whoop which was wholly uncharacteristic of her normally stoic boyfriend. He wrapped his strong arms around her and spun her around as though she weighed nothing, then set her down only to plant a gentle kiss to her lips, before wiping a tear from her cheek with his thumb. I knew you would, and now we're one step closer. To what? Pulling her in close once more, her head resting at his rapidly beating heart, she could feel his breath at her ear. To our future. Shaking her head to dispel the memory, Charlie forced herself out of the past and back to the present. The future they'd hoped for was long gone, but God had been faithful to her despite everything that had happened. Hand firm on the doorknob once more, Charlie looked down at her simple jeans and sweater, still miles better quality than anything she'd owned the last time she'd walked through the door. So much about her was different. So much had changed. She still looked mostly the same, her blonde hair still long and thick. Her face was the same, though years of working at her friend Becca's bakery had given her a few curves that weren't there before, not in small part due to her famous chocolate chip cookie recipe. Still, years of living in fear changed a person, even when they did their best to give that fear to the Lord. She could see the evidence of the fear every time she looked in the mirror. The lines other women her age didn't have yet, and the smattering of discoloration she covered with makeup. At only 34, some days Charlie felt 10 years older. The fear hadn't only worn on her heart, it showed on her body as well. It was why she'd initially refused Levi's pleas to come home and help with the investigation against Randall Cromwell and his band of thugs. At 18, she hadn't known exactly what all they'd been into, but she'd known enough to get a hit ordered on her. She'd known enough to fear for her life and those she loved. She'd known enough to run. Now, as she took one last deep breath before turning the doorknob and stepping onto the weathered gray-stained wood which felt like coming home, she refused to run again. Everything in her was shouting at her to turn and hightail it back to the airport, but she was done with flight. It was time to fight. Happy well-wishes and giggles had fallen away during her internal debate, and the familiar deep voice which still set every nerve she had on fire sounded. I don't understand, he nearly growled. It was the voice he used when he was desperately trying to keep a hold on his temper. Why did she have to protect people in the first place? What happened? It was time. It was time to stop running and start what might well be the death of her. She'd walked into the flames with the Lord at her side, and she walked through the door the same way. Throughout the room, mouths of his family members she recognized fell open, while others narrowed their eyes as though trying to place her. Tears immediately started flowing down Lydia's cheeks, but Charlie's eyes locked on Aiden's. I can answer that. Had he just passed out? Aiden's injuries from the IED hadn't killed him, but was there more to them than he thought? That was the only explanation, because the idea of Charlie Edwards standing in the inn's foyer looking every bit as beautiful as his dreams remembered couldn't be real. Her hair, still blonde and thick, contrasted with her fair skin. He knew, if he got closer, her brown eyes would draw him in the same way they had when he'd fallen in love with her in high school. She'd always blushed and waved it away whenever he'd given her compliments, not accustomed to being told how beautiful, incredible, or smart she was. All that had done was bolster Aiden's resolve to do it more, and despite everything, she'd always be the most beautiful girl in the room. His throat tightened, and suddenly it felt like it had been ages since he'd had a glass of water. With the slightest bit of defiance mixed with hope and uncertainty in her eyes, Charlie didn't back down from his intense gaze. She couldn't be there. If he still believed in God, he'd have said maybe the Almighty could bring her home, but it had been years since he walked away from his parents' faith. He'd never expressly said it, but the hurt in his mother's eyes every time she told him she was praying for him told him she knew. Mom broke the silence, tears still flowing as she rushed around his chair and crossed the room in 3 long strides. Charlie, she croaked out as she pulled the girl who'd always been more of a daughter to her than Aiden's girlfriend into a frenzied embrace. You're really here. You're standing in front of me? I'm not hallucinating? I'm here, Lydia, Charlie sobbed. She hadn't had tears on her cheeks when she'd stared at Aiden like she could see to his very soul, but she did now. Levi stood from his and Gwen's seats in front of the crying women, turning to place a hand on Charlie's shoulder as well. Welcome home, Charlie. I'm so glad you came. For some reason, his words jarred Aiden from his frozen state. You knew she was coming? Anger laced his words, and he could feel his jaw protesting the way he clenched his teeth. Still, He couldn't bring himself to soften the tone which had become somewhat of a constant companion since the day he found out she'd disappeared. He'd masked the anger some with his family, but not all that well. Aiden shot to his feet, his eyes trained on the little brother who had filled out since the last time he'd spent any time on the island. Levi's eyes widened as he removed his hand from Charlie's shoulder and held up his hands in surrender. Aiden felt powerless to stop the anger which propelled him forward. "You knew where she was, and you didn't tell me?" He was shouting now. He vaguely registered Rob's fiancée, Lexi, hurrying Aiden's niece, Bryn, from the room, but his attention was trained on Levi. What he planned to do once he reached him, Aiden didn't know, but he didn't get the chance. Gwyn Calloway, the true crime podcaster and Levi's new girlfriend, popped up and placed a firm hand on his chest. "Stop, Aiden." "Move," Aiden growled as he went to step around the woman he'd only just met. Levi wouldn't let a woman fight his battles, and Aiden would never hurt one anyway. The fiery redhead only pushed him back once more. She didn't touch his injuries, but he wasn't supposed to be doing much anyway. "Rest," the doctors had said as his superiors handed him his medical discharge papers. The movement smarted, but his adrenaline drowned it out as the woman nearly a head shorter than him took hold of both arms. She was stronger than she looked, and his own strength had suffered during his time at the hospital. Still, he moved to lift her out of the way when her words froze him in his tracks. "We just found her, Aiden. She's back to make things right." His forward momentum might have stopped, but the wheels in his mind didn't. Still, it was no longer Levi who drew his attention. Instead, it swung back to the woman who'd haunted both his dreams and his nightmares since he was 18 years old. Somewhere in the rational part of his brain, he knew he should hear her out. Too bad the rational part of his brain was buried under the warring desires within him. The anger wanted to take his mother's dining room chair Levi had just vacated and throw it through the window, while the 18-year-old kid, who'd begged God for her to just be alive, barely held back from pulling her from his mother's arms and into his own. Charlie still embraced Mom, though both women watched him as he froze in place once more. Gwyn's words rolled through his head again, as did all the promises and plans he and Charlie had made before she apparently ran away all those years ago. The tension in his shoulders and back was starting to give him a headache, but he couldn't bring himself to care. "She will never," he ground out, "make it right." Chapter 2. Charlie watched Aiden's retreating back stomping down the front porch of Mercy's Landing. The anger in his eyes had almost been her undoing. She vaguely felt Lydia's reassuring hand on her back, but all she could see was the man who'd promised he'd never walk away. It wasn't his fault, she'd been the one to leave first, but he didn't understand everything which led to that decision. Even now, at 34 years old, she didn't think she'd been wrong to do it. Tears, happy ones from earlier replaced by the leaking of a broken heart, slowed their trickle down her cheeks. He hated her. Aiden Jameson hated her. Taking a deep breath to bolster herself, she questioned again whether it was the right decision to come back to the island. If she'd remained a ghost, it might have been better. "He'll come around," Lydia said softly. She stared after her son as well, but her attention seemed to flit between him and Charlie. Stepping forward to shut the door softly, Lydia never let go of Charlie's hand. "You just have to give him time." Shaking her head, Charlie felt her whole body sag. "I'm not so sure about that, but it's not why I came back." Speaking as much to herself as she did to the roomful of Aiden's family, she clenched her eyes shut. "I'm done running, and it's time for justice." Memories assailed her, but she batted them away for the moment. There would be plenty of time for memories later, but the time wasn't yet. It's time for the truth to come out. Gwyn, the stunning redhead who'd hopped to her feet and stared down a man who towered over her in both size and pure anger, rounded her chair to stand in front of Charlie. "That's right. The truth sets us free, right?" Smiling sadly, Lydia nodded. "It sure does." With one last longing look at the door, Aiden's mother pasted a pleasant look on her face. "Now, for the pressing issues. Where are you staying, dear?" She hadn't really thought about it. The apartment above the bakery in Reindeer Pass had been her home since she landed there a few months after she left Magnolia Island, and leaving it had been harder than she'd thought it would be. Becca told her not to make any lasting decisions just yet, but Charlie knew she'd never live there again. Magnolia Island was her home, despite all the pain it had caused her. I guess I don't know yet. Smoothing her hair back the way a mother did, Lydia nodded. You know I'd love for you to stay here, but Aiden just got home. He doesn't act like it, but he's still healing. Aiden had been hurt? What happened? Despite how much he clearly wouldn't welcome her concern, everything in her tensed at the idea he'd been injured. Was he even still a Marine? His hair was still the cropped cut he'd done just before he left for basic training. High and tight, he'd called it, so proud of the way it made him look. Charlie had liked it too, but he'd always been the most handsome man in the world to her. It didn't matter what his haircut was. He was Aiden. Rob, Aiden's little brother who'd grown into a man in the time she'd been gone, approached. He actually just got home from a hospital in Germany after deployment. He's healing, but he'll have some scars from it. Watching him pointedly, Charlie tipped her chin down in confirmation she'd received his double meaning. He was medically discharged due to the internal bleeding and burns he sustained, but that was more of a protocol issue than anything. Internal bleeding? Burns? The thought of Aiden lying in the desert sand, his abdomen filling with his life's blood, and burns marring his callous skin landed like a brick in her belly. But he's okay? He will be, a beautiful blonde woman with long and willowy features said as she stood from the couch. Was that Allie? Despite knowing good and well how long she'd been gone, it still floored Charlie to see the gorgeous grown woman padding across the wood floor in her bare feet. A handsome man in a faded blue baseball cap stood as well, and Charlie realized he had to be Knox Parker. He and Allie had been inseparable when she'd known them, and it had always been obvious they were meant to be together. But I may have a place you can stay. Really? Allie hesitated a moment but nodded anyway. Yeah. Since Knox and I got married, my old room is empty at the apartment. She held up her phone and jiggled it a little. I just texted my roommate, Kara, and she's happy to let you stay there as long as you need. Speaking of which, Aiden's other sister, Sage, said as she strode forward. How long do you plan to stay? In contrast to Allie's quiet hesitance, Sage's eyebrow raised in challenge. She'd always been a firecracker, which Charlie remembered well. It seemed everything about her contrasted her sister's look, as Sage's floral maxi skirt and loose navy tank top looked like they stepped right out of a music festival ad. Allie, on the other hand, wore a simple pink tank top and cut-off jean shorts. Her nails weren't painted, and her long blonde hair had been braided down her back. Sage's scrutiny wasn't unwarranted, and Charlie finally spoke the words she'd been telling herself since she left Reindeer Pass. I'm done running, she said as she met the eldest Jameson daughter's gaze head-on. I'm back for good. The sharp intake of breath from Lydia beside her nearly had her in tears again, but she held them back. There would be more time for crying later, when she was alone. Turning her attention back to Allie, Charlie smiled softly at her. A place to stay would be much appreciated. I have some money saved for the first month of rent, and I plan to go look for a job later today. It was all moving a little quickly for her, especially after all the time she'd been gone, but what choice was there really? If she was back for good, she'd have to start living like it. Sage crossed her toned arms over her chest, her expression somewhere between impressed and wary. Good, then it might interest you to know the bakery is hiring. Hey, man, a coverall-clad man about Aiden's age said as he slid out from under the truck he worked under. I'll be with you in just a second. Whether he heard Aiden's grumbled, no rush, or not, he didn't know. Still, it gave him a chance to look around Pruitt's garage. There were 3 bays, plenty for a town the size of Magnolia Island, and 2 large workbenches on the far side of the warehouse. The wall nearest to him was full of windows looking into what appeared to be an office, a lounge area, and a waiting room. The lounge had a counter and sink, along with a fridge, while the waiting room held folding chairs, a soda machine, and a mounted television set to some kind of talk show. 3 large rolling tool kits stood against the other wall, as did a 6-tier shelf with different types of oil. A few tires sat next to the shelf, but more appeared to be stacked behind the open door labeled storage to the right. The mechanic slid back out from under the cherry red truck, hopping to his feet with a dexterity Aiden wondered if he'd ever have again. What brought him to Pruitt's garage was anyone's guess, but the anger he'd felt at seeing Charlie again burned hotter than even the IED, which had thrown him from the truck that day in the desert. His back was covered in healing burns so deep they'd gotten him medically discharged from the Marines only a couple of years before he could technically retire. Whether he'd planned to or not was a different question, but they'd made the decision for him when the doctors said it would take the burns at least 6 months to heal enough to get him back to his unit. That, combined with the internal injuries he'd sustained, meant he had little choice in the matter. "Nice to meet you," the mechanic said as he swung a rag over his shoulder and held out his hand. "I'm Nick Pruitt. How can I help you today?" Nick looked over Aiden's shoulder, no doubt looking around for some sort of vehicle. He'd walked to the garage from the inn, both his back and his abdomen smarting at the movement. His concussion was thankfully healed, as the 2 weeks he'd spent in the hospital ensuring the burns didn't get infected had given it the time it needed. Extending his own hand, Aiden appreciated the man's firm grip. "I'm Aiden Jameson. I think you know my family." He'd heard about Nick Pruitt over the years, as his mother's subtle hinting retirement might see Aiden back on the island and working with him was clear. "I'm back in town now, and I wondered if you might have any jobs open for experienced mechanics." It had been a snap decision to come there, one fueled by the need to be anywhere except the inn at that moment, but getting back into the swing of things felt right. He could sit at the inn and let his mother fuss over him while he let his anger and questions eat him alive, or he could do something productive with his time. Aiden had worked since he was 16 years old, the nearly 3 weeks since his injury the longest time off he'd had since then. He needed to put his hands to something again, or the image of the hurt in Charlie's eyes as she stood in his mother's foyer would drive him crazy. Nick looked unsure, and he stuck a hand in his pocket. "You sure you're up to working? Rob said you'd gotten banged up pretty bad. Don't get me wrong. I'm happy to hire you, but don't you want to take a little more time off? Honestly, I'm not good at being idle." That much was true, and he'd probably have ended up there later in the week anyway after not being able to take one more minute of rest. "I've got some limitations until my burns heal a little more, but it shouldn't hinder my work too much." His burns were covered, and his mother would probably be slathering his prescription salve on his back for another week at minimum. Basically, he just shouldn't lay down on the creeper to roll under cars for another couple of weeks, but he could make it work. He had to, or the inevitably of seeing Charlie around the inn would burn more than his wounds ever had. Cocking his head to the side, Nick shrugged his shoulders. "Well, I guess the Lord is looking out for us both. I just had my best mechanic move back to the mainland to take care of his mother, so I'm down 2 good hands." "Follow me," he said as he turned and moved towards the office. "We'll get your paperwork taken care of." An hour later, Aiden exited Pruitt's garage with a sigh of relief. Nick seemed like a good boss, and the tour he'd given Aiden of the space had set the whirling thoughts in Aiden's mind mostly to rights. Still, he didn't want to go back to the inn just yet. His family didn't deserve the anger which had only magnified when Mom had called not long ago to tell him Charlie was alive, and had left the island of her own accord. Logic told him to believe everyone's promises she only left to protect herself and others, but it didn't settle his stomach as he moved quickly down the sidewalk. Why hadn't she come to him? Why hadn't she sought help rather than running away? And most of all, why hadn't she at least sent him a postcard to let him know she was alive like she did Mrs. Jane? Walking the streets he knew as well as he knew his own name, he didn't realize where his feet had carried him until he stood on the sidewalk in front of the high school. Staring at the building where it had all started for him and Charlie, nothing on earth could have prevented his mind from remembering that day in the music room when his whole world had been knocked off its axis. "Come on, hey, you're only a freshman, and coach is already talking about starting you at quarterback next season. You can miss one workout to come out on the boat with us this afternoon." Tommy Carlisle was a good buddy, but he'd never understand what Aiden really had planned for that afternoon. He'd work out later, sure, but not for an hour or so. "It's because I don't miss workouts that coach is talking about starting me next season," Aiden said with a chuckle. "Y'all go on. I'll see you tomorrow." "Fine," Tommy replied as he jogged toward his older brother's brand new SUV with the chrome trim. "Your loss, brother. See you tomorrow." Shaking his head, Aiden turned down the long hallway which led to his true destination. He'd first started hanging out in the music room after school when he was in the 6th grade. Football ate up that time during the season, but every spring he spent most afternoons playing the guitar and piddling around on some of the other instruments, before heading to his actual workouts at 4. The music teacher, Mr. Barber, had always been nice enough to let him stay. He never pressured him to join the orchestra, even in the off-season. With football as big of a deal as it was, he wanted something just for him. It wasn't about performing. It was the place the music took him while he played. Normally, the hallways were quiet by this point, but the sound of a piano wafted down the hallway. No, it wasn't just a piano. There was also a girl singing. Drawn towards the sound in a way he couldn't deny even if he wanted to, Aiden stopped in the doorway to see a blonde girl about his age sitting on the bench seat. Her eyes were shut, and she seemed to be as lost in the music as he was in watching her. The song wasn't one he recognized. Had she written it? The girl was thin, too thin in his opinion. Her large t-shirt hung off her, and her hair looked like it could use a good wash. Still, as she sang, he didn't think he'd ever seen a prettier sight. Had she been at school all year? How had he never noticed her before? Sure, she was kind of mousy with her oversized t-shirt and hastily pulled back ponytail, but she was one of those girls who was beautiful without trying. He didn't realize he'd stepped into the room until he was jarred from his thoughts by the hi-hat cymbal crashing to the ground, when he kicked its stand. The girl let out a squeak and stopped playing immediately, eyes wide as she stared at him. "How long have you been standing there?" The words came across a little panicked, and Aiden held his hands up to hopefully calm her before she freaked out. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be creepy. I just hang out here a lot after school, and I heard you as I was coming down the hallway. That song was beautiful. Did you write it?" Indecision flashed across her face, but she nodded slowly. "You hang out in the music room? I didn't realize you played any instruments." Her eyes narrowed, and Aiden stepped a little closer to where she still sat at the piano. "It's not something I advertise. Are you new here?" Her brow shot up, and she let out a heavy breath. "No, I've been in school with you since kindergarten, Aiden. We were in the same 4th grade class." How was that even possible? He couldn't possibly be that dense. Sure, the island schools were large, but he'd have thought he'd remember. I am really sorry." He paused and shrugged. "There's honestly no excuse for me not knowing you, but I can fix that now." Crossing the rest of the distance between them, he held out his hand. "I'm Aiden Jameson, resident dumb jock who apparently doesn't notice people who've gone to school with me my whole life." With a sad chuckle, the girl returned the gesture. "Charlie Edwards, resident wallflower and orchestra geek. Don't feel too bad. I'm sure you're not the only one who didn't know I exist." That day would be the start of what would become afternoon music sessions with the two of them, a friendship blossoming into a young love which could be the stuff of legends. 15-year-old Aiden didn't know it, but walking into the music room that day had changed everything. Chapter 3. "Charlie," Becca said gently from the other end of the phone. "Are you sure about this? I want you to take your life back, but I just worry about you." Telling Becca about who she'd been before wasn't as difficult as it had been with other friends in Reindeer Pass. Her former boss had never known exactly what caused Charlie to run in the first place, but she'd hired her even before she'd had her name change. In fact, it had been Becca and her husband, Matt, who'd organized the new documents for her in the first place. Matt had been some kind of federal investigator before he moved back home and fell in love with Becca, his childhood crush. He'd called in a favor, and Charlie had become Bev Jameson. "I appreciate it, but I need to do this. Whatever the consequences, no matter how much he hates me, I have to do this." Blowing out a frustrated breath, Becca continued speaking to the background noise of a morning at the bakery. "I still don't understand why he's so upset with you. You only did what you did to protect him and his family, not to mention yourself. If he can't forgive you, I'll have a few things to say to him." Her protectiveness, not unlike what Sage had exhibited for her brother at the inn, made Charlie smile. He doesn't know the whole story, remember? He will if I can get him to talk to me. For now he knows I witnessed something and left town with my tail between my legs without even giving him the chance to help. Fine, Becca replied, but I'm reserving the right to fly out to that glorified sand clump and knock some heads together if he doesn't get it together. Despite her nerves at walking to her first day at Magnolia Island's bakery, and all the memories the island brought back, that brought out a belly laugh. Glorified sand clump? It's an island. An island which stole my best friend. Becca's voice calmed a little, and Charlie heard pans clang in the background. A best friend I miss a whole lot. I just want you to be happy, Bev. The use of her pseudonym, the one Becca had called her the entire time she'd known her, brought a fine mist to Charlie's eyes. She'd not really thought about it when Matt asked her what she wanted her new name to be, even when his eyebrows had risen at the odd choice. Ned and Bev were a joke she and Aiden had used through the years when they were feeling extra silly. The awful accents they'd adopted and the background story they'd concocted were some of her favorite memories with him. Aiden was a serious guy to begin with, even more so when he took over the role as man of the house when his dad died. But when he was with her and he felt relaxed enough to let his guard down, his silly side came out. I miss you too, Becca. Maybe you and Matt can come out and visit this little clump of sand sometime this summer. The summer was the busy season for the island, but not for Reindeer Pass. A little ski town, they weren't slammed with tourists until the winter. It was a shame, really, as the town was its own little slice of paradise for anyone who enjoyed the outdoors. Winter saw skiing of all kinds and a Christmas vibe which would rival any movie, but summer had hiking, biking, boating, and skiing in the town's lake. I think you'll find you like it, too. They said their goodbyes, and Charlie hung up the phone with assurance she'd call back later that day. She'd reached the main thoroughfare of the town by then, familiar and new businesses alike accosting her senses. The library's front door was surrounded with beautiful flowers in window boxes and whiskey barrels repurposed for planting. Smells from the food trucks already wafted her way from the park, though they wouldn't open for lunch for a while. Restaurants got going too, as did the coffee shop down the street. Folks chatted with each other as they opened up their businesses. Mr. Ray waved at her warmly as he flipped the grocery store's sign to open. Mornin', Charlie. We sure are glad to see your face around here again. His words seemed genuine, and she wondered how much he and Mrs. Gina knew about what happened. Happy to be back, Mr. Ray. That much was true, despite the brick in her stomach every time she thought about Aiden's angry face when he'd stormed out of the inn 2 days before. In that time, she'd gotten the job with the bakery and moved what little she had with her into Allie's old room, at the cute little quadplex she shared with Kara. Kara was absolute sunshine and lightning rolled into one, insatiably curious about Charlie's time in Reindeer Pass, but respectful of anything she didn't want to discuss. She seemed like the kind of girl who'd love adventures of all kinds, but she was grounded as well. Magnolia Island's bakery sat just past the grocery store, and she smelled the morning's wares before she even opened the door. Cinnamon, vanilla, and cocoa mixed with the scent of yeast rising in the air were smells that felt like home to her. Magnolia Island might feel like a different place in some ways, but it was where she'd fallen in love with her 3 greatest loves. The Lord had walked with her through all the fear and pain, reminding her she was never alone. Baking had occupied her hands and her mind, grounding her with the feel of dough against her fingers and its scent in the air. Music, particularly the piano, had captured her heart as well, more of an emotional outlet for her than anything else ever had been. It was probably why she'd fallen in love with Aiden so quickly, as he'd understood that piece of her better than anyone. Those afternoons in the music room had taken them from an awkward encounter to a couple everyone swore would go the distance. Aiden. She supposed he also made the list of her great loves, though it had been many years since she'd felt him run his calloused fingers down her cheek. If their last meeting was any indication, it would take a miracle for him to ever look at her with anything but betrayal. Not that she expected him to. It would have been a fool's errand to come back to the island with hopes of rekindling what they'd once had. The most she could hope was for him to understand she'd never meant to hurt him. The glass door of the bakery opened easily, and the inside was cheery in island colors. A beautiful black woman stood with a tray of scones and loaded up one of the baskets in the pastry case. She glanced up, brow raised in recognition. "You're Charlie, I presume?" They'd only spoken on the phone, and the woman Charlie assumed was Delia had offered her the job on the spot with Sage's recommendation. "Nice to meet you. You still look like your high school picture, you know. That thing's been hanging in Marlin's since I got here." It had. Charlie hadn't made it over to Marlin's since she got back to town, but it wouldn't surprise her if they had her photo hung. It was a small town, and a girl disappearing had probably been huge news. It didn't even matter that most folks only knew her as Aiden's girlfriend, at least they had until she'd run away. "Nice to officially meet you, Delia. I can do just about anything you need me to do, and I appreciate the opportunity to show you." It was true. She wasn't innately what others might call confident, but baking and music were two things that never made her feel insecure. She knew she was good, taught most of what she knew by either Aiden Jameson or Becca. The latter had studied with some of the finest pastry chefs in the world, but she'd chosen to come back to her home in Montana and build a slower life with Matt. It worked well for them, and it's part of why she understood when Charlie needed to go home. Delia nodded, but anything she said was cut off when a girl in her early to mid-20s rushed inside. "I'm so sorry I'm late, Delia. I was up late studying and fell asleep at my desk." The petite woman with her dark blue glasses and strawberry blonde hair pulled into a bun hurried around Charlie and grabbed an apron off the wall. "I forgot to set my alarm and woke up with a nice drool puddle in my business law book." It was only then she noticed Charlie, her hands still behind her back as she tied her apron. Chuckling, Delia handed the girl a broom and shook her head. "Charlie, this is Hannah. She works part-time for me here at the bakery since she's in law school on the mainland." Law school? As far as Charlie knew, law school took just about every minute of a person's time. "Wow, you must have incredible time management skills." "Not really," Hannah said with a scowl. "I just don't really get to sleep these days. My parents insist on me finishing law school to have access to my trust fund when I turn 25. They only agreed to let me work in the bakery so I'd be quiet about wanting to drop out and go to culinary school." "Interesting. So law isn't your preferred career path?" "Not even a little bit. As soon as I turn 25, I'm going to culinary school in New York if I can get in. Until then, I'll just keep swigging as much coffee as Delia lets me have and mark the days off the calendar." Delia grabbed a pan of muffins off the back counter and started placing those in baskets as well. "She's kind of a genius, so that helps too. Hannah has a photographic memory." "Whoa, really? That's cool." Charlie hadn't ever met someone in real life who had such a thing. In fact, she kind of always thought it was just in movies. With a shrug as she set to sweeping, Hannah rolled her eyes. "Technically, I have an eidetic memory, but they're pretty similar. It just means I can recall images I see once, kind of like they're burned into my brain. I bet that comes in handy in law school, especially with a job." The girl was pretty, her glasses framing her face in a way that suited her. The bun was haphazard, but it was clear her hair was thick and had plenty of body. She wore black leggings and her bakery t-shirt with black and white Converse shoes on her feet. Sweeping the last of the crumbs on the floor as Delia placed the pastries in the case, Hannah smirked. "That, it does. But I don't want to talk about me. Are you really the Charlie Edwards?" "Delia wasn't pulling my leg." "One and the same," Charlie replied. She'd known folks would react to her like this, but it would probably still make her uncomfortable for a while. Maybe the shock would wear off before long, and she could fade back into the background. Only a couple of folks had gawked as she walked to work that morning, but the town's rumor mill moved so fast she'd likely become old news quickly. Her shift went well, and Delia proved to be a fantastic boss. It had made her a little nervous after working with Becca for so long, but she felt right at home in the bakery already. Hannah only stayed until 11 since she had a class at 12, but she said she'd be back the next day. The girl's energy was impressive, especially with as little sleep as she'd had. She was friendly with the customers and curious about Charlie's experience in Reindeer Pass. The last few minutes of her shift, Charlie wiped down the half wall of windows at the front of the building, something Delia hadn't asked her to do but seemed helpful. They were in a lull, and Becca had always appreciated crystal-clear windows. Just as she finished, Aiden's familiar figure approached on the sidewalk. Her hand froze with the rag on the glass, and his eyes met hers with the same hurt and anger he'd held at the inn. Dressed in dark blue coveralls, Pruitt's garage stitched on the chest, Aiden looked every bit as handsome as he ever had. There was grease on his hands and face, but somehow that only served to make him look more attractive. He was frozen there on the sidewalk, the same way she was inside the bakery. Without thinking, Charlie dropped her rag on the nearest table and pushed through the front door. Aiden, can I talk to you for a second? I think dash. Save it, Charlie. There's nothing you can say. His words felt like a punch to the gut, but she forced herself to forge on. Please, Aiden. Just hear me out. War waged within him as he stared into Charlie's light brown eyes. They glistened with unshed tears, and his heart broke a little at the knowledge he was the one who'd put them there. Still, it was as though the beast of his anger had a mind of its own. Why? What's the point? You left to stay safe, right? At least, that's the story you're sticking with. It's fine. We're fine. His tone was clipped, and he barely held his temper at bay. The fire which sprang to life in her eyes was bound to push him over the edge. We're good? Are you kidding me? You have no idea what happened back then, and yet you get to be my judge, jury, and executioner? No, that's not fair. I left for a reason, and I would think you'd afford me the respect of hearing what I have to say. Just then, the top blew off his temper like a pot that boiled over onto the stove. It doesn't matter. You left, and you didn't even give me the chance to help you with whatever it was that sent you running. Not to mention, you sent Mrs. Jane a postcard letting her know you were safe but couldn't be bothered to do the same for me? He was shouting, and folks on the street had stopped to gawk. I spent years thinking you were dead, Charlie. I'm not the same man I was, and it's your fault. She visibly flinched at his words. The fire in her eyes was not extinguished by the tears now flowing down her cheeks. Is this how it's going to be? You're just going to hate me forever? Charlie's boss, Delia, stood in the window of the bakery, her eyes darting between them with careful protectiveness. She clutched her phone in her hand, and Aiden knew he was about to get the police called on him if he didn't calm down. Before he could speak again, Charlie's phone jingled in her pocket just as he spotted Knox, Allie, Mom, and Bryn standing in front of Mary Bell's Creamery watching them with wide eyes. Eyes narrowed at him, Charlie pulled the phone from her pocket to answer. Hello? Oh, hey, Levi. Levi? What was he doing calling Charlie? Sure. Yeah. I can come down. Can you give me 20 minutes? She finished her conversation quickly, then stuffed her phone back in her pocket. Look, Aiden, I came here to help bring justice to things you have no idea about. You either believe me that I left to keep people safe, in which case you're a jerk for standing here yelling at me, or you don't. If you think I'd lie to you after everything we shared, then I guess we're done here. Spinning around on her heel, Charlie pushed back through the door of the bakery. Unable to tear his eyes away for a second, Aiden watched her pull her apron over her head with far more force than necessary before grabbing her purse off the back counter. Son, his mother's voice said gently as she approached. You know I love you more than life, but that was one of the dumbest things I've ever seen you do. Mom stared up at him with both disappointment and compassion in her eyes. She squeezed his arm gently before letting go. Allie placed her hand on Bryn's shoulder as shame washed over Aiden, at the realization this was the second time his niece had seen him lose his temper. Did she say they called her down to the station? I guess, he said as he tore his eyes away from the window just as Charlie exited the bakery once more. Charlie, he said in a voice that sounded more like a croak than anything. Be careful. He could hate himself for speaking to her the way he did, but he couldn't bring himself to listen to her excuses either. Still, if she was telling the truth, she could be in real danger. Tension rolling off her, Charlie pinned him with a glare that would make flowers wilt. Sure, Aiden. I'll be careful. Sarcasm dripped from her tone as she passed their group to move toward the police station. Aiden's head dropped, and he studied his feet as he spoke next. Where is she staying? He wished he didn't care, but he did. Where Charlie was concerned, he always would. In my old apartment, Allie answered quickly. She and Kara hit it off. Knox wrapped his arm around Allie's shoulders. The quadplex is just down the street from Allie and me. I'll look out for her. With a deep breath, Aiden nodded. Thank you. Mom, if it's okay, I don't think I'll be home for dinner tonight. I just need to. What did he need to do? Whatever it was, it just couldn't involve other people. I know, buddy. Go turtle into yourself. I'm here when you decide to come out. Whenever Aiden had lost his temper as a kid, he'd always wanted to be alone after. Mom had always understood, and she'd said his dad was the same way. She'd tell him to go be a turtle and come back when he felt better. It never got him out of consequences, but she was always waiting with a hug and some food. I know, Mom. Thanks. Chapter 4. You did great, Charlie, Levi said with a gentle hand on her back. We'll have you come back in, I'm sure, but you just helped us make some pretty significant headway in this case. Emotionally spent from her argument with Aiden and physically exhausted from the day at the bakery, Charlie choked down the lump in her throat. Thanks. I feel like I didn't give you anything you don't already know, though. Guilt pricked at her that she could have, but would it really even matter? You did. Not only did you confirm what we already suspected about the fentanyl trafficking, but you also clarified Pastor Harold's role in it all. That was as much as she'd been able to bring herself to share at that point, but Levi had said they'd call her back. Voice low lest they be overheard in the police station's lobby, Charlie glanced over Levi's shoulder. He really didn't mean to get involved. Please know that. He was just desperate. The fear on his face when the thugs had had him pressed against a wall with a forearm to his throat was burned into her brain forever. He was terrified. She knew the feeling, and despite what Aiden thought, she'd have never left if she hadn't had to. There was too much at stake, and the situation was closer to her than anyone knew. Thankfully, Levi seemed to believe her, and he opened the station's door for her. We'll be in touch, so don't be surprised if I call again. Stepping out into the fresh spring air, Charlie closed her eyes and let the sound of the waves wash over her. The PTSD she'd experienced after running away had taken years of therapy to work through, but grounding techniques had always been helpful. It didn't hurt that she had a natural tendency to notice things around her to begin with. The gravel beneath her feet felt rough under her shoes, and the smells from the food trucks, restaurants, and bakery still filled the air. They were tinged by the slightest bit of salt as the breeze traveled lightly over her face. She'd almost calmed her pounding heart after the police interview when Aiden's familiar bass pierced the air. Charlie. Head whipping around to the half-wall behind her, she spotted the source of her ire sitting atop the bricks. He was still in his coveralls, and the grease still dotted his face. It didn't matter, though. Aiden Jameson would always be gorgeous, even when she wished she could plant a fist in his nose. I don't want to do this again, Aiden. You hate me. You made that very clear. I don't hate you, he mumbled just loud enough for her to hear over the waves. With a scoff, she shook her head. Could have fooled me. Aiden pushed off the half-wall and covered the 6 or so feet between them. I'm sorry for how I spoke to you, and I'm sorry for taking out all my anger on you. It's inexcusable, he paused, his eyes lifting from his shoes to meet her gaze. But I just couldn't have you thinking it was all about you. What's it about then? You either don't believe me or don't care, and I'm not sure what's worse. Her voice sounded strained, more exhausted than frustrated. You won't even listen to my side. His eyes misted, and Charlie realized the only other time she'd seen him cry was after his father's funeral. He'd stayed strong through the service, holding his mother close as she sobbed. It had torn Charlie's heart out, but nothing would ever be as devastating as the moment on the beach after the service when he'd fallen apart in her arms. No one else was around, and he'd cried so long she grew fearful he'd become dehydrated. It had been a silly thought, but she'd been a teenager. You broke me when you left, Charlie. I thought you were dead all this time, and then I find out you just left without giving me a chance to help you. I became someone I didn't recognize. The pain in his expression was clear. Lord, give me the strength to do this. Did it ever occur to you that you weren't the only broken one, Aiden? I wouldn't have done it if I'd felt like I had a choice. Shadows clouded his gaze, ones from within rather than outside. Will you tell me what happened? I promise I'll listen, and I won't yell at you again. She couldn't tell him everything, but she could tell him most of what happened. Maybe then he'd understand. Okay, but if you pull out your judgment again, I'm gone. I've made some mistakes, but I've more than paid for them. Nodding, Aiden gestured towards the beach. Why don't I walk you home? Her shoes in her hand, Charlie and Aiden moved in silence down the beach for a few minutes. It felt a little surreal, walking like this with her again. He couldn't even count the number of times they'd done this very thing as teenagers. Sometimes they'd talk, covering everything weighing on their adolescent hearts, while other times they moved in silence. The only difference was the wall of defense between them, walls he'd erected when he'd stormed out of the inn and shouted outside the bakery. As kids, they'd be holding hands, but now she kept a buffer of space between them. It hurt, but he deserved it. So, where do you want me to start? Her voice shook a little, but it was clear. Working to keep his own calm, Aiden took a deep breath. The beginning. So full disclosure, I just told this to Levi and the other investigators at the station. So, if they ask you any questions, you'll know the same thing they do. Something about the words made him wonder if she was still hiding something, but he'd not break the fragile truce they'd created. Got it. After you left for basic training, I was a little lost. I was so proud of you, but I missed you so much. He knew the feeling. It had felt like a piece of him was missing from the second he boarded the bus in Charleston. She continued, unaware of the memories assaulting him as she spoke. I threw myself into everything I could. I was working for your mom, trying to save as much money as I could before I started school that fall. When I wasn't at the inn, I was at the King's house practicing piano. It made sense. They'd fallen in love playing music together, so the idea it had also held her together after he left warmed him. I missed you too, more than you know. He hadn't meant to speak the words aloud, but there they were. Pausing for a second, she nodded before continuing. One day, Mrs. Jane was running late for a lesson. She texted me, but I figured I'd go on over and wait for her there. With a small smile, she chuckled. Whenever I did that, Pastor Harold would give me those hard caramel candies and tell me I was too skinny. He'd sit in the music room and read a book while I played. Often I'd look over, and he'd have his eyes closed in prayer. She wiped her cheek, and Aiden's hand itched to do it for her. That day, I got there and saw this black truck outside. It had blacked out windows, which I found really weird. I heard a shout inside and a loud thump, then I ran up to the window. He almost asked her to stop, to tell her it was fine not to keep going, but it was clear she wanted to finish. The tears rolling down her cheeks might gut him, but she needed to get it out. Knowing he was likely to get slapped, Aiden reached out and took her hand. I'm here. I hid behind Mrs. Jane's bushes, since they always left the windows cracked in the summer. Two men held Pastor Harold against the wall, one of their hands to his throat. They told him if he didn't do it, he knew what would happen. Actively working to dispel the tension from his body, Aiden turned to face Charlie. What did they want him to do? At the time, I didn't know. I learned later they wanted him to basically help them run drugs off the island to a contact in the city. Watching him then, she said shakily, I thought they were going to kill him. He had so many questions, but peppering her with them would only overwhelm her. Turned out, he didn't need to, as she continued on her own. What I did next was really stupid, and I recognize that. So, please just don't get mad at me. Bracing himself for what she was about to say, Aiden ran his free hand over his face. I won't. You know how your mom got me that wireless GPS watch for a graduation present because I'd gotten into running? She'd run with Aiden while he was training for his physical fitness tests and basic, but he'd gone in with his mother to get the watch that year. The idea of her running around the island without him with her had made him nervous, so he'd connected it to both his and Mom's phone. The day she went missing, the signal had gone dead. I do. He had a feeling he knew where this was going. It wasn't going to be good. Well, I attached it to a part on the bottom of their truck. I figured I could follow them and figure out what was going on, then I could go to the police. I also removed you and your mom from the signal shortly after because I didn't want y'all mixed up in it. She was right. That was incredibly stupid. Somewhere, things had gone wrong. And did it work? It did. I didn't know if the signal would work with my phone, but it did. She shrugged. I followed them, and I came upon the spot on the nature preserve with the cellar where Levi said they found the evidence. It had also been the place Levi and Gwyn had come dangerously close to dying, but he didn't add that part. I kept going back over the next couple of days, and I filmed a group of men there. His heart pounded wildly at the thought of her so close to such unscrupulous men. Voice more like a growl, he did his best not to scare her. Why in the world would you do that? Biting her bottom lip, Charlie paused a moment before she answered. Pastor Harold meant a lot to me, and so did Mrs. Jane. I wanted to help if I could, and I figured if I got enough evidence of what they were doing I could turn it into the police. And did you get the footage you needed? His gut still clenched at the idea, but she was standing there right beside him. She was safe, at least for the moment. What did you use to record, anyway? Doing the math, he tried to remember what kind of phone she'd had at the time. Smartphones were brand new when they were in high school, but she'd still had a flip phone when he went to basic. I did, but I didn't get to use it. I had actually just purchased a smartphone the week before it all happened, because I wanted to be able to email you videos of things around the island. I thought it might be a little taste of home for you. Sage had just gotten one, too, and I honestly figured we could use it to video chat with your family after you got your duty station. She didn't add they'd planned to elope once he finished basic and had a place for them to live, but she didn't have to. The night before he left, they'd sat on the beach making plans for their future. She'd do college online, and he'd make sure she was able to graduate. Swallowing down the memories, Aiden nodded. So, where did it all go wrong? I got caught, she said quietly. I was home alone one night when one of Randall's thugs came into my house and warned me there was a hit out on me. She stopped, and he got the distinct feeling there was more to it. I had less than 2 hours to get off the island, or I wouldn't be the only one who suffered. Of course. He'd known somewhere deep in his heart the criminals had threatened those she loved too, but this was the first time she confirmed it herself. I'm so sorry. He'd been so hateful to her at the bakery. All she'd been trying to do was protect those she loved, and she'd spent years on the run. I can't believe what I said to you. You were just trying to help, and you lost everything. She halted their forward progression, pulling him around to face her there in the light of the setting Sunday. I didn't lose everything, Aiden. The Lord was with me the whole time, even when I didn't feel him. He never let me go, and he used Levi and Gwyn to lead me back here, back to you. Her sharp intake of breath made Aiden wonder if she'd meant to say the last part, but she had. Staring into her eyes, the ones he'd always swore could make everything better, he lifted his thumb and forefinger to her chin. It was already raised, as he had a solid 6 inches on her height, but he held it in place. Her lips, begging to be kissed, were as devoid of makeup as the rest of her face. She didn't need it, never had. As though it had taken his brain a moment to catch up with his heart, her words from a moment before washed over him like jumping into the ocean in January. She'd said the Lord led her back home, but Aiden hadn't had much to do with the Lord in a long time. He'd walked away from his faith, only agreeing to attend church on the island when home out of respect for Mom. He may not put any stock in a God who allowed some of the things he'd seen in the Marines, nor one who'd allow her to be ripped from him so callously, but he'd never begrudge her the right to have her own. Even if he lowered his lips to hers and kissed her now, they'd be a ticking time bomb until their diverged paths split them up once more. No, he'd lost her once. He couldn't do it again. Dropping his hand from her chin, Aiden took a step back to put some space between them. If he didn't, they'd both regret it. We're not the same people we were when we were 18. That chapter is over. The words hurt almost as much as the IDED they'd driven over in the desert, but he couldn't do that to her. Her faith was important to her, and he'd become an angry shell of the man he'd once been. Let me walk you back to your apartment. Her eyes narrowed, trance broken for her as much as it had been for him. Sure. I'd appreciate that. Her cheeks flushed pink, but Aiden turned away rather than think about how pretty she looked that way. Still, the hurt in her eyes and embarrassment at what she thought was a rejection just twisted the knife in his chest. The woman he dreamed about for years was right beside him, but they felt further apart than ever. Chapter 5. Coffee in hand, Charlie puttered around her apartment Sunday morning. The walk on the beach a few days before with Aiden hadn't been as bad as it could have been. At one point, it was clear he wanted to kiss her, but he pulled back. Honestly, that was probably better anyway. At the time, it had stung with both humiliation and longing, but he was right. They were different people, but maybe they could find it in them to be friends. Not to mention, the way his shoulders had tensed when she'd mentioned things of faith just confirmed what Lydia had alluded to one day when they got together. Aiden wasn't the man he had been because he'd walked away from the Lord. Charlie might have thought about him every day since she left Magnolia Island, might have turned down virtually every date offer she'd received since then, but Aiden's issues ran deep. He didn't even move like someone who had nearly gotten himself blown up a little over a month before. Occasionally, she'd see him wince as he turned a certain way, and he got stiff after a long day at the garage, but that was it. They'd talked a time or two since when she'd been at the inn with Lydia, but mostly everything between them had been small talk and awkward greetings. As she pulled on her church dress, her phone buzzed on the nightstand. She was so sure it was probably Becca she didn't even check the caller ID before pressing the phone to her ear. Opening the door to step out into the kitchen to refill her mug, Charlie lifted her empty cup in a wave to Kara on the couch. Hello? The voice on the other end washed over her like a blizzard in Montana. Could you be any more stupid? Freezing there in the hallway, unable to move her feet to hightail it back to her room, she swallowed down the fear threatening to choke her. What do you want? It had been years since they'd called her, years since she'd heard that telltale voice that still haunted her dreams. You said I'd never hear from you again. That's before you went and did something idiotic like return to the island and start talking to the cops. Do you have a death wish, girl? She heard a harsh blow of breath, and the voice got lower. Clearly, the years had not been kind. Do you still have it? There was no way she'd be answering that. She could lie, but they'd hear right through that one. Leave me alone. If you know what's good for you, you'll separate yourself from Randall Cromwell. Shock had been replaced with fear in her gut. Charlie knew the only way to fight was to project a courage she didn't feel. Both of you. He's dead, you know, the voice replied callously. Eyes wide, Charlie's mouth fell open. Kara looked much the same, though she couldn't hear the other side of the conversation. Randall? A dark chuckle sounded. No, not Randall. Men that rich don't get themselves killed. They're like cockroaches. If it wasn't Randall, the meaning was clear. The mixture of feelings in her chest didn't have a name Charlie could assign to them, but there wasn't time to dwell. My condolences. When? And how? Medical examiner says heart attack, but it didn't really matter. Happened about 5 years ago. It was as though they spoke of a distant acquaintance, not even the slightest bit of grief. I had to warn you. Figured it was the least I could do, though I'm not sure why. Got it. Well, consider your warning issued. Leave me alone. Wrenching the phone from her ear, Charlie pressed the red button to hang up while growling at the realization the call had come from an unknown number. Of course. Kara's eyes were still as wide as dinner plates, and she bit her bottom lip. That didn't seem like a social call. Had she put Kara in danger? The likelihood of them coming for her was high, especially since the police didn't yet know everything she did. Listen, Kara. Holding up a hand, the redhead shook her head. You know what, I don't need to know. Just be sure you don't keep this from the people who can protect you. You're not alone anymore, so don't force yourself back into isolation. If nothing else, call Aiden. No, she couldn't bring him into this. He'd been the main reason she'd run in the first place, as Randall had threatened him and his whole family. I'll ask for help when I need it. Now, can we just drop it and go to church? The whole world might be about to explode, but she needed a little peace that surpassed understanding. She'd clung to that verse in Philippians through her first year on the run, even after settling in Reindeer Pass. Okay, Kara said skeptically. But this discussion is not over. She raised a brow, and Charlie knew exactly what she meant. Kara wouldn't sit back and leave well enough alone. Honestly, it probably would be best for Charlie to move out once she got paid from the bakery anyway. She was at the very top of some very bad people's list, and Kara could get caught in the crossfire. When they approached the church a half-hour later, Charlie took a deep breath as the memories poured over her. The memory of her baptism in the ocean out back with Pastor Harold, Mrs. Jane, and Lydia all crying. Memories of her and Aiden playing in the sanctuary when the school's music room was closed over the summer. Memories of summer camps they put on for the kids on the island, and splitting her time between making goodies for them in the industrial kitchen and leading their music time with Aiden. He'd been hesitant to help at first, mostly because it would involve him standing on the stage doing a bunch of silly motions to kids' songs, but he'd come around. By the time they graduated, he'd even dressed up in a pirate costume to help with that year's theme skit. Nudging her, Kara smirked in her direction. Are you listening to me at all? No use in lying, especially when she'd been so obvious. No, but it's nothing against you. This place is just special to me. I get it, Kara replied. I'm sure this place was the backdrop for a lot of things you're desperate to remember but kind of wish you could forget. Head swiveling to face her as they stepped through the door, Charlie's brow rose. I thought you worked at the MUI.RF. You sounded a little like a poet, there. The MUI.R.F. was the Magnolia Island research facility that doubled as an aquarium. It had been around for decades, and Charlie had fond memories of the field trips they'd taken there as kids. With a laugh, Kara shook her head. Let's just say, you're not the only one who has a Pandora's box of a past. She winked, then took on a much sunnier expression as she faced forward. There's my Bryn. You ready to learn about Jonah today? Bryn, the adorable little girl Charlie had learned was Rob's daughter, ran toward Kara. Yes, Miss Kara. Can I hand out snack today? Of course, Kara said with a wink to Charlie as she took Bryn's hand.
Bye,
Miss Charlie. We'll see you in service. Lexi, Rob's fiancée, waved as Bryn and Kara headed down the children's hall. Kara's her Sunday school teacher, and Bryn adores her. Rob's at the firehouse this morning, so I'm desperately in need of a buddy. Want to come with me to the young professionals class? The woman seemed genuine, her pixie-cut hair framing her pretty face. Sure, that'd be nice. Whether Aiden would be there or not was a question, but it wasn't one she could bring herself to ask. Things of faith didn't seem to drive him anymore, but he had enough respect for his mother he'd probably be there. Still, Aiden's presence at church didn't drive her decisions, and after the call that morning she needed it more than ever. I'd love to. A couple of hours later, after both Sunday school and service where Pastor John had preached on the importance of using our gifts for the Lord, Charlie found herself climbing the porch steps outside Mercy's Landing the same way she had on so many Sundays gone by. Back then, it had been Aiden who walked beside her rather than Kara, Allie, and Knox, but it still felt familiar. If you don't tell them about that phone call, Kara said softly. I will. Seriously, Charlie. This isn't something to mess around with. I just lost one roommate to marriage. I can't lose another to whatever happened back when you lived here before. The second part was said in jest, Charlie knew, but it wasn't that simple. I don't know if I can. Look, Miss Independent, I know you're not used to asking for help. It's hard, but you've got to do it. There was so much Kara didn't understand, so much she never would. I'll think about it. With a huff, Kara shook her head and continued to move up the steps of the inn. Lydia had invited them back for lunch along with the rest of the family, and it had only taken a moment's hesitation for her to accept. That morning, the phone call had stopped her in her tracks, and it had rattled her. Time at church had helped. It wasn't like she hadn't known some version of the call would probably come, but it shook her just the same. Logically, she should probably just come completely clean to the police, especially with a renewed hit out on her, but something in her held back. Aiden had indeed come to church, but he'd only come for the service. He'd slipped in 5 minutes late and left once the last song had started. Whether he'd even attend lunch was up in the air, but Lydia didn't push. Just as they sat down for the crock-pot white chili she'd had simmering on the counter, Aiden moved through the front door. His movements told her he was wound tight, but there wasn't much she could do anymore. "Miss Charlie," Bryn said as she handed her a bowl. "Would you sit by me?" The little girl was so clearly her father's child, both the hair and the eyes a spitting image of Rob. "Of course, I will. I'd never miss a chance to sit next to a unicorn princess." She winked, and Bryn beamed as she glanced down at her church dress. It had a unicorn on the front and a tutu skirt, something Lexi said Rob let her choose herself. As they settled, Aiden somehow ended up just across from her. Whether it was a coincidence or the doing of the rest of the family, she didn't know. Still, by the time he sat, it was the only one left. Conversation flowed, and occasionally she'd sneak a glance at the version of Aiden that existed now. He was bigger, broader, and much more subdued. He'd never been as much of a talker as Sage or Levi. He'd always felt the weight of his role as the oldest sibling, but he'd still laughed and joked with his brothers. Today, he kept his eyes mostly on his food, and Charlie couldn't begin to guess what ran through his mind. "Aiden," Levi said from his spot next to Gwyn. "How's work at Nick's going?" His head popped up, but he relaxed at what she imagined was an unexpected attempt to pull him into the conversation. "Good," he replied. "He's a good boss." Sage settled against her boyfriend Brian's side. "Has your back bothered you?" "Not bad." He didn't speak further, and Charlie noticed the rest of the family send frustrated glances at each other. Aiden didn't notice, though, as he'd returned his attention to his soup. In a move that both didn't surprise and somewhat infuriated Charlie, Kara cleared her throat. She raised a brow at Charlie in question before speaking, opening her mouth as soon as the latter shook her head. "Y'all should ask Charlie about the call she got this morning." The challenge in her voice was clear, and she burned a hole through Charlie with her eyes. Aiden's head popped up again, and Kara was no longer the only one staring her down at the table. "What phone call?" "Seriously, Kara?" They'd been getting along well, but Charlie barely restrained herself from throwing a biscuit at her new roommate. "It was nothing." "Is that why you looked like you'd seen a ghost when you answered?" Kara's eyes held some combination of compassion and defiance. "I didn't want to rat you out, but you obviously don't have a strong sense of self-preservation." On that note, Lexi said as she took Bryn's hand. "I think we'll head on out. Bryn has a birthday party this afternoon, so we need to go get her friend's present wrapped." She all but dragged the little girl out the door. Despite Bryn's protests, she was old enough to hear whatever they were about to say. "Charlie," Aiden said with an almost growl. "Who called you this morning?" She wasn't proud of what came next, but it was almost as though some slightly unhinged woman had taken over her body. "It's fine. Drop it." Glaring at Kara, the stress over coming back to the island came bubbling out. "Who do you think you are? This case has nothing to do with you." Shaking her head, Kara scoffed. "I'm sorry, you don't think someone calling and threatening my roommate affects me?" Of course it did, but Charlie didn't get to answer because Aiden blasted to his feet at that. His wooden chair clacked to the ground behind him. His eyes bore into hers, and his voice now more of a roar than a growl. "Someone threatened you?" Levi stood too, as did Knox and Brian. Only Levi approached Aiden, placing his hand on his brother's shoulder, but the other two stood ready to jump into action. "Aiden, calm down. We can't protect anyone if we lose our heads." He said something else more quietly, but Aiden shoved him back. He'd never taken his eyes off Charlie, and the fire burning there nearly had her shrinking back. "You're moving in here, or we're leaving town. We aren't doing this again, Charlie. You don't have a choice anymore." Any thread of control she had, as well as the shock of his reaction, snapped then. "I don't have a choice? I'm not sure why everyone thinks they can make decisions for me, but I'm not the girl you once knew either. She's gone." Turning on her heel, she nodded at Lydia, who watched the whole exchange with an unreadable expression. "Thanks for having me, Lydia." "Charlie," Aiden yelled behind her as she stomped toward the door. His voice broke, and she whipped around to find Brian and Levi holding him back. His voice broke, and her anger dimmed just a little. "Please." She could see the panic there in his expression, a vulnerability she hadn't seen often from him. "Just tell us the truth." He didn't understand, but that wasn't his fault. She barely understood it herself. "Let it go. Levi, I'll come by the station this week." Nodding, Levi didn't loosen his hold on Aiden. "We want to help you, but we can't do that if you're keeping things from us." "It's not about me," she replied sadly. Turning to Kara, she took a deep breath. "I'm going back to the apartment, but I'm going to move out as soon as I can." "You're right, it's not fair to you." To no one in particular, she added the final sentence. "Don't worry. I'm staying on the island." Kara stood, but she didn't approach Charlie. "That's not what I meant. I don't want you to leave. Just give me until the end of the month. That's when I'll get my first check." With that, she moved the rest of the way towards the door and vaguely registered Knox and Allie behind her. Fine, if Knox wanted to play security, that was his choice. Anger turned to sadness as she closed the distance to the quadplex, and Charlie let her tears fall unbidden. "Lord," she said with a mumbled prayer. "I don't know what to do. Please show me." Chapter 6. By the time Charlie's shift at the bakery finished the next day, the emotional roller coaster she'd been on since Sunday morning had nearly boiled over. Once Kara had gotten home, they'd apologized to one another for what had happened at the inn. Kara admitted she jumped the gun and should have given Charlie more time to come clean about the threat. Charlie owned up to the fact she probably wouldn't have said anything anyway. Kara wanted to keep her safe, which warmed Charlie's heart, but there was so much neither she nor the Jamesons knew. It was going to come out, as she didn't think she'd have another choice, but she hadn't had to go there yet. "Busy day today," Hannah said as she wiped down tables and chairs. "I don't remember it being this crowded on a Monday in a while." Charlie held back a groan. It was obvious why it was busy, and she was about to pull her hair out from the embarrassment of it. She'd given Delia and Hannah the flyover version of all that had happened, though they'd known some of it already. "I'll give you one guess who's responsible." Delia chuckled, carrying a tray of bear claws up from the back. "It's not the worst thing in the world to have a man care about you, Charlie. Besides, you'll not see me complaining about the extra business." She winked, and Charlie knew she was right. Still, she felt like a toddler on one of those backpack baby leashes. "I just wish he'd leave it alone." With a grin, Hannah fanned herself. "You do? If I had a man that handsome looking out for me, you'd better believe I wouldn't be mad about it." Charlie shook her head. Hannah was young, but she might understand when she got older. When Charlie arrived in Reindeer Pass, she realized how dependent she'd gotten on those around her. Getting emancipated from her parents had been the first step, but she'd done that before she left town. They'd basically left her alone all the time anyway and had since she was a child, so it didn't make much of a difference. It had been important for a couple of reasons, not the least of which so she and Aiden could get married when he got back from basic, as her parents had started her in kindergarten early to get her out of their hair. The judge had signed off pretty quickly, and it meant that she and Aiden could get married when he got his permanent duty station in August. It hadn't been the determining factor, but the judge had also mentioned that becoming emancipated from them meant she could apply for college financial aid on her own. If she'd have actually gotten to go to school like they'd planned, it probably would have been covered. The front door opened once more, and the man she'd been introduced to at church as Nick Pruitt stepped through. He wore the same coveralls Aiden did during the work day, though he wore a black baseball cap atop his head where Aiden normally left his head bare. Afternoon, Delia, Nick greeted her boss as he approached the pastry case. You got any chocolate chip cookies? I figured I'd bring some back for the guys at work. Narrowing her eyes, Charlie let out a breath. Are you kidding me? First, Knox comes in here this morning for donuts and coffee, then Levi followed suit an hour later. Rob showed up just before lunch, and now you're here at 1 o'clock? Guys, I'm fine. Everything's fine. Biting his lip, Nick's eyes darted around the shop to anywhere but her direction. He sighed, shrugging his shoulders. Look, Charlie, I don't know what to tell you. The guy's just trying to keep you safe. Hannah and Delia watched the scene with equal parts curiosity and amusement, but neither stepped in. A smirk played on the corner of Delia's lips, and Hannah didn't even attempt to hide her grin. That's not his job, Charlie replied. She approached the cash register and prepared to ring up his purchase. Her black workout pants and loose green shirt were covered in flour despite her apron. She knew she had at least a little bit of it in her hair from an earlier accident with the stand mixer. It was a truth universally noted among bakers that the one time flour exploded out of the bowl would also be the one time you'd forgotten to use the cover. What's his plan, anyway? Are you guys posting up outside the apartment at night? Y'all have lives. Continuing to feign interest in the pastry case, Nick's lips set into a thin line. His silence sent realization washing over her, and the anger from the night before returned. Oh my word, he did set you guys on a night rotation, didn't he? Not exactly, Nick replied. He may have ordered a fancy security system to be put in around the perimeter of the quadplex, and an old military buddy of his might have rushed the order so it's coming tomorrow. The presumption and invasion of her privacy had her seeing red, and a glance at the clock on the wall told her she'd already stayed past her shift. Without even bothering to remove her apron, Charlie shot a glance toward Delia. You good if I take off? Full-on grin spread across her face now, Delia nodded. You tell him, sugar. Warren looked up from the engine of the car he worked on in Bay 3, waving Aiden down as he did so. It's showtime. Knee-deep in car parts, Aiden sighed. He'd known it was coming, as there was no way Charlie would let him just send by multiple men to check on her throughout the day without blazing into the garage. The Charlie he'd known at 17 might have, but not the one who'd been alone in Montana for over a decade. She was different, feistier than he remembered, but it wasn't unwelcome. If anything, seeing her stomping into the parking lot made her even cuter. But why was she walking? Did she not have a car? Of course, she didn't. She'd flown from Montana, and the island was mostly walkable. Even Aiden, who did have an old truck he'd had brought back to the inn, never drove. Charlie's blonde hair was piled atop her head in something his sisters called a top knot, with flour streaking both her hair and her clothes. She still had her bakery apron on, and he glanced at his watch. Yep, that was Nick's turn to stop by once he left the garage. Making a mental note to text Brian to let him know he didn't have to do a check in another hour, Aiden wiped his hands down and slung a rag over his shoulder. It had been a little over a month since his injuries, and his head and gut were pretty much healed. The burns on his back still got irritated when he sweated, but they were nothing he couldn't get past. Moving slowly, as though he approached an angry animal, Aiden held his hands up in surrender. I know what you're going to say. Pausing outside the bays, Charlie let him close the rest of the distance between them. Placing her hands on her hips, her hair shined with the setting sunlight. Really? I can't wait to hear this. You're going to chew me up one side and down the other for sending guys to make sure you're all right at the bakery today. You're going to tell me it's an invasion of privacy, and it wasn't asked for. You'd be right. Her mouth opened in surprise, but his words had apparently shocked her enough he could continue. You're going to say you've been on your own for years, and I have no right to push my way into your life, especially after everything that's happened. The last part might have been what hurt the most, as the memory of their almost kiss on the beach haunted both his days and nights. She'd looked so hurt, so embarrassed, when he told her they were different people. It was true. They were. She was fiery and independent, more beautiful than ever, and still clung tightly to her faith. He was a broken shell of who he used to be. If there was a God, he surely didn't care about Aiden. When she finally spoke again, her voice had lost some of its ire. And the security system? Of course, Nick had told her. Still, he didn't regret it. I cleared it with your landlord, and it's only around the perimeter of the property. Good, another man you've charged with my safety. Ever think of speaking to me before you went and called in favors for a fancy security system? Her brows knit together, and he wished he knew what was going on behind those gorgeous eyes. He shrugged, as there was no point in being dishonest at this point. I thought about it, but I knew you wouldn't sign off. She'd never understand his need to protect her, even when there was no way they could have the future they dreamed of. Why do you care so much, Aiden? Her hands fell from where they'd fisted on her hips, and she just looked tired. The knowledge he'd brought her to this point twisted the knife in his gut, but it was for her own good. Everything he did, it was for her good. I'll never stop caring. In a move he couldn't bring himself to regret, Aiden reached up to wipe a streak of flour off her cheek with his thumb. Her skin was still soft, but the years of dry Montana air had changed it some. I've never stopped. Clenching her eyes shut, Charlie took a step back. Her voice caught as she spoke. So where does that leave us? In the same place we were. Caring about you doesn't mean I'm the right man for you, but I'll always try and keep you safe. Unspoken words lingered in the air, the product of the memories of getting the call from his mother that she'd gone missing all those years ago. Aiden, his mother choked out from the other end of the phone as he took his 10-minute phone call from boot camp. Charlie's gone. His heart shattered in those 3 words. Confusion, anger, and helplessness rushed through him over the next 5 minutes of conversation. She'd disappeared. They didn't know where she'd gone. No one had seen her. There was no note, but there was also no body. The last part had twisted his gut. He couldn't even breathe. I'm coming home. His path felt clear, but his mother had begged him not to. The police are looking for her. Just let them do their job. If there's something to find, they'll find her. What she didn't say was as clear as what she did. It was possible Charlie had just run away, but why? Honestly, he wasn't sure which would hurt more. Of course, he wanted her to be alive more than anything, but why would she run? Please, son. You'll not be able to do any more good here than you would there, and then you'll have given up everything. Everything. Didn't she understand Charlie was everything? Still, his mother needed the paycheck he earned during boot camp, as Sage's arthritis medications had grown to be a financial burden. He could get his job back at the garage, but that was far less money. Mom would never mention that, but the truth of their financial situation since Dad passed was obvious. Mom clipped every coupon she could, stretched a penny until it squealed, and even picked up shifts at the grocery store in town. Even if he came home, he couldn't spend all his time looking as he'd need to earn a paycheck. Running his hand over his face, his heart threatening to stop beating at the idea that Charlie might be dead, Aiden spoke through the lump in his throat. I'll stay, but please call me if you hear anything. I will, son. I promise. Years later, as he met Charlie's gaze outside the garage, Aiden realized just how many miles apart they really were. Her eyes fell to the ground, and she shifted from one foot to the other. It's not fair to do this to me, Aiden. The pain in her voice gutted him. I know it's not, but I can't help it. That was the truth. He'd never stopped trying to keep her safe, no matter whether she'd moved on and settled down with some accountant in a house with a white picket fence and 2.5 kids. He'd do it from a distance, from the shadows so as to not disrupt her life, but he'd always try and keep her safe. Head raised once again, Charlie shook her head. Her lips set into a firm line, and she took a deep breath. I don't know what to say. Her voice came out barely above a whisper, and as much as he wanted to pull her into his arms, he held himself back. Just say you'll let me try. Let me try and protect you. That call, he didn't say anything else, didn't have to. The call had rattled her, though he still had no idea who it was from. Whoever had threatened her was involved back then. He knew it, and he wouldn't let them run her off again. Worse, there was no way he'd let them finish the job she'd thwarted the first time. You're not safe, and until this is all over, you won't be. Randall Cromwell was dangerous, and Charlie knew things that would put him away for good. Shaking her head, Charlie turned to walk back the direction she came. What else could she have said? Nothing would make him stop, not when her life was at stake. As he watched her go, Warren approached from where he'd apparently been watching their exchange. Boss said you could get going whenever you finished with the sedan, but I don't mind closing it up for you if you want to go now. Warren was a good guy. He was about 10 years older than Aiden and had apparently been working for Nick since he moved to the island a year ago. He had tons of experience, but moved out here from Charleston after a divorce. Still, the sedan was his responsibility, and he'd finish what he started.
Nah.
I got it. Thanks, though. Chapter 7. Lydia wrapped an arm around Charlie's shoulders with all the affection her own mother had never even thought to give. I'm right here, sugar. You can do this. They stood outside the Magnolia Island Police Department building, since Levi had called and asked her to come down immediately. Whatever had happened, whatever they needed her for, it was important. Had they figured out the rest of the story, or did they just have news for her? Well, the only way she'd find out was to put one foot in front of the other. I'm ready. The cool air of the police department blasted her in the face as the early May air on the island had already grown warm. In the last couple of weeks, she'd started to settle into something of a routine. Her time at the bakery was a welcome distraction from everything else going on. Every time she saw the security cameras around the perimeter of the quadplex's property, a heady combination of warmth at being cared about and embarrassment over the intrusion filled her. As they stepped into the building, a middle-aged woman in a police uniform looked up from the desk. A wide grin spread across her face at the sight of Lydia. You turning yourself in, ma'am? Lydia chuckled, her arm still firmly around Charlie.
Yeah.
Rudy tells me y'all treat folks well here. Figured I might see for myself. The friendly cop turned her attention to Charlie then, compassion in her eyes. They're ready for you, honey. Just hang out right here for a second while I call back. In what seemed like entirely too soon, Lydia and Charlie were led back into what appeared to be the chief's office. Extra chairs had been pulled inside, and two detectives Charlie had met when she came in last time stood with arms crossed on the chief's flank. Levi, on the other hand, sat in one of the chairs with a relaxed air about him, standing only when they entered the room. Good morning, ladies. He offered his mother the chair he'd vacated, the one closest to the chief's desk, and gestured to the other one for Charlie. Pulling forward another chair from the perimeter, Levi gestured to the men on the back wall. Y'all know the chief, Wayne, and Brandon here. She did. Wayne had eyed her with some suspicion the last time she'd been pulled in, his hefty gut and bald head combining to create somewhat of a caricature of the stereotypical old cop. The chief, on the other hand, was barrel-chested and had clearly kept up his fitness. His stature and short hair blended with his uniform to create both an intimidating and comforting presence. Yes, I remember, wow. Her voice sounded steadier than she'd thought it would. What is this about? The chief's voice was low, rumbling, but it sounded more velvety than scary. Charlie, we want you to know Randall has been arrested and will be tried. The feds caught him on the tarmac with his private plane in Virginia, and he's awaiting trial in New York. He's facing multiple charges, some of which are unrelated, so his lawyers are in discussion with the prosecutors to decide if some of the smaller charges will be dropped. Randall Cromwell was back on U.S. soil, but he was in custody. Her heart raced in her chest, and only the feel of Lydia's hand on hers calmed her enough to speak. What does that mean for me? It means you'll likely be called to testify, but you should know Randall has given some information that might change the case. What did Randall tell them? The truth, as sordid and complicated as it was bound to come out sooner or later. He's blaming your father for the drug trafficking. According to him, your dad was the one in charge and actually trespassed on the land Randall owned where we found the cellar, The detectives behind the chief eyed her with very different expressions. Wayne, the older one, continued to watch her with suspicion. The other, decidedly younger cop, almost seemed bored. The chief's thoughts were unreadable, while Levi's was compassionate. Charlie's cheeks burned with anger at Randall's attempts to blame other people for his own crimes. Why she cared, she wasn't sure, but the injustice of it all felt unfair. That's not true. Dad wasn't the one in charge. Memories of her father in the rare moments he decided to be a real father assailed her. They'd always cared more about gambling and partying than they ever had her, but she did have a few times to hold on to. The times they'd taken walks down the beach. The one time in elementary school when she'd been sick and he'd stayed home to take care of her. The science project they'd built together. It had been a massive fail, trying to make a potato power a light bulb, but they'd done it together. Levi crossed one leg over the other. You sound sure of that. Can you tell us more? With a deep sigh, Charlie nodded. It didn't matter anymore, anyway. My dad was involved, but he's not the one in charge. I know because he's the one who told my mom to warn me when Randall took out a hit on me. Beside her, Lydia gasped and wiped her cheeks silently. She knew better than anyone just how starkly her parents fell short of being good ones. Squeezing Charlie's hand, it was like she imparted the strength needed to carry on. The night I left, it was my mom who came and told me to get out of town. I wasn't even living at home anymore, hadn't since Christmas of my senior year in high school. I was actually emancipated around that time. I told everyone it was so I could apply for college financial aid apart from my parents, but it was really because they kicked me out. Lydia gasped, her brows furrowed. Baby, how did I not know that? Why didn't you come stay with us? You had enough mouths to feed, and you barely had 2 pennies to rub together. Aiden didn't even know, but it was fine. I slept on the king's couch for a few weeks, but then I managed to rent a room from a widow in my parents' neighborhood. That was an overstatement, as the room was more of a shed in the woman's backyard. It had grown bitterly cold in the winter, but at least the woman had given her blankets. Most of the time, she ate at the inn anyway, and it was all she could afford. Looking back, I actually think they were trying to protect me. Noting something on a legal pad, the chief nodded. Protect you from what? He wasn't in charge, but Dad was involved with Randall. When someone saw me spying on them on the preserve, it got back to Dad that Randall was going to kill me. Not only that, but Dad figured I'd told the Jamesons what was going on. The only way I could keep them from being hurt was to disappear, and that was only after I promised they knew nothing. I guess we'll never really know because he's gone now. After another half hour of reliving the night her mother had come to Mrs. Pootsman's guest house and told her to get out of town, as well as the only hug she'd ever gotten from the woman, Charlie and Lydia stepped back out into the warm air of the island. She shook, the line of questioning more traumatic than she'd have thought it would be. Rather than continuing the conversation, Lydia looped her arm through Charlie's. I think I know what you need. How long has it been since you played? Heart calming at even the thought of her fingers running down the ivory keys again, Charlie's eyes misted. Not since I got here. My church in Reindeer Pass let me play whenever I wanted, but I never had a piano at my apartment. There hadn't been space, even if she had the money. Well, you're in luck. I know an old upright that's just been waiting for you to come home and play her. She shrugged, sniffing back what Charlie knew to be tears. I've had her tuned regularly throughout the years. I told the kids it was in case any of my guests wanted to play, but I guess a part of me always hoped you'd come home. Unbuttoning the top button of his coveralls, Aiden approached the inn with a heavy sigh. Charlie and Mom had gone to the police station that day, but they'd both told him in no uncertain terms he wasn't welcome. Charlie wasn't even angry, but that might have been worse. After their fight at the garage a few days before, it was almost as if Charlie was just resigned to how things were. It made no sense it would disappoint him, but it did. Straightening his shoulders, Aiden longed for the moment he'd be able to take the scratchy blue fabric off. He had on a t-shirt underneath, but the skin on his back was still healing. It would be a while before the uniform wouldn't bother him at all. Moving up the circle driveway, Aiden froze at a sound which would have once had his heart racing. The windows were open, but even if they weren't, he'd still be able to hear her. That was Charlie, there in the front room playing the old upright piano his mother had purchased when she bought the inn. He and Charlie had spent hours there once they'd started officially dating, him playing the guitar and her on the piano. "That's really good," 16-year-old Charlie said as she finished the last few notes. "I like what you did with the bridge." Her praise had him beaming, though he did his best to hide it lest one of his brothers come walking through. "Thanks, I thought we might play it at the summer kickoff in a few weeks." Charlie's eyes widened, and her face drained of color. "You can, but there's no way I'm going on stage. There are always over 1,000 people there. Probably best not to push her at that moment." Charlie wasn't the type to show off her talents on stage, despite how many times their friends had begged her to do the talent show. Not only could she play the piano better than anyone else at school, she also had the voice of an angel. It was clear and strong, despite her speaking voice normally being on the quiet side. Too bad no one at school knew about it, as it had taken her nearly 6 months into their relationship before she'd even sung for him. "That's fine," he said with a shrug. "I'll get you up there one day." With a wink, he pushed the lyric notebook closer to her. "Want to try it from the top?" They played and sang for the next hour, unaware of anyone else in the world save for the two of them. Mom had always been kind enough not to run them out of the inn despite the fact it had to annoy some guests. She said as long as they didn't play past 9 at night, they could fill her home with music all they wanted. This song was special. "Song of my heart," he'd called it. He'd written every word as a love letter to her, one he hoped she'd understand. They'd run it so many times they both knew their parts. The last time through, rather than staring down at the faded notebook which held the fruits of all their writing sessions, he watched her as she let the music flow through her. It would be another year before he'd tell her the depths of his feelings, but harmonizing with her on that song, it was the moment he'd fallen in love. Jared back into the present, Aiden heard the familiar sound of a melody of a song they played and sung together more times than he could count. He probably looked odd, standing out there on the porch, but something told him the second he walked through the door she would stop. Itchy fabric on his back forgotten, Aiden moved towards the porch swing and sat down. He let the music wash over him and sat there for longer than he cared to admit. It was interesting. Little about his adult life could ever be termed peaceful, but music had always been an escape for him. Some of it was probably about the music itself, but a large part was about the fact it had been what he and Charlie had shared. They'd fallen in love to the backdrop of melodies and harmonies, working in sync the way a good song did. Those dates where he'd pulled out his guitar and she'd sat there on the piano bench set the stage for their first kiss. That time their senior year when he'd finally convinced her to play for the summer kickoff, and when he'd realized his only dream for the future included her. They'd healed him after his father's death and held him together when nearly every waking minute was spent trying to keep his family afloat. Footsteps on the porch brought his mind out of the past, and Levi closed the distance between with understanding in his eyes. "I'm guessing that's Charlie?" Without speaking, Aiden nodded. The music continued, and he hadn't even needed to go inside to know it was her. Charlie had a particular style, but the songs she played were really what gave her away. A couple of them had always been her favorites, even back then. Easing into the porch swing, Levi leaned back on the white slats. "You still know how to play the guitar?" Other, much less pleasant memories, assaulted Aiden then. He hadn't been allowed to take it to boot camp, but he'd come home in the few days before he had to report to his first duty station. The anger and confusion over what had happened to Charlie, as well as the grief that choked him every minute of every day, had been too much. He'd taken the old acoustic guitar his father had given him out back and smashed it against one of the old oak trees. He'd regretted it later, but not because he thought he'd ever touch a 6-string again. It had been his father's guitar, and Mom's tears as she watched him stomp and smash were burned in his mind forever. Rob had held her back, a wise choice for Aiden's blind rage at the moment. He'd regret smashing the guitar for the rest of his life, but if Mom had caught a stray swing of the wood, he didn't know how he'd have handled it. "Don't know," Aiden replied. "Haven't touched one in years." Nodding, Levi let the subject drop. He'd been way too young to really understand everything that was going on, but the whole family knew enough. With a clap on Aiden's shoulder, he glanced at his watch. Coming in? The breeze coming off the ocean was mostly blocked by the house, but the air was cool nonetheless. The waves, combined with music, gave Aiden the first deep breaths he could remember since he first heard Charlie was alive.
Nah.
I think I'll sit out here a little longer. Chapter 8. For the first time since she'd gotten back to the island, Charlie felt light as she left the front room with the upright piano which had captured her attention for hours. Lydia had asked her to stay for dinner, but she figured she'd help out a bit before the rest of the family arrived. A couple of guests had arrived at the inn that afternoon as well, so Lydia had been busy getting them settled. Stopping in the doorway of the kitchen, Charlie knew better than to enter the kitchen until invited. What can I do? Lydia wasn't territorial about her kitchen at most hours of the day, but she'd often told the boys anyone who came in pilfering for snacks in the hour before dinner would find themselves with a spatula in hand. Lydia replied as she glanced around the counters at dishes in various stages. Want to do the mashed potatoes? Of course. As Charlie set to work peeling the potatoes, she and Lydia settled into familiar conversation. Flipping the pork chops over in the pan, Lydia placed the already seared meat into a glass baking dish. I don't think you've told me much about your life in Reindeer Pass. How did you get the job at the bakery? My friend, Becca, owned the place. She's a spitfire, and she reminded me a little of Sage, actually. At the time, I was so sad and missing home, so someone like that was comforting for many reasons. I ended up there because it was the last stop on the bus line, but I had intended to hop another one until I walked into the bakery. It felt a little like home. Placing another pork chop in the frying pan and seasoning both sides, Lydia smiled. I'm so glad you found her. How'd you convince her to hire you? Charlie chuckled at that memory. Originally, she wasn't looking for any other help. It wasn't until I smelled a cupcake batter cooking and realized she'd forgotten the sugar that she surrendered. She shrugged, Becca's horrified face that had quickly morphed into impressed cemented in her mind. She's actually a fantastic baker, but she was having some issues with her boyfriend at the time. It had distracted her. Men have a tendency to do that, don't they? A voice from the doorway answered before Charlie had the chance. We're not the only ones. Aiden stood there, leaning against the frame with his thick arms folded across his chest. He'd changed and cleaned up after working all day, dressed in jeans and a red t-shirt. His hair was wet, and his face was free of grease stains. When did he come in? Pointing her tongs at her eldest son, Lydia raised an eyebrow. Sure, but usually it's y'all's fault. Winking at Charlie, she lowered her voice in a faux whisper. At least, that's the story I'm sticking with. Sure, Mom. Can I help set the table? He straightened up then, something in his expression calmer than she'd seen in a while. When their eyes met, Charlie realized he still had the same effect on her he always had. The walls that kept them apart now were metaphorical, but far more difficult to scale. Still, that grin would always have a chokehold on her heart. That sounds like a great idea, son. Use my everyday china. If there was one thing Lydia had in spades, it was china. She had her fancy set, her everyday set, and her Christmas set. Over the years, she'd also collected bits and pieces from other patterns. Sage and Allie had always thought it silly, but Charlie had always loved it. Something about the simple beauty of dinnerware, especially those pieces she'd found in thrift stores over the years, told stories. You got it, Mom. As Aiden headed to the china cabinet in the dining room, Charlie finished boiling the potatoes. Lydia placed the seared chops in the oven and moved over to her bread machine to check on the garlic cheddar bread she'd whipped up. The rest of the cooking went well, and by the time they sat down to dinner, the rest of the family had arrived. Kara came with Allie, and she sat next to Charlie. At least, despite her anger over the interference, she and her roommate had been able to bury the hatchet. Charlie had never liked having issues with anyone, but especially someone she lived with. It was probably a trauma response from living with her parents, but it would have tied her up in knots if she thought her roommate was angry with her. Rob pulled out both Lexi and Bryn's chairs, the girls getting settled before he's Saturday. Charlie, how are you settling in here? Levi mentioned you got some time at the piano this afternoon. I hate we missed that. Always the most stoic brother with her, Rob had grown into a kind and thoughtful man. He clearly adored Lexi, and their upcoming wedding would be absolutely beautiful. Really well, she replied. I'm actually going into Charleston on Saturday to look at a car I saw online. Smart, Sage said. I bike almost everywhere on this island, but I can't imagine not having my truck for rainy or cold days. You're lucky it's been dry here so far this month. Brian, her boyfriend, chuckled and raised an eyebrow at Sage. What, not fond of the drowned rat look? You know my hair doesn't do drowned rat. It's more I chi a pet that got entirely out of hand. Smirking, Sage turned her attention back to Charlie. Anyway, it's smart. The light taps of forks on glass plates provided the background for good-natured conversation through the rest of the evening. Bryn told them all about her upcoming school field day, and Lexi looked just as excited as the little girl. Brian got them all up to date on the resort project, which was moving right along thanks to the mild weather they'd been having. Whether he knew his former business partner had been arrested, he didn't say. Gwen had just won some sort of award for her podcast for the last season she'd done, one in which she'd cracked a case about a set of sisters which finally brought their family some closure and justice for the impossibly difficult times ahead. Despite the accolades, Gwen only looked sadly respectful of what those girls had gone through. It only heightened Charlie's opinion of her since she didn't seem to do any of it for the recognition. As they finished up dinner, Charlie moved to take plates into the kitchen. Whoa there, Aiden said good-naturedly as he held a hand out. Cook doesn't clean, remember? Right. That rule was one she'd never quite gotten the hang of, even back in high school. Be my guest. The rest of them milled about, but Aiden focused only on her. Listen, would you? Can I come with you to look at the car? I'm off on Saturday, and I figured I could make sure you're not getting a lemon. I don't want to overstep, but I do have some knowledge in the area. His expression was hopeful, and Charlie didn't think she could have said no to him if he'd asked her to go swimming in the still cold Atlantic Ocean. He'd been true to his word, and he hadn't stopped sending folks to watch out for her at various times in the day. Still, he'd been much less obvious about it than when he'd sent man after man into the bakery that day. Would it really be so bad to spend the morning together? Once upon a time, they'd spent hours upon hours together and never got tired of each other's company. Still, as Aiden had made abundantly clear, they were different people than they had been back then. Sure, she said reluctantly. I'd appreciate that. I'll pick you up around 9? His relief was clear, and Charlie held back a grin at his clear attempt to keep the outing casual. Others might interpret around 9 as a few minutes on either side of the hour. Knowing Aiden like she did, he'd be at least 20 minutes early and sit outside the quadplex waiting for a socially acceptable time to ring her doorbell. His compulsive need to be early had been present long before he joined the Marines, and it had both annoyed and impressed her. Sounds good. Still holding a stack of plates to take to the kitchen, Aiden shuffled his weight from one foot to the other. I wanted to tell you I heard you playing earlier. It was good to hear. I'm glad you're still playing. Music, the language they'd both spoken even through their teenage awkwardness. Memories flooded her of hours of writing sessions and stolen kisses over his guitar. Thanks. There were times it was the only thing I felt like I had to hold on to. Admitting that surprised her, but it was true. Even in moments where the Lord had felt far away, the music had grounded her. In hindsight, she knew it was a gift from God for the future he already knew about. At the time, it had just felt like a lifeline. He stared into her eyes for a moment, questions heavy in the air. Suddenly, as though realizing the intimacy of the action, Aiden shook his head quickly. I'll see you Saturday. Whirling around and hightailing it into the kitchen, Charlie watched his quick retreat. With a sigh, she met Sage's compassionate gaze on the other side of the table. With the slightest of nods, Sage smiled softly in her direction before moving into the kitchen with an armload of plates all her own. Aiden eyed the car salesman with suspicion. And you said you've had this serviced? He didn't believe that for a second, but he hadn't looked under the hood yet. I sure did, the man replied with an enthusiastic smile. As I told your wife here, this is the perfect vehicle for a woman who needs a safe vehicle to get from point A to point B. Whether it was the guy's slicked back hair or his mustache, Charlie apparently picked up the same vibe Aiden did. Seriously, could the guy look any more like a stereotypical smarmy salesman? Aiden had nothing against used car lots, and most of the salesmen he'd come across were good people who often suffered from folks' preconceived notions. Still, this guy looked like every comic strip or stereotypical television show featuring the profession. Crossing her arms over her chest, Charlie's expression changed. She no longer looked genuinely curious, but more mischievous, and it rattled Aiden a little that he could still read her so well. With a raised brow, Charlie glanced at Aiden. Okay, so I guess you won't mind if he looks under the hood? She didn't correct his assumption they were married, so Aiden didn't either. Not at all, the man replied quickly. Do you know cars, sir? If you'd like, I can have our in-house mechanic come out and talk to you about the vehicle. He pointed to a guy inside the small building, the front wall of dingy windows providing an excellent view of a kid who looked no older than 20. He sat behind the desk and tossed a game controller down, shouting something at the screen in front of him. No, Aiden said. He can stay where he is. I'm a mechanic myself. The salesman's face drained of color, and 20 minutes later Charlie fastened her seatbelt in Aiden's truck with a slam of her door. Well, that was a disaster. It looked so good online. Not your fault. Guys like that are good at spinning a tale. He replied as he put the key in the ignition to be greeted with the familiar sound of his truck. It was the same truck he'd driven in high school, though it was probably time for a new one. The truck ran fine thanks to about a dozen upgrades he'd done over the years, but it wasn't what anyone would call nice. The leather seats were worn, the white paint chipped, and there were multiple cracks in the windshield he'd acquired over the years. The memory of how the one at the top of the passenger side window came to be brought a smile to his lips. As though she read his mind, Charlie chuckled softly. I can't believe you haven't replaced your windshield in all these years. He'd filled the cracks so they didn't get any bigger, but just like the rest of the truck, he hadn't been able to bring himself to replace it. You remember how that one got there? Do I remember? I thought we were both going to get arrested. Settling back against the seat, Charlie closed her eyes. You'd just gotten your license, and your dad bought you this truck off Hal Wyatt. The one thing he asked you not to do was to take it mudding on the preserve. So of course, that had been exactly what he did. Aiden wasn't one to misbehave much. He'd always been one of the more responsible guys on the football team, but he was a teenage boy. I wanted to impress you, and I was so embarrassed when we got stuck. No matter how hard he'd pushed while she gunned the engine, they hadn't been able to move the thing an inch. Were it not for his buddy Blake, the son of the previous owner of Magnolia Island's garage, they'd have been out of luck. Blake brought the tow truck out, but the jig was up. It turned out all right though, she said thoughtfully. If you hadn't disobeyed your dad, he wouldn't have made you get a job at the garage. Then, who knows where you'd be? She wasn't wrong. Dad took the truck keys away for 6 weeks and marched him right into the shop to ask for a job doing anything they needed done. He'd cleaned and sorted the storage room, swept and wiped down every surface, and done just about every bit of grunt work the mechanics could find for him to do. At the end of the 6 weeks, Blake's dad had actually offered him a real job. By that time, he'd fallen in love with cars the same way Charlie fell in love with baking, and his future suddenly came into focus. At least, what he thought his future would be.
Yeah.
I'll always be grateful to him for that. Dad was tough, but he was always fair. He said if I was going to treat something as valuable as a car so poorly, I'd need to spend some time learning just what it took to keep them up. They were quiet for a moment as he drove, but she broke the silence. Why did you keep it all these years? Her voice was quiet, a little strained as though she already knew the answer. She asked, but was she ready for the answer? I just couldn't get rid of it. First, It was because he'd find long-lost ponytail holders and bobby pins of hers from when she'd throw it up in a knot on top of her head before they'd go running, but then it was because it was one of the few places he could still feel her presence. We had too many memories wrapped up in it. Nodding, it was clear she'd known exactly what his answer would be. I went by Bev Jameson in Montana. It was my alias. Ned and Bev. What started as a joke they'd come up with at a restaurant in Charleston had turned into a running thing they'd use when the other needed cheering up. When she was upset with her parents, he'd adopt that ridiculously horrible accent to try and make her smile. When he'd feel down after his dad's death or the stress of trying to help his mother keep the inn was suffocating, she'd do the same. You did? He'd nearly choked on the words, but not in the way she probably thought. Why? Eyes straight ahead on the road ahead of them, Charlie swallowed. I needed to carry a piece of you with me. It probably wasn't smart, not when I was trying to distance myself from the island, but I needed it. They'd already broached subjects long left buried, so he figured he'd dive in head first. Mom said you revealed something at the police station about where you'd been living during our senior year. Will you tell me? He'd wanted to ask on the way there but hadn't been able to work up the nerve. Plus, he didn't want Charlie getting angry with Mom. If nothing else, she needed Lydia Jameson. Sure, but if you get angry at me, I'm going to tell you to stop this car right here and call Sage. She'd turned toward him by then, and it was clear she'd gained more than a pseudonym in Reindeer Pass. She'd always been more passive than many girls he knew, but she'd grown a spine of steel on the run. He had to admit, he liked this version of Charlie, too. Got it. With a sigh, she launched into a tale that had him clenching his fists on the steering wheel, seeing the road through a haze of red. My dad had been involved with Randall Cromwell. At the time, I didn't know how much. When he kicked me out, I remembered Mrs. Pootsman had some sort of guest house. It was basically a shed, but it worked well enough until I could figure out something else. Were her father present, he'd plant a fist in his nose. Still, he'd promised her he wouldn't get angry. With every bit of self-control he possessed, Aiden kept his voice even as he spoke. And then you got emancipated? What happened to him? Yep. I didn't know it then, but I'm pretty sure Dad just did what he did to get me away from all his stuff with Randall. Kicking me out seemed like a good idea, I guess. He probably figured I'd come stay at the inn, but I wasn't going to give your mom one more mouth to feed and body to clothe. She shook her head, biting her lip as she did. Plus, she needed every available room to rent out. You were already sharing a room with both Rob and Levi, and the girls were sharing too. I wouldn't have minded bunking with them, but that would have been unfair to them. They'd have done it in a heartbeat. His words came out more like a growl, but it was the best he could do at the moment. I know they would have, but I was fine. You were living in a shed. I was fine, she replied with more than a little defiance. The Lord took care of me. The thin thread holding his self-control snapped at the mention of God. He didn't shout or hit the dashboard like he wanted to, but his words held so much vitriol he might as well have. You really think that was him taking care of you? Doesn't seem like he was much good at it. Charlie's gaze fell to her lap, and he wondered if she was praying. I didn't know for sure, but I kind of sensed you'd stepped away from your faith. He'd more than stepped away. It got smashed to pieces right around the time I smashed my guitar against the oak tree at the inn. I'd prayed night and day at boot camp they'd find you alive, but they never did. Then, when the case got dropped, I realized it was over. It all was. Oh Aiden, she said softly. I'm so sorry I put you through all that. What could he say to that? He could tell her it wasn't her fault, but it kind of was. Sure, she'd just been trying to protect them, but could she not have told him? Her dad being involved complicated things, but how deeply? Who was it who called you that day? Who threatened you? The same person who told me to get off the island back then or I'd be dead before the week was out, as well as the person who told me my dad is now laying in a grave somewhere, my mom. Chapter 9. It had been nearly a week since Charlie had spilled her guts to Aiden in his truck about her dad's involvement in Randall Cromwell's crimes. He'd not looked at her any differently, nor blamed her for the crimes of her parents, But he had gripped the steering wheel so hard she thought it might turn to dust. That evening, as she sat on the floor of Lexi's little cottage with the rest of the girls, she figured she might as well tell Gwen the same thing. "So Levi didn't tell you anything about what I said in our meeting?" It was somewhat comical, discussing such serious things while surrounded with a host of tulle, blue and white fabric, and silk flowers for Rob and Lexi's wedding. It would be the first week of June, a little over 2 months after Charlie first came back to Magnolia Island, and the whole passel of them had been recruited to help with decor. "He can't," Gwen replied as she struggled with a strand of baby blue ribbon and a long white pole. Hissing as she placed her finger in a dot of the hot glue, she shook her hand out before stuffing the finger in her mouth. "But you can," she said around the finger. "I swear, I don't know why anyone thought I'd be good at crafting. I miss that particular gene of womanhood, and I'm not ashamed to admit it." "You're not the only one," Lexi's mom, Rachel, replied from where she stepped back from a wreath of greenery with white and blue silk flowers. Apparently, the white poles would be placed in the sand with blue ribbon wrapped around them. The wreaths would be attached to the top with white candles in glass vases on top. They had 12 to create that evening, enough to line the aisle Lexi would walk down, but so far they'd only managed to make 3. Charlie grinned, as crafting was actually within her wheelhouse. Glancing over at Sage and Lydia, who were busy threading chicken wire into a backdrop so real greenery and flowers could be placed strategically as a background the day before the wedding, she sighed. "At this point, I'm not sure it really matters if everyone knows." She spent the next 10 minutes bringing Gwen up to date on everything she'd shared thus far, even down to the conversation with her mother a few weeks before. Unlike everyone else, Gwen didn't seem to get ruffled about the revelation. She simply nodded, the wheels in her brain turning as she put pieces together. "Okay, so that makes sense, but I have a couple of questions." "Shoot. Do you know Timothy Quinn or Quentin Taylor?" Gwen's question was innocent, but the icy chill which ran down Charlie's back at the name was a surprise even after all those years. She swallowed, willing her voice to stay steady even as she kept her hands busy threading silk greenery together. "I don't know exactly, but I have reason to believe Timothy Quinn was my dad using a pseudonym." For the first time, Gwen's brows shot up. "Your dad? Really? That, or he and my dad knew each other well." Her memory jogged about the small box under her bed she hadn't opened in over a decade. She nodded.
Yeah.
"He got mail to our house a few times. Probably more, but I only found it a couple of times." Abandoning her craft, Gwen sat forward. "But you don't know Quentin Taylor?" "He's apparently Timothy Quinn's cousin. Or at least, they had someone who created pretty extensive background information for fake identities." "Do you still have any of the mail?" Keeping her voice low, Charlie nodded. "Yes, and honestly I forgot about it until just now." Tears sprang to her eyes at the memory of taking the mail the night she'd been kicked out into the cold. It hadn't been a conscious decision, just something she figured she might need. The old phone she'd had back then was long dead, but it had been stuffed in the box too. Honestly, she'd carried the box with her because it contained letters from Aiden and pictures of them. She hadn't been able to bring herself to open it or look at them in all that time. It had basically just become a fixture in her life, taunting her about the life she'd had before. "I can't believe I forgot about that. I guess I should give it to Levi." Excitement and curiosity poured from the feisty redhead. "Yes, absolutely, but do you mind if I look at it first?" She shrugged, her expression slightly guilty. "Once he gets hold of it, I won't be able to legally look at it, so I'd love to check it out first." She winked. "Can't go getting the boyfriend fired and whatnot." "I get it. If you want to come by after we finish this afternoon, I can show you." The idea of opening the box again had her pulse thumping, but she'd have to in order to give it and the phone to Levi regardless. Gwen bit her lip. "I'm actually going to talk to Mrs. Jane King this afternoon. She's agreed to be interviewed for the podcast. Would you like to come? I know y'all were close, and it might be good for you." Mrs. Jane. Charlie hadn't been to see her since she got home, unable to bring herself to go see the woman whose whole life had been upended by her father and his crimes. Still, she knew Mrs. Jane would never hold it against her, and the woman had given her the gift of music. Yes, I'd like to go. A couple of hours later, sporting more than a few hot glue burns on her fingers, Gwen and Charlie bid their goodbyes to the rest of the women at Lexi's cottage. Lexi gushed at their work, though Charlie had no doubt she'd be redoing Gwen's uneven ribbon spirals. "Thank y'all so much," she said as she pulled them each into hugs. "I can't believe we're so close." Charlie hadn't known Lexi the first time she and Rob dated, as she'd already been off the island for a few years at that point. Still, this woman was easy to like, her upbeat determination making it easy to see what Rob fell for. "I'm so happy for you too. There's something really sweet about true love finding its way again." If it couldn't be for her and Aiden, she was glad Rob and Lexi had found their way back to each other. The Lord had more than a little hand in it because both were following his lead. A sweet smile spread across Lexi's lip, and she pulled Charlie close. "That means a lot to me. I'm praying for you, Charlie, and I'm so glad you're home again." Gwen had insisted on driving them to Mrs. Jane's, but Charlie knew that probably had more to do with the fact both were on Randall Cromwell's list than anything. He'd had folks tamper with Gwen's car before, but Nick had done some research and installed something on it to alert her if anything got messed with again. At least, that was how it was supposed to work. Pulling into Mrs. Jane's driveway felt a little like coming home, but this house and the inn were always much more home to her than any place she'd actually lived on the island. The many afternoons of her walking here after school to the times Aiden picked her up after her lessons, it all came flooding back. "It looks the same. She told me once she keeps it like it was when her husband was alive, because it makes her feel closer to him." Gwen looped her arm through Charlie's. "You ready?" At Charlie's nod, they approached the little white house with azaleas bursting in bloom out front, the same ones she'd crouched behind the night she'd spotted Pastor Harold being slammed against a wall. Swallowing back bile at the memory, especially the moment she'd realized who was holding a knife at the pastor's throat, she took a deep breath. "Lord, give me your strength. You can do this, Charlie." Gwen's voice was kind and understanding, but it held a glint of stubbornness Charlie hadn't realized she needed in the moment. Had she been here alone or with anyone else, she'd probably have taken the opportunity to run, but not with Gwen. Drawing strength from the woman who'd survived so much, Charlie bit her lip. "I can do this." Raising a trembling hand to the door, she knocked the same way she had all those times before. "I can do this." When Mrs. Jane opened the door to see the two of them standing there, tears immediately overflowed her eyes. "Oh, Charlie." Her frail hands took Charlie's strong ones, both of them shaking as they held onto each other for the first time in years. "I didn't want to force it, but I was so hoping you'd come." The lump she'd swallowed down earlier threatened again, and Charlie's tears matched Mrs. Jane's. "I'm so sorry it's taken me so long, and I'm sorry about Pastor Harold." As though unable to stand it one moment more, Mrs. Jane pulled Charlie into the tight hug of a grandmother. "He prayed for you every day until the end, dear. I miss him, but mostly I'm just jealous he's finally home. I should have come earlier. Maybe I could have said
Goodbye.
It had been one of the greatest sorrows of her life when she'd logged into the online newspaper on Magnolia Island and read the man's obituary. She'd sobbed for hours, but still couldn't make herself pick up the phone and call Mrs. Jane. Pulling back, Mrs. Jane's weathered face showed the evidence of a life of both joy and sorrow. "He knew, dear. And in the end, I don't know that he'd have held on for one more minute." Once the peace in his final days washed over him and the realization he'd soon see his savior, nothing could have kept him here. They hugged once more, and the next few hours were spent in Mrs. Jane's parlor talking with Gwen about her perspective of everything that had happened. She hadn't known what Pastor Harold was doing for Randall until everything came to a head, but he'd been honest that he'd only done what he did to pay the bills from Mrs. Jane's cancer treatment. "I was so angry," she said as she sat back on the vintage floral sofa with a cup of iced tea. "I couldn't believe he'd fallen in with such folks, but he had never realized what would be required of him. I could see how broken he was about it. He got on his knees and begged my forgiveness." Gwen, in full interviewer mode, maintained her compassion even as all parties knew they were being recorded. "What did he think was going to happen when he went to Randall?" "He didn't actually go to Randall," Mrs. Jane replied softly. "He went to Quentin Taylor. He'd done some investing along the barrier islands off the coast in the years before, and small-town pastors tend to meet folks like that. It spiraled out of control then, and what Harold thought would be a loan he could pay back with interest turned into a coercion situation. By the time he realized what he was involved with, Randall's muscle men already had him on their radar. There was no going back without something awful happening to me and him both. Knowing exactly who one of those muscle men was, Charlie cringed. "I'm so sorry, Mrs. Jane." She couldn't atone for her father's sin, but she could apologize. "You're not any more responsible for your father's role in Randall's crimes than I am for Harold's. Don't apologize for sins that aren't yours, Charlie. Goodness knows, we all have enough of our own." She took a sip of her tea. "Besides, you getting involved and ultimately having to run away is what finally got Harold out from under Randall's thumb. I think your father felt guilty, or maybe it was some sort of odd penance, but they found a new drug mule after that. Harold still sent in his payments for the loan to some LLC Quentin had, but he didn't have to do any more work for them." Gwen nodded. "Do you happen to remember the name of the LLC? Started with a bead, I think." It was 2 words. Eyebrow quirked upwards, Gwen pursed her lips. "Brand Builders?" Mrs. Jane pointed her way, realization lighting her face. "That's it. You've done your homework, Miss Calloway." "I always do." "Goodness, this is getting even more tangled." Gwen turned to Charlie, a knowing look on her face. "Want to know who else is on the Brand Builders LLC? Of course. Let me guess, Timothy Quinn?" Bingo. Chapter 10. Aiden made the last few adjustments to the old hatchback he serviced before backing away and closing the hood. "Nick, you can call the owner and let her know her car's ready. Remind her not to neglect her oil changes, or it'll be a much more expensive fix next time." Chuckling, Nick shook his head. "I can tell her, but Mrs. Gina has never been great about bringing it in." "Thanks." He clicked away on the computer that sat in the bay for ordering parts and checking customers out, his eyes narrowed as he did so. "Man, I'm going to need glasses before I turn 40 if I keep having to look at this screen." "Not your favorite part of the job?" Aiden could imagine. He'd never had any desire to run his own garage with all the computer work he'd have to do. Give him an engine any day, but a computer screen made his eyes cross faster than much else. He wouldn't even have a smartphone if it wasn't just about all someone could buy these days. Not to mention, he'd used it while deployed to video chat with his family. "Could have fooled me. You always look like you're having such a great time." Clicking the last few buttons before rolling his eyes, Nick pinned Aiden with a glare. "Not hardly. Hey, how was y'all's trip Saturday? Did Charlie buy that car?" Nick had happily let Aiden off for the day to head to the car lot, something he'd appreciated in his boss. "Nope. Turned out to be a lemon, but I'm glad I went. The salesman knew good and well what he had, and he's going to cost someone a good bit of money on that hunk of junk." "I can't stand salesmen like that," Nick scowled. "Then, folks come in here wondering what's wrong with their brand new car. Telling them they just bought a junker with a facelift and detail job is my least favorite part of this job. Once, someone bought a van that had white paint spilled all over the back seat. Rather than have it cleaned, the salesman just spray painted the whole back seat black." He pursed his lips. That was not great news to have to share. Tilting his chin towards the computer, Aiden raised a brow. "Even worse than the computer work? Okay, we'll call them even. I'm glad you were there to keep Charlie from getting taken to the cleaners. I've got a buddy in Charleston who might have something for her. Want me to give him a call? Would Charlie appreciate the help, or would she consider it an intrusion? Probably the latter, but maybe she'd forgive him if he could find her a couple of good car options."
Yeah.
"I'll go out and take a look at them before I tell Charlie." Remembering back on that day and the conversation they'd had in the car afterwards still made his blood boil. Her dad had been involved. Why it had surprised him, he didn't know. To be honest, he'd never really known her folks well. They were never really around, and she spent most of her time at the inn or out with him somewhere once they started dating. He'd known she was too thin when he met her. It was obvious her parents weren't worth the spit on the bottom of his shoe, but he'd never even considered they were part of what happened. Knowing her dad kicked her out and she'd lived in a glorified shed had him wishing he could put his fist through the dashboard as he drove. He'd kept a lid on his anger until he got Charlie safely home, but he'd gone to Levi's home gym directly after. It had taken nearly an hour of wailing on his boxing equipment, but he'd finally worked some of the adrenaline out of his body. To his credit, Levi hadn't pried. He just lifted quietly at his weight bench, staying close enough to be present but not close enough to catch a rogue punch. If Mr. Edwards wasn't dead, he'd have paid the man a visit for sure. Who kicked out their 17-year-old daughter, even under some misguided attempt to keep her safe? He supposed there was some sort of honor in the fact the man had warned Charlie of the danger, but Aiden couldn't bring himself to appreciate it. If he hadn't been wrapped up in the likes of Randall Cromwell in the first place, she'd have never left town. "Looks like you've got the weight of the world on your shoulders over there," Nick said from where he grabbed a bottle of water from the fridge. Tossing one to Aiden, he opened his own. "Want to talk about it?" Where in the world could he start? Nick didn't know most of the finer points about Charlie's disappearance, and he probably didn't need to. That wasn't really what had Aiden so tied up in knots anyway. Just thinking about why good people have to go through stuff they don't deserve.
Ah.
The eternal question. Nick took another sip of his water and pulled a folding chair from its spot against the wall. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense on this side of heaven. I imagine you saw a lot of it while deployed. Honestly, Aiden hadn't even been thinking about his time overseas when he'd spoken, but it was true there as well. Yep. More of it than anyone should see. Images of the carnage after men strapped bombs on their backs and ran into buildings still haunted his dreams. As a mechanic, he hadn't seen as much of it as some of his brothers in arms, but he'd seen plenty. What was it like over there? Nick paused, gesturing to the other folding chair beside him. Unless you don't want to talk about it. I understand. Aiden shrugged. Sandy, mostly. Sand was everywhere all the time. It got in your clothes, in your eyes, in your food, everywhere. You'd rather it be sandy than bloody. The times it was bloody, the times they'd arrived to the aftermath of attacks on innocent people, had driven him further into the shell he'd erected for himself years before. I know that was brutal, Nick replied. I don't know how y'all coped with all the evil you saw. There's just as much evil here, too. It just looks different. Aiden took a sip of his own water, images of his deployments mixing with those of newspaper articles about Charlie's disappearances. Nodding, Nick pursed his lips. Guess you're right. I've been listening to Gwen's podcast recently, and I'm embarrassed to say I didn't realize how much darkness goes on right under our noses. Makes a man want to go to his knees in prayer every day. Unable to hold back his snort, Aiden let it loose. That, or it drives them away from religion. He and Nick hadn't discussed things of faith, but he knew his boss went to church every Sunday. He conducted himself with integrity. Aiden had often seen him praying over his food at lunch, but he didn't shove his beliefs on his employees. Understanding clear on his face, Nick nodded. Where is it you stand with the Lord, Aiden? Where did he stand with the Lord? Honestly, he hadn't known in a long time. If my mother's God is really up there, it's been a long time since he cared anything about me. He went to church out of respect for Mom, but only when he was on the island. The chaplain in his unit had tried talking to him a few times after he got the call about Charlie, but he'd all but shut the door in his face. You sure about that? Nick spoke casually, but Aiden didn't want to punch a hole in his boss's beliefs. Everyone was entitled to whatever got them through the day, even if he thought they were wasting their time. You're not the first man to walk away from the Lord when his life falls apart, but those men rarely find what they're looking for. Was Nick talking about himself? You got experience with life falling apart? Not me, my dad. He was a mechanic too, but the recession hit his business hard. When it folded, the one he'd wanted to leave to me, he spiraled. Right after that, his brother passed away in a car accident, and I guess it sent him further into depression. Guessing he didn't deal with it well. Although, how anyone could was beyond Aiden. How did one deal with tragedy in a way others might term well? Was it even possible? Nick paused for a moment, and Aiden waited for him to speak. I think he did what he had it in his power to do at the time. His relationship with the Lord wasn't all that strong to begin with, and my mom had always been the one driving the spiritual decisions at our house. He walked away from all of it, spending his Saturday nights at the bar in town. I don't know what else he got into, but I know he got real angry there for a while. It felt like nothing I did was right, and we became the verbal punching bags for everything he felt about himself. That, Aiden could understand. How is he now? Ended up in the hospital after wrapping his truck around a tree one night coming home from the bar. He got convicted of a DUI and sentenced to community service and probation for it. In a bit of what I would call divine intervention, Dad's community service happened to be at a Christian nonprofit in town. One of the pastors who volunteered his time there led him to the Lord, and his life hasn't been the same since. Nick leaned forward, planting his elbows on his knees. Look, I'm not trying to preach at you. I just know if Dad were in the room right now, he'd want me to tell you his story. He'd also want me to tell you he wasted way too long searching for things to fill a void that could only be filled with the Lord. Aiden was speechless. That was all well and good for Nick and his dad. He'd never begrudge someone their beliefs, but it wasn't for him. Before he had a chance to respond, his phone buzzed in his pocket. Knox's name flashed across the screen, and Aiden's heart thumped wildly at the possibility something had happened. Knox was the contact on the security system he'd had installed, mostly because he and Allie were so much closer to the quadplex than he was. That, and he hadn't thought Charlie would have appreciated any further interference from him. Hey, man, what's going on? Already on his feet at the tone in Aiden's voice, Nick tossed his empty water bottle in the blue recycling bin. On the other end of the line, Knox hesitated. Hey. I'm here at the apartment with Levi and the girls. If possible, Aiden's heart beat even more wildly. Apparently tipped off by his expression, Nick hit the button on the wall that closed the bay doors. Grabbing his truck keys off the wall, he gestured for Aiden to follow him. Knox, what happened? There was a break-in at Kara and Charlie's place while they were both at work this morning. They're both safe, but the place is a mess. All but sprinting out the front door of the garage, Aiden beat Nick to the old tow truck they kept on the lot. Working to keep his voice even, Aiden tried to take deep breaths. They were safe. Charlie was safe. They could deal with whatever else came, but she was safe. On our way. Less than 5 minutes later, Nick put the truck in park just outside the old quadplex alley and Kara had once shared, the one Charlie had moved into when she came home. Before the truck was even off, Aiden jumped out and jogged across the yard to where Charlie stood talking to Levi and one of the other detectives, at the Magnolia Island Police Department. Without thinking, Aiden pulled her into his arms the second he reached her. She startled, but quickly relaxed into his chest as she sniffed back tears. Levi met Aiden's eyes over Charlie's head, his expression grim. Charlie, I know you just want to go check out the damage, but I just have one more question before you do. As though she expected it, Charlie nodded. Do I know what they might have been looking for?
Yeah.
Levi replied. They came when you and Kara were both at work, and that tells me they weren't necessarily looking to hurt you. Do you have something bad actors might want? Feeling her nod against Aiden's chest had his heart settling in his gut. I do, or at least I did until a few days ago. Confusion skittered across the face of both the detectives, and Aiden knew he must look much the same. Still, investigating was Levi's job. His was to hold Charlie together when she wanted to fall apart, and the only job he had any interest in doing at the moment. Levi's head cocked to the side, his eyes meeting the other detectives. What happened a few days ago? Who has it now? Behind Aiden, Gwen's voice broke through the flurry of activity around them. That'd be me. Chapter 11. 18-year-old Charlie breathed a sigh of relief at the storm clouds in the distance. They'd bring humidity enough to make it feel like walking through a bowl of soup, but maybe they'd cool the nights down enough she could get a few good hours of sleep. Mrs. Putzman's shed hadn't been too bad over the spring, But the cold nights of winter and the hot ones of early summer had been hard. Even Aiden had noticed the bags under her eyes, though she passed it off as nerves over missing him at boot camp and her own scholarship applications. It was true, those things did weigh on her mind as well, but they weren't what kept her up at night. If nothing else, at least the judge had granted her emancipation, so she stood a better chance at the scholarships she needed. Humming a tune she planned to try and recreate on the piano at her lesson with Mrs. Jane, Charlie tried to take in the sights and sounds around her. No matter how jumbled up her days got, she was thankful for the island home God had given her. Not to mention, she wouldn't have too much longer at Mrs. Pootsman's, as Aiden would graduate boot camp in the fall. They'd get married, she'd hopefully start school online, and all would be well. Approaching the King's house, Charlie spotted an unfamiliar black truck around the side. The Kings lived in a quiet neighborhood, so an unfamiliar truck was an odd sight. Still, Pastor Harold did often have folks stop by, so it was probably nothing. The sound of shuffling inside and a loud grunt startled Charlie from her thoughts, brows furrowing as she instinctively slowed her progress. What in the world? A muffled shout sounded from inside as well, and Charlie fought the urge to barge in the door. Surveying the scene before her, she decided the beautiful bushes Mrs. Jane was so proud of provided enough space behind them for her to look in the open window. It was always open this time of year, as Mrs. Jane loved the sound of children playing down the street mixing with the ocean waves in the distance. She said it was its own kind of music, one God sent them every day. Another grunt sounded, and Charlie hastened her movements. Ducking behind the bushes and crawling towards the window, the sight before her took her breath away. There, held against the wall by two tall, broad men, was Pastor Harold. One held a gun trained on him while the other had his forearm pressed against the pastor's throat. "You don't have a choice, King," one said in a gravelly bass. "You make a deal with Taylor, then you've made a deal with Cromwell. They're a package deal." Sweat dripped down the pastor's face. I didn't know. I just needed to pay off Jane's surgery. Can't I just pay the loan back?" "That's not how it works," the thug replied. Both men had their backs to Charlie, but Pastor Harold's terrified expression was plain as day. Were they going to try and take him somewhere? If they did, would they kill him? Every bit of self-preservation instinct Charlie had fled over the next few minutes as she racked her brain to figure out how to get Pastor Harold out of whatever mess he'd gotten into. Knowing who the men were and what they were doing was a good start, but how could she follow them on foot? Glancing down at her wrist, the GPS watch Aiden had given her for Christmas brought the whole plan into focus. With one last glance towards the men inside the house, Charlie crawled out from behind the bushes and secured her GPS watch on a pipe under the truck. Aiden could tell her what the pipe was, but it didn't really matter. If they took Pastor Harold, the police would need to know where they'd gone. It was one of the first models which would connect wirelessly to her phone, and hopefully the range wouldn't get lost too soon. Securing it as tightly as she could, Charlie crawled back behind the bushes just as footsteps grew louder on the old wood flooring inside. "We'll be back," the same voice as before said. "Don't disappoint us." Pastor Harold didn't speak, and she didn't dare pop her head up above the bushes to get a better view of the front door. Still, she could see it pretty well from her vantage point, and hopefully she'd blend into the bright pink blooms. The men stepped out onto the porch, and Charlie's heart pounded in her chest. At least they didn't appear to be taking the pastor with them. Her relief was short-lived, however, as the second man finally spoke. "How long you think Cromwell will make him do this?" The voice, it was as familiar as any other in her life. Clapping a hand over her mouth to keep her gasp from escaping, Charlie peered through the tiny plus gaps in the branches at her father. "Seems like there are better options." "There probably are, but I don't question Cromwell. He wants a pastor as his mule, he'll get one." Dad shrugged before stepping off the front porch onto the sandy ground. "Let's get out of here. That truck is a big ol' flashing light that we don't belong." The other man punched Dad in the arm, though not hard enough to do any damage. "You don't talk about my girl that way, Edwards. She's perfect." Over a decade later, as Charlie surveyed the damage done in her apartment, she was jarred back into the present by Aiden's gentle hand on her back. Gwen spoke with Levi, handing him the SIM card from her old phone which had acted as her camera all those years ago, though both Levi and Aiden appeared to be holding back their frustration that the girls had gone behind their back. Still, Aiden's voice was kind as he spoke. "Is that everything?" "Yes," she said through a sheen of tears as she knelt to pick up the box that had indeed held the card mere days before. Photos of her and Aiden, things he'd given her back in high school, and movie ticket stubs of films they'd seen together were all scattered about as though they meant nothing. Without a care in the world, the would-be thief had treated her most prized possessions with a callousness that broke her heart. "I'm not sure why I'm so upset. They didn't even take anything." Gwen held up a hand to pause what appeared to be a lecture from Levi, completely unconcerned with whatever the detective had to say. "You're upset because you feel violated, and you have every right to feel that way. They may not have taken anything, but it doesn't mean they didn't break into your space as though it was their own." She raised a brow at Levi, challenge in her eyes. "And were it not for our conversation the other day, they'd have gotten what they came for. The Lord was looking out for you, Charlie. I still can't believe I'd forgotten about the SIM card. It seems like the most obvious thing in the world." Shaking her head in frustration, Charlie wiped a tear from her cheek. "I feel so stupid. You could have had that thing when I first came to town." Gwen approached her then, holding one hand on either of her arms. "I have a box of things from my sister I haven't opened since the day my mother gave it to me. She told me what's in it. I'd protect that box with my life, but I couldn't tell you a thing about it. Sometimes, when our hearts are too raw to protect themselves, our brains do it for us. You kept that box safe all these years because it held precious memories of the life you left behind. You didn't open it because it hurt too much. It makes perfect sense to me that your mind repressed the contents of the box despite how special it was to you." Swallowing back the lump in her throat, Charlie nodded. "Levi, I'm sorry I kept it from you." The detective sighed, coming to stand beside Gwen. "As full-headed and dangerous as it was for you two to hold it back for a few days, Gwen's right. Victims of trauma often repress pieces of their past until the information starts to come out in other ways. Sometimes, it's dreams. Other times, it happens just like it did with you. Just so we're clear, there's nothing else you can think of that might be helpful to the case?" "Not that I know of, though I'm not sure how whoever broke in even knew about the card in the first place." "That," Levi replied, "is something I'm hoping to find out. It could be they didn't know what they were looking for but just knew you'd taken photos and videos. If that's the case, they may not be back." Aiden spoke then, his voice almost a growl. "And if it's not?" Biting his lip, Levi didn't speak for a moment. "Then, we've got to come up with a new plan to keep your girl safe." An hour or so later, Aiden still couldn't calm his racing heart. Hearing Charlie's apartment had been broken into, knowing how possible it was she could have been home, having no idea what they'd do next, it was all too much. Randall Cromwell might be behind bars in a prison in New York awaiting trial, but he still called the shots where his minions were concerned. They'd all gone back to the inn except those in law enforcement, and Charlie looked ready to drop on his mother's couch. Could he convince her to stay at the inn, or would she balk at that the same way she had years before? He'd insisted she ride back to the inn with him, and he'd do everything he possibly could to get her there where he could keep an eye on her. Gwen sat next to Charlie on the couch, but she looked energized rather than exhausted. With a cup of coffee in one hand and her phone in the other, Gwen chatted away to her brother Milo on the other end of the line. Her laptop sat open in her lap, but she spoke so quietly that Aiden couldn't hear what she said. In the kitchen, Mom, Rob, Lexi, and Bryn were busy preparing some sort of snack dinner, as Mom tended to try and solve problems with food. Bryn and Lexi arranged things on a charcuterie board, while Mom stirred up what looked to be chicken salad. Catching his eye, Rob made his way to where Aiden stood awkwardly in the doorway. "You just planning on hovering over her forever, or is this just a temporary thing?" Despite his teasing words, the look in Rob's eyes told Aiden he understood the gravity of the situation. "I don't know what to do." Nodding, Rob's lips set into a thin line. "Let's go out back and talk." Rob, who had once been Aiden's little brother, was anything but little anymore. A grown man for many years, Rob had the natural wisdom their father always had. Of the Jameson brothers, Aiden had always been the more protective and serious brother, but Rob's quiet waters ran deep. He'd lost his way for a while during college, but learning about Bryn had turned his life around in a way Aiden had always admired. It was nearly May, and the weather had already begun to heat up to a point that simply walking outside could have one breaking a sweat. Waves broke on the shoreline while seagulls flew overhead. The flowers Sage had painstakingly planted in the inn's backyard were blooming despite the salty air. How she managed that, no one quite knew. Rob took a seat in one of the Adirondack chairs Mom kept out back for guests, a cup of ice water in his hand. I don't envy the situation you're in, but I doubt she'll appreciate you treating her like a china doll. He took a drink of his water as Aiden, eyes straight ahead on the water, took the seat next to him. What was he supposed to do? Someone had broken into Charlie's apartment, and she'd already received the warning from her mother. How long before she ended up with a bullet in her gut like Gwen had? She barely lets me keep that security system up and gets mad whenever I send someone by the bakery to check in. Randall's trial hasn't even been scheduled yet. Until it's over, she's probably number one on his list. You think that's still true? From what she told Levi, pretty much all the evidence she had was on that SIM card. The police have it now, so what would Randall need with Charlie? If only it was that easy. She's still got to testify against him. He'll go away for some time due to his tax issues, but the drugs will carry a much stiffer sentence. At least, that was his understanding from Levi and Gwen. Footsteps sounded behind them, and Aiden turned to see Levi leaning against the doorframe. He wore his uniform, badge clipped against the belt of his black pants. In the same way Rob had, Levi had become a man in Aiden's absence. He looked tired, but his characteristic smirk still held its place. Y'all having brother time without me? I'm offended. Chuckling, Rob patted the chair on his other side. Come on out. We're just about to start braiding each other's hair and making friendship bracelets. Sweet, I didn't miss friendship bracelets. Levi plopped down in the other chair, taking a deep breath as he did so. I know I'm preaching to the choir, but I'll be so glad when all this is over. Eyes straight ahead at the water once more, Rob's expression grew thoughtful. You know, you might have more wisdom for Aiden than I do. He's having trouble finding his place when it comes to Charlie's safety. Considering your girlfriend has had more attempts on her life than you have as a cop, you've probably given it some thought. Kindergartners might terrify some folks, but Lexi's probably pretty safe there. A heavy silence settled over them, the sound of seagulls and the ocean waves the only soundtrack to the moment. Honestly, I worry about it all the time. Levi ran a hand down his face, and Aiden realized just how similar their situations were. Well, except for the fact that Gwen and Levi were actually dating, whereas Charlie and Aiden were some odd, undefinable thing. It would drive me crazy if I didn't give it to the Lord, so that's what I do. The words tumbled out before Aiden could stop them. You think he cares? If there was a God up there and he did actually give a hoot about what happened to any of them, why had his life gone so sideways? Why had Dad been taken in months by pancreatic cancer? Why had Mrs. Jane's medical bills all but forced Pastor Harold into making a deal with the devil, sending him into a spiral Aiden had no doubt brought about his heart attack? Why had Charlie felt the need to disappear, and why had she been born to such awful parents? I do, and I know you're in a different place with the Lord than you were when you left home. I'm just saying, I don't know how I'd be able to live with the knowledge of what Gwen does without trusting the Lord with her safety. Stifling every argument that rose up in him, Aiden bit his tongue to keep from speaking. Of course, that's what his brothers would say. Both of them still believed in a God who cared and had a hand in the world around them, but it had been a long time since Aiden could bring himself to care. No, there would be no magical sky fairy waving a wand and keeping Charlie safe from Randall Cromwell's thugs, and she didn't appear to be doing much to do the job herself. Despite what his brothers thought, it was his job. The two of them could never have what they once did, but he'd been honest when he told her he'd never stop caring. What exactly he could do about it, Aiden had no idea, but he'd exhaust every avenue he had to keep the shadows away. Chapter 12. Hannah threw open the bakery door and stomped inside. Online dating is the bane of my existence. Why do I even try? Glancing up from where she kneaded bread dough on the counter, Charlie smirked. What happened? Yanking her apron over her head and knocking her glasses askew in the process, Hannah grunted. This is the third date I've been on this month, where a guy claims to be one of the nice ones that girls overlook. I've decided that's code for condescending with a little man complex despite his actual physical size. Pulling her strawberry blonde locks into a messy bun atop her head, Hannah continued. First, he was rude about how he would absolutely be pulling my chair out for me, then he insisted on ordering my food for me. Did he even ask what you wanted? Online dating felt a little like the wild, wild west in Charlie's estimation, and she'd had no desire to venture into the practice. No, Hannah huffed. He ordered me crab rangoon without even asking if I was allergic to shellfish. I'm not, by the way, but I could have been. Her words had begun to speed up to the point it was almost comical, and Charlie fought back a grin as she worked the dough before her. Then, he told them we didn't want a bread basket because it would spoil our meal and made a comment about how it must be hard to keep a trim figure, since I work in a bakery. Charlie's mouth dropped open. He did not say that. He sure did, and that's not all. Flipping the sign on the door from closed to open, Hannah flipped the switch to turn on a few of the twinkle lights Delia had hanging around the store. He also implied that I shouldn't finish all my food because he had plans to order us dessert. Had he not made the comment about keeping a trim figure, I might have ignored that one, but then the bill came. Eyes wide, Charlie couldn't believe how invested she'd become in the story. Dough ready for its rise, she split it into 2 loaf pans and covered them there on the counter under the rise light. What happened when the bill came? I told him I didn't think I'd be seeing him again, and I would cover my bill. I finished the crab rangoon out of pure spite because I don't even like wontons, but I didn't want him holding a single bit of power when it came time to leave. He argued with me for 5 solid minutes, telling me it didn't matter, he would be paying, and it would only embarrass him if we split the check. The nerve of that guy was something else. Did you just get up and leave? What would she have done in that situation? Charlie hadn't really dated since Aiden other than a couple of failed attempts at setups by friends in Reindeer Pass. Despite everything, she'd always held up every man to Aiden. They'd unfortunately paled in comparison. Yep. But that's not even the end. His parents apparently know my parents because our dads are business associates somehow. He knew this when we matched through the app, but I didn't. So, after I got home and calmed down some, my dad came into my room and asked how the date went. I didn't think much of it, since he knew I'd gone out, and I told him I wouldn't be seeing the guy again. Turns out, he'd already known we were going out that night thanks to the guy's dad, and he got annoyed with me for being too picky. Hannah tied her apron strings around her back and shoved her phone into the pocket. It's like one minute he wants to arrange a marriage for me for an advantageous match, and the next he wants me to graduate in the top of my class in law school so I can work for his company. I'm either his secret weapon or a future trophy wife, but never just his daughter. Not the same, but Charlie could sympathize with feeling like a pawn in a parent's game. I'm really sorry about all that. You don't deserve any of it. Neither one of them did, but Hannah's reply was cut off by the door opening and Aiden strolling through in his work coveralls. How was it possible he'd seemed to have only gained more muscle since he arrived back home? Maybe it was the time he'd spent in the hospital in Germany, but he'd been somewhat pale and sick when she'd arrived home. Of course, that was probably due to the injury, though no one could ever say Aiden had anything but an imposing presence. Even with a little muscle mass gone and the pallor of his skin a little more gray than its normal olive, he'd still looked like he could pose for military promotional materials. Now, though, he'd be front and center. His chest and arms had filled out again, and his skin had regained the gorgeous tan he'd always been able to achieve so easily. His hair was still high and tight like it had been while he served, but he'd allowed the scruff on his face to grow out the tiniest bit. Aiden Jameson was a handsome man, that much was objectively true. Good morning, ladies. He approached the counter with a little bit of hesitation, but not enough to stop him. I just wanted to make sure last night went okay. Charlie sighed, doing her best not to grow frustrated with the man before her who only did what he did because he cared. After an argument that almost turned into a shouting match outside the inn the other night, Charlie had gone back to her and Kara's apartment just as she'd always planned. Kara, Gwyn, Lexi, Sage, and Allie all helped clean up the ransacked apartment while Lexi's mom Rachel and Lydia went into Charleston for replacement furniture and decor. Aiden had been angry she wasn't willing to stay at the inn, but she wouldn't budge. They weren't together, and despite his insistence that he cared no matter their relationship status, he didn't get a say in her life. If he gave his life to the Lord and they pursued something in the future, she'd rethink that stance, but not now. As it was, he checked on her often to ensure the boogeyman hadn't gotten her in the night. It was fine, just like the last 3. Kara and I ate dinner, watched some trashy reality television, and went to bed. The extra locks you installed were still tightly secured this morning. That was one compromise she'd made, though it did make her feel a little more secure. Apparently those locks and the door stops which came with them would make it almost impossible to break a door down in the night. Aiden nodded, his expression full of words he kept silent. Then I guess I'll have one of the mini quiches for me and a dozen donuts to take to work. At least he always bought something when he came in to check on her. Sure thing, Hannah replied as she started boxing up donuts from the pastry case. The look she gave Charlie was one she'd given often in the past few weeks. Hannah's opinion was Charlie was too hard on Aiden for how much he cared, but she didn't understand the history there. I'll get those right up for you. Watching Aiden's retreating figure as he moved through the door, Charlie didn't even notice Hannah approach until she placed a hand on her shoulder. Despite what my date last night seems to think, that is how you show a woman you care. Hannah, you really don't dash. Don't tell me I don't understand. I wasn't here back then, and I know I don't have all the pieces of the puzzle where you two are concerned. I know the way he looks at you. She pointed to her forehead and winked. Eidetic memory, remember? He cares about you. He wants you to be safe, but I really don't think it's for the sake of controlling you. She was right about that. Aiden had always been protective, but he'd never tried to control her. He had too many independent women in his life to be a controlling boyfriend. I know it's not. Besides, if my date from last night had looked like that while he acted the way he did, I might've, well, no, I still would've walked out. But I would've at least been sad about it. Aiden left the bakery as frustrated and confused as ever. Why did it feel like nothing he did was right? All he wanted was to keep Charlie safe. Well, that wasn't really true. He wanted to pick up where they left off all those years ago, but that couldn't happen. He wanted to hold her in his arms and feel that all was right with the world again, but even he knew that wouldn't fix all their problems. Checking his watch, he realized he had another hour or so before he had to be at work, and a walk down the beach seemed like it might give him a little taste of the peace he was looking for. Not bothering to take his boots off, Aiden trudged down the soft sand as slowly as he liked. He'd never been the water bug some of his siblings had, but the ocean had always calmed him when he needed a deep breath. At least, it had until Charlie ran away. Once his whole world fell apart and all his fears came true, not even the ocean could help. Walking for probably 30 minutes, he glanced up at the street to his right to get his bearings. If he did another few hundred yards on the beach, he could finish the last of the distance to the garage pretty quickly on the streets. That should still land him there about 20 minutes early, something ingrained in him from his time with the Marines. Plan formed, he continued walking until he noticed a familiar figure standing in ankle-deep water holding a fishing pole. Rudy Grant, Lexi's uncle. It had been years since he'd seen the man, but he'd helped get Charlie safely off the island. Had he known at the time, Aiden probably would have punched him in the nose, but he had enough distance now to appreciate the kindness. Morning, Rudy. Turning his weathered face towards Aiden, a smile split Rudy's face. Well, if it ain't our weary soldier. Welcome home, boy. I prayed real hard for you when Lexi told me about your injuries over there. Rudy placed his pole in the sand and stuck out his hand to shake Aiden's. Thank you for your service, young man. Aiden returned the shake, not the least bit surprised by the man's firm grip. He might look like a beatnik bum to some, but Rudy had more to him than met the eye. I guess I've got some things to thank you for as well. Understanding and compassion dawned in Rudy's eyes, and he shook his head. No thanks necessary for helping that girl. I promised myself and the good Lord a long time ago I'd help anyone who needed it, especially a young lady who feels like she doesn't have much choice. He shrugged, his expression a little more shadowed than it had been a moment before. I'm still not sure if I did everything right back then, but I did the best I could. I reckon the Lord knows our intentions even when our actions ain't perfect. Somehow, Rudy talking about the Lord didn't grate on Aiden like it did when his family or Charlie said the same things. Maybe it was because he didn't feel like he'd let Rudy down walking away from his faith, but it was kind of nice. I get it, and I'm not sure what I'd have done either. Rudy narrowed his eyes at Aiden, his lips pursed as he studied him. Y'all worked things out since she's been back? He cocked his head to the side, his nosy question more matter-of-fact, coming from the old fisherman. No sir, and I guess we probably never will. Too much between us. Leaning back down to take up his fishing pole again, Rudy faced the ocean. That's a shame. Good thing about life, though, you never quite know what's coming down the pike. The Almighty's pretty good at putting broken things back together. Aiden didn't respond for a minute, not really sure what to say. After a few breaths, the truth fell out in a way he wouldn't allow with anyone but the man in front of him. And if he's the one who broke me in the first place? Unsure what he'd expected Rudy to say or do, it certainly wasn't a deep laugh to come bellowing out of the man's throat. Oh, I've been there. Son, you can rest assured there ain't nothing the Lord can't put back together. Whether it was something he caused or something he just allowed, I don't know how much it matters. What matters is you can run all you want, he ain't never left you. Just then, his pole started to pull towards the water, and Rudy stepped back out of the ankle-deep surf. If you'll excuse me, son. There's my breakfast. Chapter 13. Charlie stepped into the church parking lot with an onslaught of memories. The town had been having their summer kickoff as long as she could remember, and it had only grown in the time she'd been gone. Every May, the weekend before Memorial Day, she'd think about whether the event was going well and hope it brought joy to those in attendance. Stepping up beside her to loop her arm through Charlie's, Lydia gave her a quick squeeze. My goodness, the stories this event could tell. She stared at the stage as well, one of the few things that hadn't changed in all of Charlie's years in Reindeer Pass. I remember the first time you two got up on that stage and nearly brought everyone to tears. Of course, Charlie did too. It had been their junior year of high school, and Aiden had finally convinced Charlie to play a couple of songs with him on stage. At first, she'd balked at the idea of any undue attention, but he'd slowly worn down her defenses while also building up her confidence. Love had a way of doing that, she supposed. It made you brave in a way you'd have never done alone, if only because you had the safety net of their arms behind you. I don't think I've ever been that nervous in my life, Charlie replied as Gwen appeared at her other side. The feisty redhead grinned and turned her face towards Charlie. Levi told me all about how you and Aiden used to bring the house down at this thing. It was apparently quite something. Her smirk firmly in place, Gwen crossed her arms over her chest. I'd love to see that. With a mirthless chuckle, Charlie shook her head. I don't even know if Aiden still plays the guitar, and I'm sure they have their performers already organized anyway. He hasn't picked up a guitar in years, Lydia said sadly. Though, I do still catch his fingers dancing when he thinks no one's looking. It's clear he's playing some invisible sixth string in his mind, but I doubt he's held one in a long time. It's almost like it soothes him, like some folks play with their hair or bite their nails. That made all the sense in the world. I do the same with piano. The whole plane ride here, I was essentially tapping out a mini sonata on the tray table. The poor guy next to me must have thought I was insane. Sometimes, Gwen said thoughtfully. I wish I'd had something like music to fall into when my sister died. I got angry, and all I had to throw my energy into was solving her murder and learning to box. I don't regret either, but I think something a little softer might have healed my heart a little easier. It struck Charlie as they stood and stared at the stage amongst the revelry around them that the three of them were more bonded, than they'd probably ever know. Inflatables, carnival games, and food trucks littered the parking lot as folks began to arrive, music blasting from the loudspeakers as the local band from Charleston finished setting up. There, in the middle of all the happy, stood 3 women who'd walked through the fire. Lydia had lost her husband far too soon and raised 5 children with far too little money. Somehow, she'd scratched and clawed to keep their dream alive. Gwen's sister had been murdered, a heartbreaking victim of a wrong place wrong time type crime. That, and the way her parents' church had dealt with the aftermath, had driven Gwen from the Lord in a way she'd only just recently come back from. And then there was Charlie. Alienated from everyone she knew and loved at 18, she'd fled the only home she'd ever known to keep those around her safe. The betrayal at the realization that it had been her father involved in Randall Cromwell's dealings had shaken her to her core, despite the fact he'd never been a particularly good dad. She'd been tempted to walk away from her faith the same way Gwen and Aiden had, but something in her just wouldn't let go of the truths she knew like the back of her hand. God hadn't left her, and he never would abandon her. She might have been alone hitchhiking and catching bus rides across the country, but she'd never truly been by herself. He'd walked with her, he'd gone before her, and he'd given her the gift of baking and music to ground her when the whole world felt shaky. He'd given her Becca and other friends in Reindeer Pass, the little town of a few thousand, until the winter ski season came and exploded the place into a Christmas wonderland. If only Aiden could see how God had directed his steps as well, but he was so hardened to the truth of the gospel. Lost in her own thoughts, Charlie barely noticed when Sage approached with Brian and gestured towards the stage. "If you get a wild hair to go up there, Charlie Edwards, you just let me know. I happen to be running this event, and I'd be thrilled to squeeze you in for old time's sake." "Thanks," Charlie replied quickly. "But I don't think dash." Before she could finish her thoughts, Levi all but pushed Aiden towards them. "What a coincidence, sis. I was just thinking the same thing." He gestured between himself and Sage. "Great minds think alike." "Oh goodness, I hope not," Sage said with a wink towards her youngest brother. "But I have no doubt you two would sound just as good as you did back then." Aiden turned a look of consternation to his sister. "I don't even remember how to play the guitar, so you can count me out." Charlie's heart broke in a way she wasn't sure she could explain. The guitar had been so much a part of him, something he used to stay close to his father after he passed. Aiden's eyes met hers under the warm May sun, and she could see the brokenness in them over having to admit the truth. He'd stopped playing because of her, and he'd become this shell of the man he'd been before as well. Sure, he put one foot in front of the other and did what he needed to do, but the light in his eyes was nothing compared to what it once had been. "I'm sure there are plenty of talented musicians already in the lineup today. We don't need to make it amateur hour." Rolling her eyes, Sage held up the clipboard which seemed permanently attached to her hand at times. "You're in luck. The bands get a break at lunch, and I thought a karaoke hour would be tons of fun." She pinned Aiden with a no-nonsense look. "You don't even have to play, as we'll have the tracks to choose from. But no pressure, I've already signed Rob, Levi, and Brian for a stirring rendition of a boy band classic." Brian's head whipped around from where he'd been studying the booth setups. "I'm sorry, you did what?" Fist pumping the air, Levi's grin split his whole face. "We've got this, Rockford. I'll take the lead, and you and Rob can be my backup dancers." Grabbing Brian, Aiden entirely forgotten, Levi waved at the rest of the group. "We've got to find Rob and rehearse. I hope I remember the moves. Oh, I'll text Knox and Nick, too. They probably remember them, too." Lydia and Sage had dissolved into fits of giggles, while Aiden and Gwen appeared as confused as Charlie. "Moves?" Calming herself enough to explain, Sage nodded. "A few years ago a buddy of theirs got married. They were moving to be closer to her family in Florida after the wedding, so the guys wanted to send them off with a bang. It was all Levi's brainchild, but the rest of the guys got really into the whole thing. They surprised the couple at the reception, and it was one of the funniest things I've ever seen. My abs were sore for days," Lydia said as she wiped a happy tear from her eye. "The bride and groom loved every second of it, and the whole town just ate it up." It was made even funnier by Levi going into an impromptu split at the end and ripping his pants. By that time, all three of them had joined Sage and Lydia in the laughter. Charlie wished she'd been there to see the antics. What did he do? He was in luck, Lydia replied with a shrug. His big sister carries around a whole doomsday prep kit in that purse of hers, and he hid in the bathroom while she sat outside and stitched the pants back together. Goodness, the Jameson family antics had always been one of Charlie's favorite things about them. If everything hadn't gone as it did between them, would Aiden have been right there with his brothers on the dance floor? He'd always been the most serious of the siblings, but he'd been known to cut loose on occasion. Studying him then, Charlie could tell the same questions rolled through his mind. But wait, Gwen said as she cocked her head to the side. Brian wasn't here for any of that, right? Sage waved her hand in front of her face, a slightly mischievous expression on her face. They'll stick him in the back. He'll figure it out. Brian did, indeed, figure it out. A couple of hours later, Aiden stood with his mother, sisters, Stephanie Pruitt, Gwen, Lexi, and Charlie as they watched the guys make complete and utter fools of themselves to the raucous laughter of the summer kickoff crowd. They were the first karaoke act, which Sage hoped would convince others to get up there and participate. Brian hadn't been present for the wedding during the routine's first appearance, but the personalities of the guys on stage shined through with absolute clarity. Rob and Nick had virtually no rhythm and stiff movements, and it was clear they thought the whole thing was ridiculous as they stood towards the back of their formation along with Brian. For his part, Sage's billionaire boyfriend apparently didn't take himself too seriously and committed wholeheartedly to the dance, despite knowing almost none of the choreography. As athletic as he was, the freestyle section was his time to shine with a break dance of sorts. Knox had always been an easygoing friend to Allie, and he clearly had more natural rhythm than Rob and Nick. He didn't commit with the same fervor as Levi and Brian, but he honestly wasn't bad at the moves he remembered. As for Levi, he was in his element. The guys had stuck him in the very front, flanking out behind him in a V formation. Always the ham, Levi worked the stage like it was made for him, winking at the crowd and blowing kisses to Gwen a couple of times. I cannot believe them, Gwen said as she all but collapsed in laughter. You didn't want to join them, Aiden? To his credit, Levi had tried to convince Aiden to jump up there with them. He'd promised he could be in the back with Brian, but he'd had no luck. Absolutely not. I'm afraid I've got 2 left feet and the rhythm to match. Charlie coughed, though it was more of a choke through her laughter. He's not being modest. The senior football players tried to do a step routine at our last talent show, and poor Aiden never did get the moves right. He ended up running back and forth across the gym holding the school flag. As embarrassing as it had been at the time, Aiden couldn't help but chuckle at the memory now. Hey, we can't all have Levi's skills. The popular boy band song from the 90s played, and the guys hit one last freestyle session. Brian dropped to the ground to do the worm while Rob attempted some version of the sprinkler. Levi did a backflip, narrowly missing a collision with Knox, who glided across the stage in what was probably supposed to be the Running Man. Mom gasped and covered her eyes, peeking through her fingers. He's going to break his neck doing that one day. Eyes wide, Gwen's mouth fell open. He does that regularly? It's kind of a party trick, Allie replied dryly. One day, he's going to fall on his head, and it'll serve him right. Still, her amusement was as clear as her annoyance. The guys finished, and the entire town erupted into applause. Sage jogged up to the stage and took the microphone, gesturing towards the DJ table as she did so. Thanks guys, that was really something. Let's give these guys another round of appreciation for their commitment to the cause. Another round of clapping and cheering rose up in the church parking lot but died down as Sage continued. Y'all don't forget to sign up for karaoke yourselves, as the band will be back at 1 o'clock. We can play boring track music, or we can have some real fun. One last reminder, don't forget to make your donation to the women's shelter at the pink booth beside the stage. Rachel and Hal will be there to take your donation, and you'll get a free shirt as a thanks for your generosity. The next act hopped up on stage when she finished, a contingent of the Magnolia Mamas who decided to sing Girls just want to have fun. Following them, Sage managed to get Brian up on stage for a second time to belt out an absolutely awful rendition of Summer Lovin', as neither of them had any vocal talent whatsoever. Mom elbowed Aiden in the ribs and nodded towards Charlie where she stood at the DJ booth looking at the songbook, longing clear on her face. Was she going to go up and sing on her own? She'd never been willing to do that before, but it had been a long time since he'd really known who Charlie Edwards was. She'd grown more independent, more confident, and a whole lot more feisty in the time she'd been in Montana. He guessed she'd had to, out there all alone. Before he quite realized what he was doing, it was as though some invisible force moved his feet toward the table until he stood at her back and studied the song list over her shoulder. "You gonna sing?" "Thought I might," she said with a slightly breathy voice. Clearing her throat, her next words came out a little stronger. "Want to join me?" She didn't face him, her finger resting on a popular country crossover song better sung as a duet than alone. Her pointer finger tapped twice on the song list, and Aiden couldn't believe he was even considering this. Setting the notebook down on the table, she turned to meet his eyes with her brow raised in challenge. The sun lit the natural highlights in her already blonde hair, and her pink lips turned up in the smallest of smiles. "You once promised me you'd never let me do it alone." It was true, and suddenly he was transported back to that day in the inn's front room when he'd finally convinced her to sing with him at this very festival, when he was 17 years old. He'd fallen in love with her a little more every time their voices harmonized, and he knew today wouldn't be any different. "You sure?" It would hurt, that much he knew in his gut, but there was no way he could turn her down and go back on his promise. Without responding, Charlie turned back to the DJ and handed him the notebook, pointing to the song they'd chosen. The kid, one Aiden couldn't imagine was older than early 20s, nodded as Rob and his daughter, Bryn, finished an adorable version of My Girl. Reaching out to take his hand, Charlie led Aiden to the stage. Half the town stared at them in shock, while the other half did so in expectation. Folks had stared at Charlie every time she walked down the street since she came back, but the attention had mostly died down. Still, many of them had been present the last time they'd sung together on the very stage they now mounted. Taking his place at the microphone, Aiden glanced over at Charlie. Her hands shook a little, but she looked strong and beautiful there on stage in her purple sundress. Purple had always complemented her coloring well, fair skin and blonde hair making her look a little like a fairy in the color. The lyric screen Sage had arranged on stage lit up with the opening lines of the song they'd chosen as an acoustic guitar, signaled the first chords. The guy's part was first, so Aiden sang his lines with a voice folks had always said sounded a little like the country crooners of days gone by. Suddenly, it was as if not one moment of the last 10 years had happened at all. He and Charlie were simply alone in his mother's parlor blending their voices as naturally as they blended their lives. While she'd do her lyrics and he'd do his, the moments where their voices met was where the magic happened. As always, their voices sounded like they were made to go together, and Aiden barely noticed the crowd that had all stopped laughing and cutting up. He registered the whole festival turned their way, but he couldn't bring himself to care or even look at anyone but Charlie. As she poured her heart and soul into the music flowing between them, he didn't think she'd even realized what an effect they were having. Music had been the thing that brought them together. It had been what sent him head over heels in love with her, and this moment between them was no different. His heart, the one he'd locked up tight years ago, felt like it busted wide open and laid bare there in front of Charlie, his whole family, and the town which had started to feel like home again. As they finished the bridge and moved into the last chorus, the intensity of his feelings for the woman standing across from him started to crash into him like waves before a hurricane. His pulse picked up, and sweat began to bead on his forehead. Suddenly, the stage felt too small, and it almost felt like he watched the two of them from an out-of-body experience. Nothing had changed. He was still the same broken man who'd come back from war, and she was still someone who held close religious beliefs he no longer shared. Nothing could happen between the two of them, not to mention she was still likely on the hit list of one of the most dangerous men in the country. Why had he agreed to sing with her? It would only hurt later, when she either left again after the trial or he did because he just couldn't stay in her orbit any longer. The chorus ended, and he jammed his microphone back into the stand, tearing his eyes from Charlie's. He hopped off the stage rather than wasting time with the stairs and moved as quickly as he could through the crowd, and past the concerned faces of his family. No, it had been a mistake to sing with Charlie again, and he had a sinking feeling he'd just made everything 1,000 times worse. Chapter 14. Aiden's breath still hadn't slowed by the time he reached the beach nearly a mile away from the church parking lot and stage, where he and Charlie had been singing. The hurt in her eyes when he shoved the microphone back in the stand and ran out would haunt him forever, but he couldn't stay on stage one more minute. It wasn't about the crowd. It was the way the hope fluttered in his chest at the feeling of the music flowing between them. He'd thought he could get through it, and he'd seen how much Charlie had wanted to sing. He'd never been good at disappointing her. Unfortunately, since they'd both returned to the island, it was all he seemed to be able to do. He didn't realize how far he'd made it down the beach until he spotted a familiar figure holding a beat-up old fishing pole, and sporting a pair of cargo shorts he'd probably had for 30 years. Rudy Grant stood in his gray fishing hat, long-sleeved t-shirt, and no shoes there on the beach, reeling in a catch that was clearly putting up a fight. His long gray hair was pulled back into a low ponytail that might have been washed within the last week, but it was hard to tell under the hat. Rudy grunted as he pulled on the pole. "Oi, Jameson. Come help me get this fighter out of here." Jogging towards Rudy, Aiden took hold of the pole and helped pull the catch out of the shallow waters and up onto the shore. "There he is," Rudy said as he grabbed the huge red drumfish with one hand and pulled the hook out with the other. "Son, you just earned yourself some lunch for helping me out. Build us a fire over there in my pit, and I'll put this guy out of his misery." There was no question or invitation as Rudy tossed over a box of matches, simply an expectation Aiden would do as he was told. Still, he didn't have anywhere else to go, as his whole family would surely question him about running away from the festival the way he did. "Sure, why not? That's the spirit," Rudy said as he pulled a knife from his cargo shorts. Aiden didn't want to think about the last time the thing had been cleaned, but he figured they'd kill any germs the fish had on the fire anyway. Aiden worked in silence while Rudy whistled some sea shanty Aiden hadn't heard anywhere but in movies. He filleted the red drum with the skill of someone who'd been doing it for decades. Before plopping it onto a cast iron skillet he pulled off the side of the fire pit. "There. Should cook up pretty quick." Nodding, Aiden sat down in the sand with a deep sigh. Building the fire had distracted him for a moment, but thoughts of Charlie crashed within him once again. Absent-mindedly grabbing a stick and drawing unrecognizable shapes in the sand with it, Aiden didn't even notice Rudy approach until he'd plopped down next to him. "Makin' your masterpiece over here?" What could he tell Rudy that would make sense to a man like him? He was smart, that wasn't the problem, but as far as Aiden knew he'd never had a sweetheart. He'd lived as an eccentric beantick fisherman his whole life, really only interacting with folks occasionally at church or with Lexi and Rachel. What would he know about losing the woman you loved and becoming a man who'd never deserve her? Reckon it's something, at least. Sitting back on his hands, Rudy spread his legs out in front of them and crossed them. They stared out at the water. The waves crashed onto the shore a few yards in front of them. "Last time we talked, you asked me what a man was to do if he felt like the Lord was the one who tore him apart. I don't think I gave you a very good answer, though it's one I still believe. You said it doesn't much matter because he's with us no matter what." Thinking back on the conversation, Aiden couldn't remember too much more about it other than they'd exchanged their thanks. "It's fine, though. I don't think anybody really has the answer to that one. No chaplain he'd approached in the Marines ever had, and he doubted Pastor John would either." Rudy stood from his spot in the sand, moving to flip the fish in the skillet.
Nah.
"I reckon there's more to say. See, I've seen a whole lot of ugly in my life, and not just when I look in the mirror." He chuckled but didn't give Aiden a chance to respond. "I've wondered why bad things happen to good folks, and I've wondered why God lets his people suffer when he could just take us on home. Did you come to any conclusions?" "Kind of. The Bible tells us we're gonna have trouble. Jesus sure did, and we're not ever promised an easy life. Still, I can't help but think he sees things differently than we do. I heard someone say once the Lord doesn't care about our happiness, he cares about our holiness. Now, I don't quite agree with the first part, but I do think he's a whole lot more concerned with our holiness than an easy road for us to walk. Sin is an ugly thing, and it brought ugly consequences into the world. Men like Randall Cromwell, they're not the only ones who fall short. That still wasn't good enough for Aiden. So God lets girls like Charlie suffer because men like Randall Cromwell exist? With a scoff, Rudy rolled his eyes. No, and that's not what I said. I just think the world has evil things in it because of all our sin, but I bet if you asked her, she'd say he gave her peace in all the mess. I bet she'd say he was with her every day in her parents' house and every day since. I bet she'd say the path she walked wasn't one she chose for herself, but the person she's become as a result of it is something she doesn't regret. Poking the fish again with a stick, Rudy cocked his head to the side before continuing. I reckon God sees things in a perspective we don't. Sure, he might allow bad stuff to happen to us on earth because that's part of the consequences of sin, but he also knows eternity with him is gonna be real sweet. So, instead of shielding us from all the bad stuff here, he meets us where we are and helps us through it. But again, he knows the end of the story. Was it really that simple? It felt like something his dad had said before the pancreatic cancer took him, but Aiden had been way too sad to listen at the time. In fact, he'd probably been in denial at the gravity of the conversation. I'm not the man I used to be. She took the best of me. Rudy was a smart enough man to know Aiden referred to Charlie, so he didn't feel the need to clarify. Anything good about me, it was all her. When she disappeared, all that disappeared too, and I don't know if I can get it back. Son, Rudy said as he plopped back down next to him and handed him a tin plate full of red drumfish. That sounds good for a country song, but that ain't how it works. Nobody but the Lord himself is supposed to be defining who you are. Don't go making idols out of golden calves, boy. You'll find them lacking. Having grown up in church, the reference to the Israelites' golden calf was familiar enough to Aiden he understood Rudy's meaning. Had he created an idol out of Charlie all those years ago? Had she become the anchor for his faith when he thought it was the Lord? If she had, it made sense it had all gone belly up when she left. Taking a bite of their catch, Aiden thought over everything the seasoned fisherman had told him. And if I've screwed everything up? With a grin, Rudy clapped a hand on Aiden's back. Son, that's the beauty of faith. He knew we'd mess up, and he knew we'd make boneheaded decisions. It's just what we do. His grace covers that, too. Watching Aiden run off the way he did had all but broken Charlie's heart. He was a man with deep wounds, some of which were her fault. At least, she'd been responsible for their onset. It had been an hour or so since he left, and she'd gone through the motions of the summer kickoff with the rest of his family. Still, it didn't hold the joy that it once had. Where had he gone? Should she have followed him? So lost in her thoughts, she hardly realized Lydia approached her under the tent with organic candles until she placed a hand on her shoulder. How are you doing, dear? Lydia Jameson was as beautiful as she ever had been. Her curly gray hair was pulled half back into a claw clip while her blue linen pants and matching gauzy top gave her a look of casual elegance. She was relaxed and comfortable, though Charlie could see the worry for her eldest child etched across her face. I'm okay. I was just wondering if I should have followed him. I feel like it's all my fault. Taking her hand, Lydia led Charlie away from the candle booth. Honey, I think I've done a poor job of assuring you of something. Never, not for 1 minute, have I ever blamed you for things that have happened with Aiden. His choices are his choices, just like mine are mine. You did what you felt you had to do to keep yourself and those you loved safe. Everything that happened after was his own response to his grief. But if I'd never left, none of that would have happened. Maybe, Lydia replied thoughtfully. But that's not really what matters, is it? The Bible tells us what's in the heart is what comes out, and your leaving combined with his father's death brought out what was in his heart. I pray every day for him to come to a real and saving understanding of Christ, but his responses to things aren't your fault. She held up the cup of soda in her hand and shook it ever so slightly. If my grandbaby comes barreling over to me in 5 minutes and I drop my cup, she didn't cause it to spill. It spilled because there's something in the cup. When push comes to shove, what's in her heart spills out. Aiden's not running from you, love. He's running from the Lord. She was right, of course she was. Charlie couldn't take responsibility for the man Aiden had become, even if her leaving had been the catalyst. To take on that mantle for other folks would destroy even the strongest of folks, and only the Lord could change a heart. So, what do I do now? Before Lydia could answer, a decidedly more stoic Levi approached with Gwyn, his cell phone in hand. Hey, guys, I just wanted to let you know I got a call from the chief. Randall's been officially charged for the drug trafficking, as well as tax fraud and a laundry list of other things. The trial date hasn't been set yet, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's quicker than normal due to the case's profile. He ran a hand over his face, clearly unsure how to continue. What aren't you telling me, Levi? With a sigh, Levi spoke again. He's recommended we hire security for you until after you testify. You've given your sworn testimony already, but you'll have to take the stand for sure. I can talk to Brian and see if he can help us out with hiring some security. He told me he'd be happy to do it if it came to that. Brian Rockford was the billionaire CEO of Rockford Properties after the death of his father over Christmas and Sage's devoted boyfriend. It was easy to forget just how much money he had from the way he lived, but he definitely used it when he needed to. As much as I hate it, that's probably smart. Nodding, Levi took Gwyn's hand in his. It'll all be over soon, Charlie, and I'm doing my best to make sure you can live the life you want when it is. The life she wanted. It was an interesting concept. Her entire adulthood had been defined by her role in relation to other people. She was the daughter of criminals, the broken-hearted ex of a soldier, and an employee in a mountain town bakery which brought her healing in a way she'd never expected. Still, she'd always longed for the life she'd dreamed up with Aiden. But if Lydia was right, if what was in Aiden's heart had only spilled out as a result of all the grief, would it have been as perfect as she'd dreamed all these years? Would it have eventually spilled out anyway, or would he have surrendered his life to the Lord in a way that held firm despite their circumstances? Chapter 15. 17-year-old Aiden knelt by his father's bed and clutched the man's frail hand. The cancer had taken him down quickly, only a matter of months from his first symptoms to calling in hospice. The nurse fiddling with pill bottles was the only sound in the background of the room they'd set up at the inn, the hospital bed Mom rented fitted with crisp white sheets. Dad faded in and out of consciousness, his lucid moments fewer and farther between over the last couple of weeks. Tears clogged Aiden's throat, but he refused to leave the room with evidence of them. Mom had enough to worry about with the other kids, she didn't need him falling apart. Dad, he said with a slight croak. I'll take care of them. I promise. Dad's eyelids fluttered, his pale lips pressed tight. Son, he replied. Even his voice sounded weak. I'm not worried about that. I want you to know how proud I am of you and the man you're becoming. I couldn't ask for a better firstborn. It wasn't until that moment Aiden realized how much he needed to hear those words. He'd known Dad was proud of him, as he'd told him often over the years, but this was one of the last conversations he'd ever have with him. Dad's time was close, and the hospice nurses had told Mom to call in the family. I love you, and I'll try to live a life you'd be proud of. Aiden, you're so strong. You always have been, and I guess we probably leaned on you too much because of it. You were always our dependable kid, but I hope I gave you the most important thing a father can give. Thankfully, the pancreatic cancer hadn't resulted in difficulty breathing or talking for Dad, as he'd been able to tell them all how much they meant to him in his final days. Please don't walk away from your faith in your grief, son. It'll hold you up if you let it, and nothing will ever be more important than your relationship with Jesus. He stopped speaking then, the silence of the room deafening. Just then, Dad's hand fell from his, and he fell into one of the last sleeps he'd have. Years later, a very different Aiden still sat on the beach near Rudy's old fire pit. The old fisherman had already gone back home for the afternoon, but the mostly clear beach had provided Aiden a respite from all the questions he couldn't answer. Was Rudy right? Had he made an idol out of his relationship with Charlie and somehow anchored his faith to it in the process? Dad had begged him on his deathbed not to abandon his faith, but that's exactly what he'd done when the weight of the world got too heavy. He had no idea how long he'd been out there until the sun began to set over the dark blue water. How had it gotten so late, and was everyone worried about him? Pushing to his feet, Aiden brushed the sand off his jeans. He hadn't solved anything with God that afternoon, but for the first time in a while, the idea of praying didn't feel like a stab in the gut. God didn't feel like the enemy, a sort of genie who had the ability to hold back the waves but refused out of spite. Sand had made its way into his heavy boots, and by the time he got back to the inn, he'd removed them and held them instead. The semicircle driveway in front of the inn was lined with flowers which burst with color from March to October thanks to Sage's brilliant landscape design. Right about the time one set of plants were losing their blooms, another would take its turn and so on and so forth. His sister said it was her masterpiece, and he had to agree. As focused as he was on the plants, he almost didn't notice the mass of shaggy brown fur barreling toward him until it had attacked him with slobbery, wet kisses. Standing on its hind legs with front paws perched on his chest, a dog he could swear was actually smiling smothered him in affection. "Champ." Allie's frantic voice from behind the dog sounded, and Aiden looked up to find her and Knox both running his way with her golden retriever Theo in their wake. "Champ, bad dog. No jumping." Gently, she patted the dog on the behind as he removed his paws from Aiden's chest. With another gentle command and a point towards the ground, Champ sat down in the driveway with his tail thumping against the cracked pavement. Tongue lolling from the side of his mouth, the dog nearly vibrated with excitement. To his credit, he still sat there at Allie's feet, while her older, calmer dog, Theo, stood eyeing the overgrown puppy with frustration. "Get a new dog, Al." Aiden knelt and petted the furball, earning a few more licks in the process. His little sister looked guilty and traded a look with Knox, which immediately made him suspicious. Knox gestured towards Aiden, his meaning clear. "Spill it, Allie." Bobbing back and forth from her heels to her toes, Allie clasped her hands in front of her. "So this is Champ, and he's actually for you if you want him. If not, we'll keep him, but we thought he'd be perfect for you." "Excuse me, what? How can I take care of a dog when I don't even have a house?" He'd been staying at the inn since he got home, and he doubted Mom would appreciate this little tornado tracking sand inside every chance he got. "That's the best part," Allie replied with a grin. "We've been thinking about offering you the apartment above Knox's shop for a couple of weeks, but we just hadn't had the opportunity to mention it. Champ was abandoned by his owners at our vet's office when they moved, and he's been kept in their boarding area ever since. He was fed and safe, but this guy needs to run and play and be with people." She shrugged, the look of guilt on her face easing a bit. "I'd heard of soldiers really benefiting from dogs when they come home from deployment, and he seemed like he might be a good friend for you. We have a fenced backyard, so he could play with Theo during the day when you're at work." Raising a brow at Allie's calm and faithful dog Theo, he chuckled as he continued to pet Champ. Theo doesn't look particularly impressed with him. As much as he hated to take handouts, it did seem like a nice setup. Not to mention, Knox and Allie's place was just a few blocks from Charlie's. If there was another break-in at the apartment, he could be there in seconds rather than minutes. "Why does he act like he knows me?" Knox shook his head. "That'd be because your sister stole one of your old t-shirts and has been letting the furball sleep with it for the last few weeks. She figured it would get him used to your scent, and he wouldn't have to warm up to you as much." "In my defense," Allie said with her hand in the air. "He's had a hard time, and so have you. I thought the two of you could help each other." Surrendering to the moment and plopping down to a sitting position there in the driveway, Aiden allowed Champ to more or less crawl into his lap and continued to pepper kisses all over him. His shaggy black tail continued to move at a feverish pace. "How old is he, anyway?" "The vet thinks he's around 9 months old, so he should calm down a little as he grows some more. He doesn't chew, and he doesn't whine at night unless I forget to put your shirt in his bed." Was that where his white undershirt had gone? "What's the rent on the apartment?" Sighing in relief, Allie glanced up at Knox with a grin. Whatever y'all think is fair. You don't have to pay it all, but I doubt you'll let that happen. Not a chance. Thanks, Al. I've actually been thinking about getting a dog for a while, but I never pulled the trigger on it. This guy seems like he might be perfect. Already, he'd started to calm down and settle into an odd koala-esque position in Aiden's lap. This dog might be a stage 5 clinger, but he was a good-natured little thing. The clear mutt had a dark shaggy coat and chocolate brown eyes. He looked to be around 50 or 60 pounds and would probably get a little bigger before he was full grown. Whacking Knox playfully on the arm, Allie giggled. See, I told you he wouldn't be mad. I didn't say he would be mad. I said you should have asked him before you made your plans rather than after. His sister's husband shook his head, but the exasperation was clearly half teasing. The man was so head over heels for her he'd probably give her the world if she asked. According to Mom, Knox was actually much better off financially than most folks realized with his blue-collar lifestyle. He was no Brian Rockford, but they'd be set up well for life. Probably, she admitted. But this felt like one of those forgiveness rather than permission situations. Turning her attention back to Aiden, she leaned down to pet Champ once more. We've actually already got the apartment outfitted for you in case you wanted it, but I'll let you and Knox discuss the particulars. As his sister and Theo moved toward the inn, Aiden realized his stress from earlier had all but dissipated. His conversation with Rudy, his soul-searching moment on the beach, and the affection of Champ had all combined to loosen the vice grip on his chest. How long has he been living with y'all? 2 months too long, Knox replied. She wanted to get him trained for a couple of commands before you two met, but much longer, and I think Theo might have revolted. Knowing good and well neither Theo or Knox would deny Allie anything she wanted or needed, Aiden chuckled. Thanks for everything. Let's talk rent. Chapter 16. As she passed the library, Charlie waved at Mrs. Brenda, the kind and feisty older woman in a flowy blue dress with little white flowers. Her dark hair was pulled into a bun, and she held a watering can over her barrel of flowers out front. Good morning, Mrs. Brenda. Morning, honey. You headed to the bakery? I sure am. Is Mr. Sam going to come in today for a bear claw? Bless him. The man had come in at least 3 times a week since Charlie got to town, Delia's specialty apparently his weakness. Scowling, Mrs. Brenda rolled her eyes. He'd better not. His doctor's already on him about his sugars, and he already has enough going on. Getting old isn't for the weak, Charlie. Know that. From behind her, Aiden's voice sounded on the sidewalk. Now, Mrs. Brenda, how would you know anything about getting old? Charlie turned to find him grinning at the librarian, and she realized how good it was to see him smile and joke around. He'd always been serious and responsible, but Aiden also had a silly side few got to see. Waving her watering can in his direction, Mrs. Brenda couldn't keep the smile off her face. Oh, you charmer. Taking lessons from Levi, I see. Aiden's grin grew even bigger, and it was only then Charlie realized he held the leash of a mid-sized brown dog. Who do you think taught him everything he knows? The dog looked up at Aiden with absolute infatuation in its eyes, and Charlie couldn't help but kneel down and pet the ball of shaggy fur. She was rewarded with copious amounts of puppy kisses, though not a thing in her mind did. Make a new friend? They both waved goodbye to Mrs. Brenda as she went inside the library, and Aiden reached down to pet the dog as well. This is Champ. Allie got him for me about 2 months ago, but she's been trying to train him not to terrorize folks since then. Apparently, she and Knox thought it would be good for me, though she might be rethinking that after Champ here relieved himself on some of her diving gear she'd left drying on the patio. Oh no, Charlie said with a smirk. Well, I guess some potty training is in order for someone. Mom's just about got me potty trained already. Aiden shrugged, his own smile still in place. What had gotten into him that morning? The last time she'd seen him, he'd been hightailing it off the stage at the summer kickoff. Now, it was like she could stare at the grown man before her and see the 16-year-old kid who'd stolen her heart. She says if I go a whole week without an accident, I can get a new toy car. Keeping a hand on Champ's head, Charlie stood. "You're in a good mood this morning." "I guess I am," Aiden replied. "Champ here's actually been a lot of fun despite his antics, and Rudy and I had a pretty good conversation on the beach after the festival the other day. I'm sorry about running off the way I did, by the way." His eyes grew a bit more shadowed at the memory. "I guess I just got overwhelmed with everything." "I get it. You've been through a lot, Aiden. No one holds it against you." Not only had he only recently found out she was alive after all this time, but he was also the victim of an explosion while deployed which ended his military career just a few years before retirement. You get a pass. In fact, now that she thought about it, Champ might actually be a godsend for him. She knew plenty of soldiers got therapy dogs when they came back from combat situations, and it shamed her that she hadn't really thought about how Aiden might be coping. "You know, I haven't ever asked you about your time over there." "I'm sorry about that." He shrugged, and the two of them continued their walk towards the bakery in the breezy morning air. "I normally stayed on the base, to be honest. Being out in that convoy like we were, it was pretty rare for me. I do think I lucked out somewhat, not having more trouble with the mental side of recovery than I did. There were some nightmares during the couple of weeks I was in the hospital. I really am sorry I haven't asked before now, and I'm so happy you're all right." He'd always been such a wall of security and unflappable calm, even after she returned home and had seen some of the cracks in his armor. It was easy to forget Aiden wasn't superhuman. "Honestly, I'm glad you didn't. I've never been all that comfortable being worried over, and my mom's been doing enough of it for everyone." "Oh, Rudy said something the other day I've been wanting to ask you about." With Rudy Grant, there was really no telling. "What's that? Do you wish everything hadn't gone down the way it had? Do you regret the hand you got dealt, or are you actually grateful for what God did for you within it?" The question floored her, but Charlie did her best to keep the shock off her face. Aiden hadn't willingly brought up things of faith since she'd come home, and she owed him the honest answer. "I don't want to hurt you with the answer. No, I don't regret it. Would it have been easier, happier, to have gotten to live out our dream the way we wanted to? Yes, we'd probably have a passel of kids by now, and we'd be living the good life." She paused, choosing her words carefully. "But I kind of viewed my time in Montana like the Israelites in the wilderness. Sometimes, I got off track and started to stray, but mostly I was just really aware of how close God was in my pain." Champ stopped to shake off some invisible water from his coat, and the two of them waited on him to finish. After a few seconds, he looked up at them both as if to say, "Well, come on then." Aiden shook his head with a smile and turned his attention back to Charlie. "And if you could go back and change it?" "I wouldn't, but not because it didn't break my heart. There are impossible things that happen in the world where I believe I would choose to change the past if I could, but not what happened to me. I think, when I left here, my faith was very immature. After a couple of years in Reindeer Pass and building a friendship with Becca there, it became the foundation of my life rather than just one of the large pieces." He stared ahead as they walked, closing the distance towards the bakery in an ambling stroll. "Rudy said something about the Israelites too. He warned me not to make a golden calf out of any person or thing. If I did, things would collapse once that idol was gone." His meaning clear, Charlie put a hand on his arm. "Sounds like you two had a really good conversation, but I am sorry for everything you went through as a result of what happened with Cromwell. His decisions were his own choice." She'd been long released of guilt over that, but it still grieved her to know what a hard road he'd walked. Champ stopped short and froze in place, his nose the only thing moving on his body.
Uh-oh.
Aiden said with a groan. "Champ, sit." Just a few yards in front of them, hanging off the branch of a crepe myrtle, was a little gray squirrel staring Champ down as though to taunt him. "Sit, boy." Darting forward only to be stopped by his harness and leash, Champ started spinning in tiny circles while he let out a series of barks which sounded more like yips. The squirrel stayed where it was, crinkling up its nose at the would-be predator. With a chuckle, Charlie placed a hand on the dog's head. "Sorry, buddy. I think you're going to have to let this one go." "Squirrels are his nemesis," Aiden grumbled. "He chases them every time he sees one." He hasn't caught one yet, and I'm not sure he'd know what to do if he did. Squatting down once more to get his attention, Charlie stroked Champ's ears. You always wanted a dog. Memories of them sitting on the back porch and planning their lives always included a dog or two, though they'd argued good-naturedly about the addition of a cat. Charlie thought one might be nice, while Aiden disagreed. I did, and while this one might have failed the obedience classes Allie tried to take him to, he's a good boy. Standing to her full height, Charlie's head cocked to the side. He failed doggy kindergarten? Is that even possible? It is when you pee on the instructor at the last class. Aiden shrugged, but Charlie spotted the amusement in his eyes. Allie said it wasn't his fault, but I don't quite believe that. Before Charlie could press the topic further, her phone buzzed in her pocket. Levi's name flashed across the screen, and her brows furrowed as she exchanged a glance with Aiden. Hey, Levi, what's up? Hey, are you at work right now? Levi sounded almost breathless, and Charlie wondered where he was. We need you down at the station. What in the world? Some cross between nervousness and dread built up in her stomach, and Charlie wasn't sure what she was hoping for. I'm supposed to be there in 10 minutes, but I can call Delia. Do that. I hate to pull you away, but everything has kind of blown up, and we need to get you up to speed. Not even pretending he wasn't listening, Aiden's eyes met hers. I'll go with you. Is that Aiden? Good, you might need some support. How quick can you be here? Levi's voice was low, measured, but there was an edge to it that Charlie didn't like.
Yeah.
We'll be there in 10 minutes. After a quick call to Delia with her boss's assurance she and Hannah would be fine, Aiden took her hand in his without asking and set off towards the police station. As the building came into sight, Charlie's heart beat faster and her forehead dotted with sweat. What had they found? What had happened? Squeezing her hand, Aiden pulled them to a stop. He smoothed back a lock of hair that had fallen on her cheek, eyes intent with protectiveness and affection. If her heart wasn't already racing, she was sure it would be when his fingers paused briefly on her cheek. I'm here with you. Whatever you're walking into, you're not alone. The cold air of the police station blasted them the second Aiden opened the door, the humidity outside and cool air inside fogging up the glass door and windows. Meredith Smith, a uniformed cop Aiden knew from church, stood in the lobby area. Hey, guys, Levi said you were on your way. I'm supposed to send you both back. Her attention moved to Champ who, for once, sat calmly at Aiden's feet. Is he going, too? He felt guilty, but there was no way Aiden was leaving Charlie's side after the anxiety in his brother's voice. Allie's coming by to get him in a few minutes, but could he hang out with you until then? Of course, Meredith replied and moved forward to take Champ's leash. We'll have a great time. Thank you, Aiden replied just as Levi appeared in the station's back hallways. His expression was grim, and a brick of dread settled firmly in his gut. You ready, Charlie? She nodded, not speaking as she swallowed audibly. Gently nudging her forward, Aiden moved his hand from hers to her back. No, he'd not be leaving her side until they'd faced whatever it was Levi had to tell them. Wordlessly, Levi led them to a small conference room that was basically just a couple of card tables and folding chairs. Detectives Aiden recognized as the other two on Charlie's case stood against the wall while the chief sat at the head of the table. It wasn't just cops in the room, though, as Gwyn and his mother also took up two of the chairs. Another woman, a federal agent's badge on her belt, in a black polo, sat next to Gwyn. Lastly, Brian Rockford had placed himself on the other side of the chief, his own expression one of curiosity. Hey, guys, the chief said as Aiden led Charlie to the seat next to his mother. We're just waiting on Mrs. Jane, and then we'll get started. 10 minutes later, Mrs. Jane moved slowly through the door. Aiden stood from the last chair and gave it to her, then taking a spot behind Charlie and placing his hands on her shoulders. Whatever they'd learned, it wasn't good. Thank everyone for coming, the chief began. Gesturing to the woman in the black polo, he nodded. This is Special Agent Cortez, and she's been working this case since the beginning. Agent Cortez, you have the floor. With a no-nonsense expression, the woman with clear brown skin and a thick ponytail opened a folder sitting in front of her. "Thank you, Chief. So, as I'm told you all know, Randall Cromwell was originally taken into custody due to his tax fraud charges, but once everything regarding the alleged drug trafficking came to light." She pierced Charlie with a look. "Thank you for your testimony and the videos. It was a brave thing you did, and your country thanks you." Charlie nodded, but still didn't speak. Agent Cortez continued, each sentence growing more and more unbelievable. "Miss Calloway pointed us in the direction of some interesting information that, combined with your testimony, helped us build a pretty solid case against the man." Over the next 20 minutes, they learned how Randall Cromwell had likely trafficked millions of dollars in fentanyl through their little island, going to streets all over the country to then lace more expensive drugs with the highly addictive drug. She talked about how he'd purchased properties under Quentin Taylor's name, but Charlie's dad had assumed the man's cousin's identity, Timothy Quinn, after his murder. Quinn had been responsible for a couple of different LLCs Cromwell used to shelter some of his holdings, as well as a charity or two that did no more good in the world than the fentanyl. Mr. Edwards had been more involved than Charlie's mom, but they'd both been well aware of just how deep it went. When the pastor got involved, Cortez continued, that's when things started to unravel. Edwards, also known as Quinn, started to get antsy at how close the activity was getting to his daughter. She raised a brow at Charlie, and Aiden could feel her shoulders tense. "When you got involved, it scared him. You said your mother warned you to get out of town after they'd already kicked you out of the house. That put the two of them on Cromwell's bad list, and not long after you left, they concocted the story about moving to Vegas when they really went to Florida." Charlie's voice was small, but it was the first time he'd heard her speak since they'd arrived. "How do you know that?" Compassion filled the agent's face, and Aiden had a bad feeling about where this was going. "Your mother contacted us, and she was cooperating with us to point us in the right direction. It was just before she called you." "Was?" He could feel Charlie trembling under his hands, and he wanted nothing more than to pull her into his arms. "You said she was working with you. Unfortunately, your mother was killed yesterday in what appears to be a car accident." Agent Cortez reached across the table and placed her hand on Charlie's. "I'm so sorry for your loss." Levi approached the table then, with his gaze flicking from Aiden and back to Charlie. "We don't believe it was really an accident, Charlie. For that reason, we're recommending you enter the witness protection program until Cromwell's trial. It's the only way to keep you safe." Chapter 17. Hannah pulled the last of the unpurchased biscuits and cookies from the pastry case and stared at Charlie in disbelief. Popping a banana bread muffin in her mouth and letting out the smallest groan of happiness, she shook her head. "I can't believe you didn't take them up on it. Aren't you scared?" The two of them had closing duty since Delia's son had a baseball game that evening, and Charlie had just finished telling her coworker all about the meeting at the station. "I've spent years running from this, and I only just came home again. I know some people probably think I'm stupid for not going to a safe house at least, but I've finally gotten back on my feet here. I'm not leaving again." "I guess that makes sense. What did Aiden say when you told them, thanks but no thanks?" "I bet he wasn't happy." "Actually," Charlie replied as she finished counting the day's cash against the receipts. "He didn't say much. He said he supported whatever decision I wanted to make, but he knew it wasn't his decision." That, in and of itself, had been as surprising to Charlie as the conversation they'd had earlier that day. Not only did he seem to be softening to things of faith, but for the first time since she'd gotten back, he hadn't tried to steamroll over her in an attempt to keep her safe. He had, however, been incredibly kind as she'd processed her mother's death. As poor a mother as she'd been, she had ultimately died in pursuit of helping Charlie. She'd been murdered, and the dichotomy of grief and understanding of her mother's own role in her death had rocked Charlie a little. Pulling her apron over her head, Hannah tossed the stale bread in the trash. "Selfishly, I'm kind of glad you didn't leave again. You're the only person who is willing to listen to my issues with my parents. All of my friends from growing up think they're right that cooking and baking is a silly way to make a living. I'd miss you if you had to go away." My friend Becca's mom said the same thing before she opened the bakery in Reindeer Pass. She didn't have a trust fund or anything, but she wanted her to leave home and make something of herself. To be fair, Becca's mom had barely scraped by as a single mom for most of Becca's childhood. She was just afraid her daughter would struggle like she did, and she didn't want that for her. Thoughts back on her own mom, she had to admit parents who cared and worried wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. It was well-meaning, but Becca's done really well there. Tell me more about Reindeer Pass, Hannah said as she swung a dish rag over her shoulder. It seems like such an idyllic little place. With a smile, Charlie thought back on her time there. It actually reminds me of Magnolia Island in some ways. The winters are long and cold, but it also turns into this adorable little ski town with the best Christmas celebrations I've ever seen. Sometimes, you can even see the northern lights, and that's enough to make anyone fall in love. Their Christmas celebration is what they're known for, but the spring and summer there can also be really nice. The snow melts on the mountain, and it's kind of an outdoorsman's paradise. It was actually funny that it was called Reindeer Pass in the first place, as there were no reindeer anyone knew of. The story went that one of the town's original founders saw a moose and thought it was a reindeer. They'd moved from Georgia just before the Civil War, so he'd never seen a moose either. Despite their later education regarding the wildlife of the area, the name stuck. How many people live there? Charlie could see Hannah's wheels turning, her curiosity clear as she wiped down tables. During the ski season, it's crawling with tourists just like we are here in the summer. There are only about 5,000 full-time residents, but there are a few folks who come for the summer and go south for the winter. You considering a move? Shaking her head, Hannah sighed. Just dreaming a little, I guess. There's no way my parents would agree to me going up there even after I finish law school. They prefer me close. Hannah, I don't mean this disrespectfully, but why do they get a vote? You're grown, and you have more than enough skill in the kitchen to get a job at Becca's bakery. You can move if you want to. Not to mention, she was a certified genius, well, if such a certification existed. The things she'd recalled over their time working together astounded Charlie, even down to minute details from receipts and recipes. Eyes widening, Hannah's expression told Charlie she genuinely never thought much about it. I guess I've just always done what they asked. I was always the good kid, the only one they'd been able to have after years of trying. My parents aren't bad people, but they've just always acted like they knew what was best. In fact, working here is the first time I've ever balked at them at all. Plus, if I leave now, I'm sure they'd withhold my trust fund. How old are you? 23, so I have a year and a half before I can access it. Growing up, I didn't make friends easily. My eccentricities either weirded other kids out, or they just wanted to take advantage of me for school stuff. I could read a page once and recall it forever, so I guess I was the MVP of the study group. A sad expression darkened her normally happy smile. I got taken advantage of a lot, and I guess along the way my parents convinced me to listen to them about everything. Mindful of her words, Charlie glanced at the closing checklist on the wall. Once you turn 25, will your trust fund have strings attached? You said you're going to go to culinary school in New York when you get it, but will that even be allowed? It was a fine line between guiding a friend and sticking her nose where it didn't belong, but the idea that Hannah's parents still wouldn't let her get what she wanted after playing the game their way didn't feel impossible. I haven't really looked at the terms, but I guess I should do that soon. Hannah didn't say much more, but they worked in amicable silence for another 10 minutes until they'd finished their tasks. Do you need anything else from me? Nope, Charlie replied as she flipped the lights off. I'm just going to take the trash out, and Aiden's going to come take me home. That had been his one request, that she not walk by herself on the island after dark, especially after what had happened to her mother. Hannah pulled her phone from her pocket and typed out a text message. Speaking of parents, mine would like to know when to expect me home. Eyes rolling, she shoved the phone back where it had come from. I can stay until Aiden shows up. Go on home. He just texted and said he's on his way. I'll see you tomorrow. Hannah, if at any point you decide you'd like to make a change, I'm happy to put in a good word with Becca. With a grateful smile, Hannah pushed through the door and turned off the bakery's front lights. The ones in the kitchen were still on, and Charlie took the moment of peace to empty the kitchen trash can and ask the Lord to intervene in Hannah's life with his will. He'd guided Charlie all those years, and she had no doubt he'd do the same for her young friend. Tossing the bag over her shoulder, Charlie unlocked the back door, which led to the dumpster they shared with a couple of other businesses in town. Just as she opened the dumpster's lid, a shuffle behind her pulled her attention. Before she had a chance to turn, an arm wrapped around her throat and cut off her air supply. This was it, they'd come for her after all. Lord, she prayed silently as the world around her began to fade, only you're going to get me out of this. Aiden pulled up to the bakery with a bad feeling in his belly. Call it intuition, or call it the Holy Spirit he'd always learned of as a kid, but something wasn't right. The lights were off in the front of the bakery, but the kitchen light was still on. Pulling his truck to a stop out front and hopping out, Aiden knocked on the door a couple of times to no answer. She hadn't responded to his text that said he was there either. Willing himself not to lose his head, Aiden pulled out his phone and dialed Levi. His brother answered on the second ring, the sounds of the police station in the background. Hey, man, what's up? He was probably overreacting, but something just didn't feel right. Can you come down to the bakery? I just got here to pick up Charlie, and she's not here. I'm sure she's fine, but... I got it, brother. We'll be there in 5 minutes. Sounds of his brother moving through the station made it clear he'd jumped into action, and other voices joined him in a low murmur. Any sign of a struggle? No, but she knew I was coming. I told her I was on my way just 20 minutes ago. Let me call her real quick. Sorry, I should have done that first. His brain wasn't firing on all cylinders, as the thought of what had happened to Charlie's mom twisted his insides. Randall Cromwell better not harm a hair on her head, or he'd have more than criminal charges on his hands. Do that, but we're headed your way anyway. Call me back if she's fine. Levi hung up the phone just as a car engine turned over on his end. Good, at least the cops were on their way. Dialing Charlie's new number, the one she'd gotten in Reindeer Pass under the name Bev Jameson, Aiden held his breath as one ring turned into many more. Footsteps at his back had him whirling around, but his pulse slowed a little when he spotted Hannah. Charlie's phone went to voicemail, and Aiden took a long breath to try and keep cool. Have you seen Charlie?
Yeah.
Hannah replied. Her eyes were wide in fear as she glanced into the mostly dark bakery. I just left like 10 minutes ago, but I forgot my purse. She was headed out back to take the trash. Is she not here? The way the bakery sat, it was the last building in a long line of Main Street businesses. A public parking lot sat beside it, with the row of dumpsters shared by the businesses in back. She may be out back, but she's not answering her phone. Levi's on his way. Hannah hurried around the side of the building, but Aiden caught her quickly. Hold on, let me go first. Just as Aiden rounded the corner, he briefly registered Hannah staring out into the parking lot with narrowed eyes. There were no cars there at the moment, so he wasn't all that concerned with whatever had caught her attention. Besides, the second he spotted the broken black trash bag on the ground, contents spilling into the alleyway, his pulse rate kicked up at the same time the whirl of police sirens filled the air. The next 15 minutes were some of the longest of Aiden's life, and it had been the last shred of self-control he had not to plant his fist into the brick wall when Levi said the cameras had been covered in black paint. They'd be useless, and they had no idea which way Charlie could be headed. Others arrived on the scene, Gwyn and his mother included, but Aiden barely noticed them. Hannah, he shouted louder than he meant to as she stood giving a statement to the police. You've got a photographic memory, right? Kind of, she answered as she wiped a tear from her cheek. I was just about to tell Detective Jameson about a truck I saw in the lot when I left this evening. She was calm as she rattled off everything from the make and model of the truck to the tag number and even some of the scratches it had. The passenger side mirror was missing, and the bed cover was dented, which is why I noticed it in the first place. It was different, so I paid attention. Wanting to hug Hannah, Aiden's eyes shot to Levi's as his brother already called in a bolo to every cop in the Tri-County area. Hopefully, cops would do as they were told and be on the lookout. As soon as he removed his finger from the radio, his eyes pierced Aiden. There's only one way off the island. We're going to head towards the bridge and see if we can catch them on the way out. Shaking his head, Aiden didn't know why the overwhelming belief they hadn't left by land overcame him. It's not the only way off the island. Levi pressed his lips into a thin line as realization dawned. You're right. Turning to two of the other officers with him, he moved further into lawman mode. Get every water patrol we have out there, and call Rudy Grant and Knox Parker as well. I want every inch of water around this island scoured, and the bridge closed for good measure. I'll call the chief and Agent Cortez to let them know what's going on, but I bet they're already on their way. Chapter 18. Charlie had never been drunk in her life, but this had to be what it felt like. Her head pounded but swam at the same time, her eyes and throat burned, and her stomach rolled with nausea. Then again, the nausea could be from the unmistakable feeling of a dinghy on the water. She'd only just come to. She was still blindfolded, but the water accosted all her other senses. Salty water splashed over the side of the boat and dripped on her back every time their boat lurched downward. Waves crashed in the background, which must mean they were still among the sandbars surrounding the island. Even the taste of the water occasionally wet her lips when it splashed just right, and the salt confirmed her suspicions. The boat's bottom was dirty, odd for who she assumed was one of Randall Cromwell's henchmen. He was a billionaire, couldn't he afford a better getaway boat? Though, he was in prison, and it was possible all his accounts were frozen. With the men he'd hired to kill Gwyn behind bars, he might be scraping the bottom of the barrel. Doing her best to listen for anything that might give her a hint as to where she was without alerting her attacker, Charlie mentally scanned her body. Other than feeling the effects of whatever the guy had drugged her with, she didn't feel overly sore anywhere. Her neck hurt from where he'd initially choked her, but it wasn't anything that wouldn't heal. Hands tied behind her back, Charlie couldn't be sure but imagined zip ties were the culprit. The bottom of the boat was vinyl, which meant it was probably inflatable and had a motor. So why wasn't the motor running? In fact, though she couldn't be sure, it didn't seem like they were moving at all save the motion of the waves. A phone jingled somewhere to her right, and she heard someone pull it out of their pocket. Got her. The man's voice was low, but not a growl like she might have imagined. It definitely wasn't Cromwell, and it wasn't one she recognized. His end of the conversation was mostly monosyllabic grunts and single words, but it might be enough to get some information.
Yeah.
We're here now. Tell them to hurry up. Thought I heard sirens earlier. So maybe someone had noticed her gone. Had Aiden arrived to find her missing? She had no idea how long she'd been out, but surely they'd noticed quickly. Her kidnapper grunted a few more times before the person on the other end of the line appeared to say something that made him mad. What? No, that ain't what we agreed. We said we'd take her to one of the other barrier islands, not to the Caribbean. He paused while he listened to the person on the other end. I don't care if plans changed, and I don't care if Cromwell's trial got moved up. He paid us to take her 20 miles offshore, and someone else will pick her up from there. That's what I plan to do. His voice grew more and more frustrated as he spoke, but the way his voice softened it seemed like he turned away from her. Did she dare try and make a break for it? If they really were still among the sandbars, she could probably make a swim for it if she could get her hands untied. The night had been inky black when she'd gone out to take the trash, but surely there'd be some light to guide her to shore. Or at least, she'd experience her own version of fire by night like the Israelites' exodus from Egypt. Lord, show me what to do. Praying for a few more seconds, an overwhelming sense of peace came over Charlie, and she pushed as hard as she could on the zip ties slicing into her wrists. They were tight, but sweat and salt water had slicked up her hands a little. If she could create a little bit of give, she might be able to slip a hand out. Biting her tongue so as to not cry out at the pain in her wrists, Charlie pushed for a second more and slid one hand out of the zip tie. Thank you, Jesus. She paused, still listening to the man's conversation, though he'd gone back to mostly grunting. If they got her onto another boat, it was unlikely she'd make it out alive. Path clear, Charlie yanked the blindfold from her head and stood to her feet. The boat lurched sideways with the movement, and the large man in front of her whipped around. Dropping his phone, he lunged toward her with a growl. Unfortunately, the movement just sent the boat tipping in the other direction, and it was all Charlie could do to stay aboard by grabbing onto a rope knotted to the side. So did the man, however, and he used the strength in his barrel chest and arms to swing himself back into the boat.
Ah,
Got a fighter, I see. He grumbled the next part, but Charlie could make out something about things never being easy. He had at least 4 inches on her, and his chest and arms were built like barrels. Honestly, he looked a little like a bear with his big, bushy beard and hairy arms. Well, she may not have the strength of Mr. Bear, but what she lacked in size she made up for in stubbornness. The little gray dinghy did indeed have a motor, but she could hear others in the distance. Were they friend or foe? Not intent on risking it, Charlie grabbed onto one of the long wooden oars hooked to the side in case the engine went out. She swung it toward Mr. Bear and heard a satisfying crunch as it smacked into his shoulder, followed by a roar of pain that also, ironically, resembled a bear. "You're gonna pay for that one," he said as she pushed the paddle straight towards his middle. He groaned again, but managed to wrestle the paddle away from her and grabbed her once again around the waist. A boat motor sounded closer, as well as what she thought might be a helicopter, and she hoped it was help that could reach her in time. Mr. Bear didn't seem to notice either and threw her to the bottom of the dinghy face down again. This time, her face smacked on a plastic box, and her eyes watered as she felt blood flow from her nose. Of course. If she jumped in the water now, would the blood attract sharks, or was that just a rumor? If only Allie were here to ask, but then she probably wouldn't be in this situation. Taking a quick breath and willing herself to ignore her throbbing nose, Charlie swung her fist around in the hopes that it would meet some sort of target. It did, though she didn't know what, and Mr. Bear howled in pain once more. She scrambled to her feet only to see him doubled over in pain, clutching what was an incredibly convenient landing point for her fist. "Guess you do work in mysterious ways." Just as she moved to dive off the dinghy into the water and pray she could make her way back to land, Aiden's voice came over a megaphone as multiple boats and a helicopter drew closer. "You're safe, Charlie," he said just as police boats shouted instructions for her attacker to stand down. She didn't register what the rest of them said specifically, only the voice that had lived in her dreams since the moment she left Magnolia Island. As the helicopter's light illuminated the area around them, she spotted Aiden and Rudy in the very same boat he'd used to get her off the island all those years ago. Police pulled Mr. Bear into one of their boats, while medics held their hands out for her to board theirs. She didn't comply, though, and went straight for Aiden and Rudy's old fishing boat, blood-soaked shirt and all. Aiden helped her into the boat and pulled her to him with equal parts love and worry. "Thank you, Lord," he whispered in such a way Charlie doubted he even realized he spoke aloud. "Thank you." Eyes already watering from her injured nose, tears poured from her eyes all the more at the sound of Aiden acknowledging the Lord for anything in his life. Rather than speak, she simply wrapped her arms around his waist and felt his gentle kiss to the top of her head. There would be time for conversations later. She was safe, and she was in Aiden's arms where she belonged. There in the police station an hour later, Aiden still hadn't let go of Charlie beyond what he had to for the medics to check out her nose. Seeing the blood pooling on her shirt when he and Rudy had first pulled up beside the dinghy had nearly given him a heart attack, but thankfully it had just been coming from her nose. His fist itched to give the kidnapper a taste of his own medicine, but Charlie had done that herself with the oar and a well-placed punch to the guy's groin. She'd given her statement to Levi, and the police had already managed to capture all of the guy's accomplices on their way to the rendezvous point where he'd parked with Charlie. The hard plastic chairs at the police station weren't all that comfortable, but Aiden twisted himself to give Charlie a little more comfort as she leaned against him. Her body still trembled occasionally, but she'd held it together so well. As silly as it might sound considering he'd had nothing to do with the woman she became, Aiden was so proud of Charlie. She'd weathered every storm with grace and an unwavering commitment to the Lord. He couldn't say the same for himself, though his talks with Rudy had started to soften his heart again to things of faith in a way he never believed possible. Seeing the truck Hannah had described with every detail down by the docks, and jumping in the boat with Rudy who knew every square inch of the water around Magnolia Island better than he knew his own name, it all felt a little like divine intervention. Just after they'd found her and Aiden had all but pulled her into their boat, he'd stroked her damp hair and thanked the Lord over and over again. Honestly, he hadn't really stopped doing so since that moment. Even when Rudy turned a satisfied smirk on him as they disembarked, he hadn't felt the least bit embarrassed. The old fisherman had turned to him and asked, "You ready to finally get your head out of your behind and surrender back to the Almighty?" He just might be, and the blurry edges of his future had started to come back into focus in a way they hadn't in many years. Levi came back into the room, followed by Agent Cortez. Both of them had bags under their eyes and looked ready to drop, but they held themselves steady. Cortez knelt before Charlie, placing a gentle hand on hers. "You did it, Charlie. You just sealed this thing shut for Cromwell. The guys who captured you flipped on him with all the information and proof we could ever need to send him away for good. I hate you got hurt, and I wish you hadn't had to go through any of that, but it'll be over soon." Our request to move up the trial had been granted, but Cromwell agreed to take a plea deal. Why would he do that? What's in it for him? Not much, to be honest. He just knows he's done, and there's no chance he'll ever see life outside of prison again. We made a few concessions to make his stay in our lovely federal accommodations a little more comfortable, but none of it will make a difference in either of your lives. He's done, his assets have been seized, and virtually all of his accomplices have received their very own pairs of silver bracelets as well. Charlie sat up straight, her nose giving her voice a nasally quality. So I don't even have to testify? I don't have to see him? Nope. If you want to face him one day and get some closure you can. We can arrange a visit, but you have no need to ever see him again. Agent Cortez stood to her full height, still smiling down at Charlie. You're a brave woman, Charlie Edwards. Aiden couldn't agree more. When they walked out of the police station a few hours later to the sun beginning its rise, Charlie clutched his hand like a lifeline. Honestly, she could for the rest of their days for all he cared. We should take you up to the hospital to get your nose looked at. I don't think it's broken, she replied as she reached up to touch it. It's more of a dull ache now, and it stopped bleeding pretty quickly. I'll get it looked at, but can we go for a walk first? Pulling her into his side once more, Aiden placed a kiss atop her head. She didn't know it yet, but this would be the first walk of many over the rest of their lives. Of course we can. The beach was completely empty at this time of the morning, and the waves gently lapped against the rocks and shoreline. They walked in comfortable silence for a few minutes, only the sound of nature around them. After a while, Aiden began the conversation he hoped would decide their future together. Charlie, I guess I don't really know how to start. She looked up at him, stopping their forward progress, with compassion and hope in her eyes. Why don't you tell me a little more about what I heard you whispering on the boat after you found me? You were thanking God from what I could tell. So she had heard. Rudy and I have been talking. He helped me see I made our relationship something of an idol all those years ago, so when you disappeared, the foundation fell out from under it. Her eyes misted as her lips parted just slightly. And now, I've got a whole lot to learn, but I think I'm building on the rock now instead of the sand. There was so much he thought he'd known for so long, and so far he had to go, but he was moving forward. Maybe, with a little luck and a whole lot of grace, they both could. The tears spilled over onto her cheeks, already bruising from the whack to her nose. I can't tell you how good it is to hear you say that. Reaching his hand up to gently brush the tear off, he couldn't wait any longer. If I kiss you right now, will it hurt you? Her nose was so swollen, but he could be as gentle as she needed him to be. Rather than respond, Charlie stood up onto her tiptoes and pressed her lips to his. Rather than fireworks erupting at the feeling of her lips on his again, it was utter calm which overtook him. They'd always fit together like the melody and harmony of the most perfect song, and this kiss was no different. He wasn't the only one who'd spent the last decade and a half at war, but now they could both have peace. Chapter 19. 2 months later. Aiden stared at the ocean before him as the crowd began to gather. It was one of those rare summer mornings in which rains the day before had cooled temperatures just a little, and the sunrise lit the sky with a burst of color Aiden wasn't sure he'd ever seen before. Folks milled about behind him, but he barely noticed them amongst the anticipation of the day. Swim shorts and t-shirt clad, he could hardly believe Pastor John would be baptizing him in just a few short minutes. His whole family had come, of course, as had a good portion of the church. They knew what he'd walked through, knew his struggles with the Lord, and they all buzzed with sweet anticipation. A hand on his shoulder jarred him from his thoughts, and the telltale aroma of fish and ocean air informed him of Rudy's presence before he even turned. "You ready for this, son?" Oddly enough, it had been Rudy who'd been discipling Aiden over the last couple of months. He may be rough around the edges, but his matter-of-fact way of looking at his faith and the world around him had cut through the haze of Aiden's bitterness, in a way no pastor had ever been able to do. "Never been more ready for anything in my life. So after this, you gonna ask that girl to marry you?" Rudy's voice was low and quiet, but Aiden glanced back to where Charlie stood with his mother and two of her friends who'd come in from Montana anyway. She smiled at him, and he marveled at how the sight still made him a little weak after all this time. "Thought I would, though everyone keeps telling me not to be in a hurry." Despite that, he already had the ring burning a hole in his pocket. He'd waited over a decade to marry Charlie Edwards, and he didn't know how much longer he could stand it. Pastor John approached then, his own swim shorts and t-shirt ready for their reason for gathering. "I think everyone's here, Aiden. You ready to get this show on the road?" The pastor may not have been the one discipling Aiden, but he had been helpful in answering some of the questions Aiden had come up with during his time with Rudy. He didn't blow smoke, and he didn't try and act like he had all the answers. Aiden appreciated that, and it had been yet another nail in the board of him coming back to the Lord. "I think you're right, and I'm ready when you are." Glancing around at his family, Aiden couldn't help but think how far they'd come in just a little over a year. Knox and Allie were happily married after an elopement in the spring, and Champ and Theo had finally started getting along in their shared backyard. Both dogs were present that morning, though Aiden was certain Champ's harness was the only thing keeping him from bounding into the ocean. Rob and Lexi had married in a small, beach ceremony about a month before, and it was as perfect for them as Aiden could have imagined. He'd danced with Charlie well into the night, and the whole ceremony had been a testament of God's faithfulness to heal broken things. In fact, the kintsugi vase Mom had made and donated to the church anchored the whole thing from its place on a pillar in the front of the aisle. Its colors, blue, white and gold, had been the colors Lexi had chosen for the wedding. Brian and Sage hadn't gotten engaged yet, but he didn't think it'd be too long until that happened. The resort would be finished sometime in the fall, and Aiden knew Brian was itching to move forward in his personal life along with the professional one. Same thing with Levi and Gwyn, though the latter had assured everyone in no uncertain terms there wouldn't be any rings until they'd been dating at least a year. Whether Levi would follow those instructions was still up in the air. As for him and Charlie, they'd had the best summer together he could imagine. She'd been meeting with a counselor to work through some of her issues with her parents. They'd done the same thing as a couple when they realized they both still had some pretty deep wounds to work through. It had been going well, and he'd never felt closer to her than he did now. "Let's do this." Pastor John beamed as he led him toward the water, the waves calm despite yesterday's storm. Everything from the weather to the fact Matt and Becca had been able to come in from Reindeer Pass felt divinely orchestrated. Charlie's old boss and her husband had made a point to get to know him since they'd come to visit. They'd already made plans for Aiden and Charlie to come out and visit them over Christmas. Hopefully, they'd be doing so as man and wife, but Aiden wouldn't rush her. Following Pastor John to the water, Aiden thanked the Lord for all he'd done for them. After a quick clear of his throat, the pastor pulled everyone's attention. "Thank you, church family, for coming out to witness and celebrate the baptism of Aiden Jameson. This young man has walked through both literal and figurative fire, and we couldn't be prouder of his strides in the past few months. A couple of things I want to point out in this story are the power of prayer and intentional discipleship. Aiden's mother has been praying for him to return to his faith for years, and I know she's not been alone." He was right, and Aiden noticed tears flowing down his mother's cheeks as she clutched Charlie's hand. Secondly, Rudy has been discipling this young man since even before Aiden knew what he was doing. He winked at the crowd, and Rudy shrugged with a smirk. This is what we are called to do as believers, to speak the truth in love as the Lord leads us. So many memories of the past whirled in Aiden's head, and he couldn't help but think how he wished Dad was here. Still, something in him knew he was with them despite being with the Lord. It felt incredibly ironic an explosion in the desert landed him in the waters of baptism, but that it had. Hand to the sky, Pastor John led them all in prayer before dunking Aiden under the water, a chill breaking out all over his body which had nothing to do with the air itself. He didn't believe there was anything particularly sanctifying about a baptism, but it was significant in his life nonetheless. Surfacing from the salty sea, Aiden made his way back onto the shore where Charlie stood with an oversized beach towel. Tears streaming down her cheeks as well, she wrapped the towel around him and pulled him in for a hug despite his being soaked to the bone. She sobbed as he held her close, his own emotions stirring as well. When she pulled back, he noticed her nod at his mother. Stepping toward them, guitar case in hand, Mom pulled him in for her own wet embrace. "Son, Charlie, and I have something for you." She set the case on the ground and opened it to reveal an instrument which looked virtually identical to the one his dad had given him. "What? How?" He knelt down and ran his fingers down the strings with reverence, studying every detail of what looked for all the world like the guitar he'd smashed against a tree not long after Charlie had gone missing. "We found a guy in Charleston who rebuilds and restores antique instruments, and he agreed to give this one a shot. Your mom saved the pieces all these years, and while some of them couldn't be salvaged, he was able to rebuild the guitar using many of the original parts." Tears that hadn't even come through during his baptism broke free then. The faithfulness of God and the thoughtfulness of his family was too much to process. Lifting his eyes to meet his mother's, he choked out his words. "You saved the pieces all these years?" "I sure did, son. I didn't know where all this would lead, but I knew we served a God who's good at restoring broken things. A little faith can go a long way." Charlie placed one hand on his and the other on the locket she'd finally gotten back from the police after the investigation concluded. "Song of my heart," the engraving said. "We weren't sure if you even remembered how to play, but we figured you'd want it either way." Shutting the case, Aiden pulled Charlie in close once again. "I do, and I can only think of one thing I want more in this world." She stared up at him, the two of them alone despite the sea of onlookers around them. "And she's right here." Lowering his lips to hers, Aiden let himself luxuriate in the sweetness of the moment and thank God once again for putting all the broken pieces back together. Thank you so much for listening. Be sure to subscribe to my channel if you enjoyed this book so you never miss an upload.